Chapter 19 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. But the apathy with which for weeks Bertha had looked upon all terrestrial concerns was passing away before her increasing strength. It had been due only to an utter physical weakness, of the same order as that merciful indifference to all earthly sympathies which gives ease to the final passage into the unknown. The prospect of death would be unendurable if one did not know that the enfeebled body brought a like enfeeblement of spirit, dissolving the ties of this world. When the traveller must leave the hostel with the double gate, the wine he loved has lost its savour, and the bread turned bitter in his mouth. Like useless gauds, Bertha had let fall the interests of life. Her soul lay a-dying. Her soul was a lighted candle in a lantern, flickering in the wind so that its flame was hardly seen and the lantern was useless. But presently the wind of death was stilled, and the light shone out and filled the darkness. With increasing strength the old passion returned. Love came back like a conqueror, and Bertha knew that she had not done with life. In her loneliness she yearned for Edward's affection, for now he was all she had, and she stretched out her arms to him with a great desire. She blamed herself bitterly for her coldness. She wept at the idea of what he must have suffered. And she was ashamed that the love which she had thought eternal should have been for a while destroyed. But a change had come over her. She did not now love her husband with the old blind passion, but with a new feeling added to it, for to him was transferred the tenderness which she had lavished on her dead child, and all the mother's spirit which must now, to her life's end, go unsatisfied. Her heart was like a house with empty chambers, and the fires of love raged through them triumphantly. Bertha thought a little painfully of Miss Glover, but dismissed her with a shrug of the shoulders. The good creature had kept her resolve never again to come near Court Leys, and for days nothing had been heard of her. "What does it matter?" cried Bertha. "So long as Eddie loves me, the rest of the world is nothing." But her room gained now the aspect of a prison, so that she felt it impossible much longer to endure its dreadful monotony. Her bed was a bed of torture, and she fancied that so long as she remained stretched upon it, health would not return. She begged Dr. Ramsay to allow her to get up, but was always met with the same refusal, backed up by her husband's common sense. All she obtained was the dismissal of the nurse, to whom she had taken a sudden and violent dislike. From no reasonable cause Bertha found the mere presence of the poor woman unendurable, and her officious loquacity irritated her beyond measure. If she must remain in bed, Bertha preferred absolute solitude. The turn of her mind was becoming almost misanthropic. The hours passed endlessly. From her pillow Bertha could see only the sky, now a metallic blue with dazzling clouds swaying heavily across, now gray darkening the room. The furniture and the wall paper forced themselves distastefully on her mind. Every detail was impressed on her consciousness as indelibly as the potter's mark on the clay. Finally she made up her mind to get up, come what might. It was the Sunday after the quarrel with Miss Glover. Edward would be indoors, and doubtless intended to spend most of the afternoon in her room. But she knew he disliked sitting there. The closeness, the odours of medicine made his head ache. Her appearance in the drawing room would be a delightful surprise. She would not tell him that she was getting up, but go downstairs and take him unawares. She got out of bed, but as she put her feet to the ground, had to cling to a chair. Her legs were so weak that they hardly supported her, and her head reeled. But in a little while she gathered strength and slowly dressed herself, slowly and very difficultly. Her weakness was almost pain. She had to sit down, and her hair was so wearisome to do that she was afraid she must give up the attempt and return to bed. But the thought of Edward's surprise upheld her. He had said how pleased he would be to have her downstairs with him. At last she was ready, and went to the door, supporting herself on every object at hand. But what joy it was to be up again, to feel herself once more among the living, away from the grave of her bed. She came to the top of the stairs and went down, leaning heavily on the banisters. She went one step at a time, as little children do, and laughed at herself. But the laugh changed almost into a groan, as in exhaustion she sank down and felt it impossible to go farther. Then the thought of Edward urged her on. She struggled to her feet, and persevered till she reached the bottom. Now she was outside the drawing room. She heard Edward whistling within. She crept along, eager to make no sound. Noiselessly she turned the handle and flung the door open. "Eddie!" He turned round with a cry. "Hulloa! What are you doing here?" He came towards her, but showed not the great joy which she had expected. "I wanted to surprise you. Aren't you glad to see me?" "Yes, of course I am. But you oughtn't to have come without Dr. Ramsay's leave, and I didn't expect you today." He led her to the sofa, and she lay down. "I thought you'd be so pleased." "Of course I am." He placed pillows under her, and covered her with a rug, little attentions which were exquisitely touching. "You don't know how I struggled," she said. "I thought I should never get my things on. And then I almost tumbled down the stairs, I was so weak. But I knew you must be lonely here, and you hate sitting in the bedroom." "You oughtn't to have risked it. It may throw you back," he replied gently. He looked at his watch. "You must only stay half an hour, and then I shall carry you up to bed." Bertha gave a laugh, intending to permit nothing of the sort. It was so comfortable to lie on the sofa with Edward by her side. She held his hands. "I simply couldn't stay in the room any longer. It was so gloomy, with the rain pattering all day on the windows." It was one of those days of late summer when the rain seems never ceasing, and the air is filled with the melancholy of nature, already conscious of the near decay. "I was meaning to come up to you as soon as I'd finished my pipe." Bertha was exhausted, and keeping silence, pressed Edward's hand in acknowledgment of his kind intention. Presently he looked at his watch again. "Your half hour's nearly up. In 5 minutes I'm going to carry you to your room." "Oh no, you're not," she replied playfully, taking his remark as humorous. "I'm going to stay till dinner." "No, you can't possibly. It will be very bad for you. To please me, go back to bed now." "Well, we'll split the difference, and I'll go after tea."
"No, you must go now."
"Why, one would think you wanted to get rid of me."
"I have to go out," said Edward.
"Oh no, you haven't. You're merely saying that to induce me to go upstairs. You fibber."
"Let me carry you up now. There's a good girl."
"I won't, I won't, I won't."
"I shall have to leave you alone, Bertha. I didn't know you meant to get up to day, and I have an engagement."
"Oh, but you can't leave me the first time I get up. What is it? You can write a note and break it."
"I'm awfully sorry," he replied, "but I'm afraid I can't do that. The fact is, I saw the Miss Hancocks after church, and they said they had to walk into Tercanbury this afternoon, and as it was so wet, I offered to drive them in. I've promised to fetch them at 3."
"You're joking,"
said Bertha. Her eyes had suddenly become hard, and she was breathing fast. Edward looked at her uneasily. "I didn't know you were going to get up, or I shouldn't have arranged to go out."
"Oh well, it doesn't matter," said Bertha, throwing off the momentary anger. "You can just write and say you can't come."
"I'm afraid I can't do that," he answered gravely. "I've given my word, and I can't break it."
"Oh, but it's infamous!" Her wrath blazed out again. "Even you can't be so cruel as to leave me at such a time. I deserve some consideration after all I've suffered. For weeks I lay at death's door, and at last when I'm a little better and come down, thinking to give you pleasure, you're engaged to drive the Misses Hancock into Tercanbury."
"Come, Bertha, be reasonable." Edward condescended to expostulate with his wife, though it was not his habit to humour her extravagances. "You see, it's not my fault. Isn't it enough for you that I'm very sorry? I shall be back in an hour. Stay here, and then we'll spend the evening together."
"Why did you lie to me?"
"I haven't lied. I'm not given to that," said Edward, with natural satisfaction.
"You pretended it was for my health's sake that I must go upstairs. Isn't that a lie?"
"It was for your health's sake."
"You lie again. You wanted to get me out of the way, so that you might go to the Miss Hancocks without telling me."
"You ought to know me better than that by now."
"Why did you say nothing about them till you found it impossible to avoid?"
Edward shrugged his shoulders good humouredly. "Because I know how touchy you are."
"And yet you made them the offer."
"It came out almost unawares. They were grumbling about the weather, and without thinking I said, 'I'll drive you over if you like,' and they jumped at it."
"You're so good natured if any one but your wife is concerned."
"Well, dear, I can't stay arguing. I shall be late already."
"You're not really going?"
It had been impossible for Bertha to realize that Edward would carry out his intention. "I must, my dear. It's my duty."
"You have more duty to me than to any one else. Oh, Eddie, don't go. You can't realize all it means to me."
"I must. I'm not going because I want to. I shall be back in an hour." He bent down to kiss her, and she flung her arms round his neck, bursting into tears.
"Oh, please don't go, if you love me at all. If you've ever loved me, don't you see that you're destroying my love for you?"
"Now, don't be silly, there's a good girl." He loosened her arms and walked away, but rising from the sofa she followed him and took his arm, beseeching him to stay.
"You see how unhappy I am, and you are all I have in the world now. For God's sake, stay, Eddie. It means more to me than you know."
She sank to the floor. She was kneeling before him. "Come, get on to the sofa. All this is very bad for you." He carried her to the couch, and then, to finish the scene, hurriedly left the room. Bertha sprang up to follow him, but sank back as the door slammed, and burying her face in her hands, surrendered herself to a passion of tears. But humiliation and rage almost drove away her grief. She had knelt before her husband for a favour, and he had not granted it. Suddenly she abhorred him. The love which had been a tower of brass fell like a house of cards. She would not try now to conceal from herself the faults that stared her in the face. He cared only for himself. With him it was only self, self, self. Bertha found a bitter fascination in stripping her idol of the finery with which her madness had bedizened him. She saw him more accurately now, and he was utterly selfish. But most unbearable of all was her own extreme humiliation. The rain poured down unceasing, and the despair of nature ate into her soul. At last she was exhausted, and losing thought of time, lay half unconscious, feeling at least no pain, her brain vacant and weary. When a servant came to ask if Miss Glover might see her, she hardly understood.
"Miss Glover doesn't usually stand on such ceremony," she said ill-temperedly, forgetting the incident of the previous week. "Ask her to come in." The parson's sister came to the door and hesitated, growing red. The expression in her eyes was pained and even frightened. "May I come in, Bertha?" "Yes." She walked straight to the sofa and fell on her knees. "Oh, Bertha, please forgive me. I was wrong, and I've behaved wickedly to you." "My dear Fanny," murmured Bertha, a smile breaking through her misery. "I withdraw every word I said to you, Bertha. I can't understand how I said it. I humbly beg your forgiveness." "There's nothing to forgive." "Oh yes, there is. Good heavens, I know. My conscience has been reproaching me ever since I was here, but I hardened my heart, and I would not listen." Poor Miss Glover could not really have hardened her heart, however much she tried. "I knew I ought to come to you and beg your forgiveness, but I wouldn't. I've not slept a wink at night. I was afraid of dying, and if I'd been cut off in the midst of my wickedness, I should have been lost." She spoke very quickly, finding it evidently a relief to express her trouble. "I thought Charles would upbraid me, but he's never said a word. Oh, I wish he had. It would have been easier to bear than his sorrowful look. I know he's been worrying dreadfully, and I'm so sorry for him. I kept on saying I'd only done my duty, but in my heart I knew I had done wrong. Oh, Bertha! And this morning I dared not take communion. I thought God would strike me for blasphemy, and I was afraid Charles would refuse me in front of the whole congregation. It's the first Sunday since I was confirmed that I've missed taking Holy Communion." She buried her face in her hands, crying. Bertha heard her almost listlessly, for her own trouble was overwhelming and she could not think of any other. Miss Glover raised her face, tear stained and red. It was positively hideous, but notwithstanding very pathetic. "Then I couldn't bear it any longer," she said. "I thought if I begged your pardon I might be able to forgive myself. Oh, Bertha, please forget what I said and forgive me. And I fancied that Edward would be here to day, and the thought of exposing myself before him was almost more than I could bear. But I knew the humiliation would be good for me. Oh, I was so thankful when Jane said he was out. What can I do to earn your forgiveness?" In her heart of hearts Miss Glover desired some horrible penance which would thoroughly mortify her flesh. "I have already forgotten all about it," said Bertha, smiling wearily. "If my forgiveness is worth anything, I forgive you entirely." Miss Glover was a little pained at Bertha's manifest indifference, yet took it as a just punishment. "And Bertha, let me say that I love you and admire you more than any one after Charles. If you really think what you said the other day, I still love you and hope God will turn your heart. Charles and I will pray for you night and day, and soon I hope the Almighty will send you another child to take the place of the one you lost. Believe me, God is very good and merciful. He will grant you what you wish." Bertha gave a low cry of pain. "I can never have another child. Dr. Ramsay told me it was impossible. Oh, Bertha, I didn't know." Miss Glover took Bertha protectingly in her arms, crying, and kissed her like a little child. But Bertha dried her eyes. "Leave me now, Fanny, please. I'd rather be alone. But come and see me soon, and forgive me if I'm horrid. I'm very unhappy, and I shall never be happy again." A few minutes later Edward returned, cheery, jovial, red-faced, and in the best of humours. "Here we are again," he shouted, like a clown in a harlequinade. "You see I've not been gone long, and you haven't missed me a rap. Now we'll have tea." He kissed her and put her cushions right. "By Jove, it does me good to see you down again. You must pour out the tea for me. Now, confess. Weren't you unreasonable to make such a fuss about my going away? And I couldn't help it, could I?" End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. But the love which had taken such despotic possession of Bertha's nature could not be overthrown by any sudden means. When she recovered her health and was able to resume her habits, it blazed out again like a fire momentarily subdued, which has gained new strength in its coercion. It dismayed her to think of her extreme loneliness. Edward was now her only mainstay and her only hope. She no longer sought to deny that his love was unlike hers, but his coldness was not always apparent. Vehemently wishing to find a response to her ardour, she closed her eyes to all that did not too readily obtrude itself. She had such a consuming desire to find in Edward the lover of her dreams, that for certain periods she was indeed able to live in a fool's paradise, which was none the less grateful because at the bottom of her heart she had an aching suspicion of its true character. But it seemed that the more passionately Bertha yearned for her husband's love, the more frequent became their differences. As time went on, the calm between the storms was shorter, and every quarrel left its mark, and made Bertha more susceptible to affront. Realizing finally that Edward could not answer her demonstrations of affection, she became 10 times more exacting. Even the little tendernesses which at the beginning of her married life would have overjoyed her, now too much resembled alms thrown to an importunate beggar, to be received with anything but irritation. Their altercations proved conclusively that it does not require 2 persons to make a quarrel. Edward was a model of good temper, and his equanimity was imperturbable. However cross Bertha was, Edward never lost his serenity. He imagined that she was troubling over the loss of her child, and that her health was not entirely restored. It had been his experience, especially with cows, that a difficult confinement frequently gave rise to some temporary change in disposition, so that the most docile animal in the world would suddenly develop an unexpected viciousness. He never tried to understand Bertha's varied moods. Her passionate desire for love was to him as unreasonable as her outbursts of temper and the succeeding contrition. Now Edward was always the same, contented equally with the universe at large and with himself. There was no shadow of a doubt about the fact that the world he lived in, the particular spot and period, were the very best possible, and that no existence could be more satisfactory than happily to cultivate one's garden. Not being analytic, he forbore to think about the matter, and if he had, would not have borrowed the phrases of Monsieur de Voltaire, whom he had never heard of, and would have utterly abhorred as a Frenchman, a philosopher, and a wit. But the fact that Edward ate, drank, slept, and ate again as regularly as the oxen on his farm, sufficiently proved that he enjoyed a happiness equal to theirs, and what more can a decent man want? Edward had moreover that magnificent faculty of always doing right, and of knowing it, which is said to be the most inestimable gift of the true Christian. But if his infallibility pleased himself and edified his neighbours, it did not fail to cause his wife the utmost annoyance. She would clench her hands and from her eyes shoot arrows of fire when he stood in front of her, smilingly conscious of the justice of his own standpoint and the unreason of hers. And the worst of it was that in her saner moments Bertha had to confess that Edward's view was invariably right and she completely in the wrong. Her injustice appalled her, and she took upon her own shoulders the blame of all their unhappiness. Always, after a quarrel from which Edward had come with his usual triumph, Bertha's rage would be succeeded by a passion of remorse, and she could not find sufficient reproaches with which to castigate herself. She asked frantically how her husband could be expected to love her, and in a transport of agony and fear would take the first opportunity of throwing her arms around his neck and making the most abject apology. Then, having eaten the dust before him, having wept and humiliated herself, she would be for a week absurdly happy, under the impression that henceforward nothing short of an earthquake could disturb their blissful equilibrium. Edward was again the golden idol, clothed in the diaphanous garments of true love. His word was law and his deeds were perfect. Bertha was an humble worshipper, offering incense and devoutly grateful to the deity that forbore to crush her. It required very little for her to forget the slights and the coldness of her husband's affection. Her love was like the tide covering a barren rock. The sea breaks into waves and is dispersed in foam, while the rock remains ever unchanged. This simile, by the way, would not have displeased Edward. When he thought at all, he liked to think how firm and steadfast he was. At night, before going to sleep, it was Bertha's greatest pleasure to kiss her husband on the lips, and it mortified her to see how mechanically he replied to this embrace. It was always she who had to make the advance, and when, to try him, she omitted to do so, he promptly went off to sleep without even bidding her good night. Then she told herself that he must utterly despise her. "Oh, it drives me mad to think of the devotion I waste on you," she cried. "I'm a fool. You are all in the world to me, and I, to you, am a sort of accident. You might have married any one but me. If I hadn't come across your path, you would infallibly have married some one else."
"Well, so would you," he answered, laughing.
"I? Never! If I had not met you, I should have married no one. My love isn't a bauble that I'm willing to give to whomever chance throws in my way. My heart is one and indivisible. It would be impossible for me to love any one but you. When I think that to you I'm nothing more than any other woman might be, I'm ashamed."
"You do talk the most awful rot sometimes."
"Ah, that summarizes your whole opinion. To you I'm merely a fool of a woman. I'm a domestic animal, a little more companionable than a dog, but on the whole not so useful as a cow."
"I don't know what you want me to do more than I actually do. You can't expect me to be kissing and cuddling all the time. The honeymoon is meant for that, and a man who goes on honeymooning all his life is an ass."
"Ah, yes, with you love is kept out of sight all day, while you are occupied with the serious affairs of life, such as shearing sheep or hunting foxes. And after dinner it arises in your bosom, especially if you've had good things to eat, and is indistinguishable from the process of digestion. But for me, love is everything, the cause and reason of life. Without love I should be non-existent."
"Well, you may love me," said Edward, "but by Jove, you've got a jolly funny way of showing it. But as far as I'm concerned, if you'll tell me what you want me to do, I'll try and do it."
"Oh, how can I tell you?" she cried impatiently. "I do everything I can to make you love me, and I can't. If you're a stock and a stone, how can I teach you to be the passionate lover? I want you to love me as I love you."
"Well, if you ask me for my opinion, I should say it was rather a good job I don't. Why, the furniture would be smashed up in a week if I were as violent as you."
"I shouldn't mind if you were violent, if you loved me," replied Bertha, taking his remark with vehement seriousness. "I shouldn't care if you beat me. I should not mind how much you hurt me, if you did it because you loved me."
"I think a week of it would about sicken you of that sort of love, my dear."
"Anything would be preferable to your indifference."
"But God bless my soul, I'm not indifferent. Any one would think I didn't care for you, or was gone on some other woman."
"I almost wish you were," answered Bertha. "If you loved any one at all, I might have some hope of gaining your affection. But you're incapable of love."
"I don't know about that. I can say truly that after God and my honour, I treasure nothing in the world so much as you."
"You've forgotten your hunter," cried Bertha scornfully.
"No, I haven't," answered Edward, with a certain gravity.
"What do you think I care for a position like that? You acknowledge that I am third. I would as soon be nowhere."
"I could not love you half so much, loved I not honour more," misquoted Edward.
The man was a prig who wrote that. I want to be placed above your God and above your honour. The love I want is the love of the man who will lose everything, even his own soul, for the sake of a woman."
Edward shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know where you'll get that. My idea of love is that it's a very good thing in its place, but there's a limit to everything. There are other things in life."
"Oh yes, I know. There's duty and honour, and the farm, and fox hunting, and the opinion of one's neighbours, and the dogs, and the cat, and the new brougham, and a million other things. What do you suppose you'd do if I had committed some crime and were likely to be imprisoned?"
"I don't want to suppose anything of the sort. You may be sure I'd do my duty."
"Oh, I'm sick of your duty. You din it into my ears morning, noon, and night. I wish to God you weren't so virtuous. You might be more human."
Edward found his wife's behaviour so extraordinary that he consulted Dr. Ramsay. The medical man had been for 30 years the recipient of marital confidences, and was sceptical as to the value of medicine in the cure of jealousy, talkativeness, incompatibility of temper, and the like diseases. He assured Edward that time was the only remedy by which all differences were reconciled, but, after further pressing, consented to send Bertha a bottle of harmless tonic, which it was his habit to give to all and sundry for most of the ills to which the flesh is heir. It would doubtless do Bertha no harm, and that is an important consideration to a general practitioner. Dr. Ramsay likewise advised Edward to keep calm and be confident that Bertha would eventually become the dutiful and submissive spouse whom it is every man's ideal to see by his fireside when he wakes up from his after dinner snooze. Bertha's moods were certainly trying. No one could tell one day how she would be the next, and this was peculiarly uncomfortable to a man who was willing to make the best of everything, but on the condition that he had time to get used to it. Sometimes she would be seized with melancholy, in the twilight of winter afternoons for instance, when the mind is naturally led to a contemplation of the vanity of existence and the futility of all human endeavour. Edward, noticing she was pensive, a state which he detested, asked what were her thoughts, and half dreamily she tried to express them. "Good Lord deliver us!" he cried cheerily. "What rum things you do get into your little noddle! You must be out of sorts."
"It isn't that," she answered, smiling sadly.
"It's not natural for a woman to brood in that way. I think you ought to start taking that tonic again. But I dare say you're only tired, and you'll think quite different in the morning."
Bertha made no answer. She suffered from the nameless pain of existence, and he offered her iron and quinine. When she required sympathy because her heart ached for the woes of her fellow men, he poured tincture of nux vomica down her throat. He could not understand. It was no use explaining that she found a savour in the tender contemplation of the evils of mankind. But the worst of it was that Edward was quite right, the brute. He always was. When the morning came, the melancholy had vanished. Bertha was left without a care, and the world did not even need rose-coloured spectacles to seem attractive. It was humiliating to find that her most beautiful thoughts, the ennobling emotions which brought home to her the charming fiction that all men are brothers, were due to mere physical exhaustion. Some people have extraordinarily literal minds. They never allow for the play of imagination. Life for them has no beer and skittles, and, far from being an empty dream, is a matter of extreme seriousness. Of such is the man who, When a woman tells him she feels dreadfully old, instead of answering that she looks absurdly young, replies that youth has its drawbacks and age its compensations. And of such was Edward. He could never realize that people did not mean exactly what they said. At first he had always consulted Bertha on the conduct of the estate, but she, pleased to be a nonentity in her own house, had consented to everything he suggested, and even begged him not to ask her. When she informed him that he was absolute lord not only of herself but of all her worldly goods, it was not surprising that he should at last take her at her word. "Women know nothing about farming," he said, "and it's best that I should have a free hand." The result of his stewardship was all that could be desired. The estate was put into apple pie order, and the farms paid rent for the first time since 20 years. The wandering winds, even the sun and the rain, seemed to conspire in favour of so clever and hard-working a man, and fortune for once went hand in hand with virtue. Bertha constantly received congratulations from the surrounding squires on the admirable way in which Edward managed the place, and he, on his side, never failed to recount his triumphs and the compliments they occasioned. But not only was Edward looked upon as master by his farmhands and labourers, even the servants of Court Leys treated Bertha as a minor personage whose orders were only to be conditionally obeyed. Long generations of servitude have made the countryman particularly subtle in hierarchical distinctions, and there was a marked difference between his manner with Edward, on whom his livelihood depended, and his manner with Bertha, who shone only with a reflected light as the squire's missus. At first this had only amused Bertha, but the most brilliant jest, constantly repeated, may lose its savour. More than once she had to speak sharply to a gardener who hesitated to do as he was bid, because his orders were not from the master. Her pride reviving with the decline of love, Bertha began to find the position intolerable. Her mind was now very susceptible to affront, and she was desirous of an opportunity to show that, after all, she was still the mistress of Court Leys. It soon came, for it chanced that some ancient lover of trees, unpractical as the Leys had ever been, had planted 6 beeches in a hedgerow, and these in course of time had grown into stately trees, the admiration of all beholders. But one day, as Bertha walked along, a hideous gap caught her eye. One of the 6 beeches had disappeared. There had been no storm, it could not have fallen of itself. She went up and found it cut down, and the men who had done the deed were already starting on another. A ladder was leaning against it, upon which stood a labourer attaching a line. No sight is more pathetic than an old tree levelled with the ground, and the space which it filled suddenly stands out with an unsightly emptiness. But Bertha was more angry than pained. "What are you doing, Hodgkins? Who gave you orders to cut down this tree?"
"The squire, mum."
"Oh, it must be a mistake. Mr. Craddock never meant anything of the sort."
"He told us positive to take down this one and them others yonder. You can see his mark, mum."
"Nonsense. I'll talk to Mr. Craddock about it. Take that rope off and come down from the ladder. I forbid you to touch another tree." The man on the ladder looked at her, but made no attempt to do as he was bid.
"The squire said most particular that we was to cut that tree down to day."
"Will you have the goodness to do as I tell you?" said Bertha, reddening with anger. "Tell that man to unfasten the rope and come down. I forbid you to touch the tree." The man Hodgkins repeated Bertha's order in a surly voice, and they all looked at her suspiciously, wishing to disobey, but not daring, in case the squire should be angry.
"Well, I'll take no responsibility for it."
"Please hold your tongue and do what I tell you as quickly as possible." She waited till the men had gathered up their various belongings and trooped off. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This recording is in the public domain, Bertha went home fuming, knowing perfectly well that Edward had really given the orders which she had countermanded, but glad of the chance to have a final settlement of rights. She did not see him for several hours. "I say, Bertha," he said when he came in, "why on earth did you stop those men cutting down the beeches on Carter's field? You've lost a whole half day's work. I wanted to set them on something else to morrow. Now I shall have to leave it over till Thursday." "I stopped them because I refuse to have the beeches cut down. They're the only ones in the place. I'm very much annoyed that even one should have gone without my knowing about it. You should have asked me before you did such a thing." "My good girl, I can't come and ask you each time I want a thing done." "Is the land mine or yours?" "It's yours," answered Edward, laughing. "But I know better than you what ought to be done, and it's silly of you to interfere." Bertha flushed. "In future I wish to be consulted." "You've told me 50,000 times to do always as I think fit." "Well, I've changed my mind." "It's too late now," he laughed. "You made me take the reins in my own hands, and I'm going to keep them." Bertha in her anger hardly restrained herself from telling him she could send him away like a hired servant. "I want you to understand, Edward, that I'm not going to have those trees cut down. You must tell the men you made a mistake." "I shall tell them nothing of the sort. I'm not going to cut them all down, only 3. We don't want them there. For one thing, the shade damages the crops, and otherwise Carter's is one of our best fields. And then I want the wood." "I care nothing about the crops, and if you want wood you can buy it. Those trees were planted nearly 100 years ago, and I would sooner die than cut them down." "The man who planted beeches in a hedgerow was about the silliest jackass I've ever heard of. Any tree's bad enough, but a beech, of all things, why it's drip, drip, drip all the time, and not a thing will grow under them. That's the sort of thing that has been done all over the estate for years. It'll take me a lifetime to repair the blunders of the former owners." It is one of the curiosities of sentiment that its most abject slave rarely permits it to interfere with his temporal concerns. It appears as unusual for a man to sentimentalize in his own walk of life as for him to pick his own pocket. Edward, having passed all his days in contact with the earth, might have been expected to cherish a certain love of nature. The pathos of transpontine melodrama made him cough and blow his nose, and in literature he affected the titled and consumptive heroine and the soft-hearted burly hero. But when it came to business it was another matter. The sort of sentiment which asks a farmer to spare a sylvan glade for aesthetic reasons is absurd. Edward would have willingly allowed advertisement mongers to put up boards on the most beautiful part of the estate, if thereby he could surreptitiously increase the profits of his farm. "Whatever you may think of my people," said Bertha, "you will kindly pay attention to me. The land is mine, and I refuse to let you spoil it." "It isn't spoiling it. It's the proper thing to do. You'll soon get used to not seeing the wretched trees. And I tell you, I'm only going to take 3 down. I've given orders to cut the others to morrow." "Do you mean to say you're going to ignore me absolutely?" "I'm going to do what's right. And if you don't approve of it, I'm very sorry, but I shall do it all the same." "I shall give the men orders to do nothing of the kind." Edward laughed. "Then you'll make an ass of yourself. You try giving them orders contrary to mine, and see what they do." Bertha gave a cry. In her fury she looked round for something to throw. She would have liked to hit him, but he stood there, calm and self-possessed, quite amused. "I think you must be mad," she said. You do all you can to destroy my love for you." She was in too great a passion for words. This was the measure of his affection. He must indeed utterly despise her, and this was the only result of the love she had humbly laid at his feet. She asked herself what she could do. She could do nothing but submit. She knew as well as he that her orders would be disobeyed if they did not agree with his, and that he would keep his word she did not for a moment doubt. To do so was his pride. She did not speak for the rest of the day, but next morning when he was going out, asked what was his intention with regard to the trees. "Oh, I thought you'd forgotten all about them," he replied. "I mean to do as I said." "If you have the trees cut down, I shall leave you. I shall go to Aunt Polly's."
"And tell her that you wanted the moon, and I was so unkind as not to give it you?" he replied, smiling. "She'll laugh at you."
"You will find me as careful to keep my word as you." Before luncheon she went out and walked to Carter's field. The men were still at work, but a second tree had gone. The third would doubtless fall in the afternoon. The men glanced at Bertha and she thought they laughed. She stood looking at them for some while, so that she might thoroughly digest the humiliation. Then she went home and wrote to her aunt the following veracious letter: My dear Aunt Polly, I have been so seedy these last few weeks that Edward, poor dear, has been quite alarmed, and has been bothering me to come up to town to see a specialist. He's as urgent as if he wanted to get me out of the way, and I'm already half jealous of my new parlour maid, who has pink cheeks and golden hair, which is just the type that Edward really admires. I also think that Dr. Ramsay hasn't the ghost of an idea what is the matter with me, and not being particularly desirous to depart this life just yet, I think it will be discreet to see somebody who will at least change my medicine. I have taken gallons of iron and quinine, and am frightfully afraid that my teeth will go black. My own opinion, coinciding so exactly with Edward's, that horrid Mrs. Ryle calls us the humming birds, meaning the turtle doves. Her knowledge of natural history arouses dear Edward's contempt. I have gracefully acceded to his desire, and, if you can put me up, will come at your earliest convenience. Yours affectionately, B.C. P.S. I shall take the opportunity of getting clothes. I am positively in rags, so you will have to keep me some little time.
Edward came in shortly afterwards, looking very much pleased. He glanced slyly at Bertha, thinking himself so clever that he could scarcely help laughing. It was his habit to be most particular in his behaviour, or he would undoubtedly have put his tongue in his cheek. "With women, my dear sir, you must be firm. When you're putting them to offence, close your legs and don't check them. But mind you keep 'em under control, or they'll lose their little heads. A man should always let a woman see that he's got her well in hand."
Bertha was silent, able to eat nothing for lunch. She sat opposite her husband, wondering how he could gorge so disgracefully when she was angry and miserable. But in the afternoon her appetite returned, and going to the kitchen, she ate so many sandwiches that at dinner she could again touch nothing. She hoped Edward would notice that she refused all food, and be properly alarmed and sorry. But he demolished enough for two, and never saw that his wife fasted. At night Bertha went to bed and bolted herself in the room. Presently Edward came up and tried the door. Finding it closed, he knocked and cried to her to open. She did not answer. He knocked again more loudly, and shook the handle. "I want to have my room to myself," she cried out. "I'm ill. Please don't try to come in."
"What? Where am I to sleep?"
"Oh, you can sleep in one of the spare rooms."
"Nonsense!" he cried, and without further ado put his shoulder to the door.
He was a strong man. One heave and the old hinges cracked. He entered, laughing. "If you wanted to keep me out, you ought to barricaded yourself up with the furniture." Bertha was disinclined to treat the matter lightly. "If you come in," she said, "I shall go out." "Oh no, you won't," he said, dragging a big chest of drawers in front of the door. Bertha got up and put on a yellow silk dressing gown, which was really most becoming. "I'll spend the night on the sofa then," she said. "I don't want to quarrel with you any more, or to make a scene. I have written to Aunt Polly, and the day after to morrow I shall go to London." "I was going to suggest that a change of air would do you good. I think your nerves are a bit groggy." "It's very good of you to take an interest in my nerves," she replied, with a scornful glance, settling herself on the sofa. "Are you really going to sleep there?" he said, getting into bed. "It looks like it." "You'll find it awfully cold, but I dare say you'll think better of it in an hour. I'm going to turn the light out. Good night." Bertha did not answer, and in a few minutes she was angrily listening to his snores. Could he really be asleep? It was infamous that he slept so calmly. "Edward," she called. There was no answer, but she could not bring herself to believe that he was sleeping. She could never even close her eyes. He must be pretending, to annoy her. She wanted to touch him, but feared that he would burst out laughing. She felt indeed horribly cold, and piled rugs and dresses over her. It required great fortitude not to sneak back to bed. She was unhappy and thirsty. Nothing is so disagreeable as the water in the toilet bottles, with the glass tasting of tooth wash. But she gulped some down, though it almost made her sick, and then walked about the room, turning over her manifold wrongs. Edward slept on insufferably. She made a noise to wake him, but he did not stir. She knocked down a table with a clatter sufficient to disturb the dead, but her husband was insensible. Then she looked at the bed, wondering whether she dared lie down for an hour and trust to waking before him. She was so cold that she determined to risk it, feeling certain that she would not sleep long. She walked to the bed. "Coming to bed after all?" said Edward in a sleepy voice. She stopped, and her heart rose to her mouth. "I was coming for my pillow," she replied indignantly, thanking her stars that he had not spoken a minute later. She returned to the sofa, and eventually making herself very comfortable, fell asleep. In this blissful condition she continued till the morning, and when she awoke Edward was drawing up the blinds. "Slept well?" he asked. "I haven't slept a wink." "Oh, what a crammer! I've been looking at you for the last hour." "I've had my eyes closed for about 10 minutes, if that's what you mean." Bertha was quite justly annoyed that her husband should have caught her napping soundly. It robbed her proceeding of half its effect. Moreover, Edward was as fresh as a bird, while she felt old and haggard, and hardly dared look at herself in the glass. In the middle of the morning came a telegram from Miss Ley, telling Bertha to come whenever she liked, hoping Edward would come too. Bertha left it in a conspicuous place so that he could not fail to see it. "So you're really going?" he said. "I told you I was able to keep my word, as you." "Well, I think it'll do you no end of good. How long will you stay?" "How do I know? Perhaps forever." "That's a big word, though it has only 2 syllables." It cut Bertha to the heart that Edward should be so indifferent. He could not care for her at all. He seemed to think it natural that she should leave him, pretending it was good for her health. Oh, what did she care about her health? As she made the needful preparations her courage failed her, and she felt it impossible to go. Tears came as she thought of the difference between their present state and the ardent love of a year before. She would have welcomed the poorest excuse that forced her to stay, and yet saved her self-respect. If Edward would only express grief at the parting, it might not be too late. but her boxes were packed and her train fixed. He told Miss Glover that his wife was going away for a change of air, and regretted that his farm prevented him from accompanying her. The trap was brought to the door, and Edward jumped up, taking his seat. Now there was no hope, and go she must. She wished for courage to tell Edward that she could not leave him, but was afraid. They drove along in silence. Bertha waited for her husband to speak, daring to say nothing herself, lest he should hear the tears in her voice. At last she made an effort. "Are you sorry I'm going?" "I think it's for your good, and I don't want to stand in the way of that." Bertha asked herself what love a man had for his wife who could bear her out of his sight, no matter what the necessity. She stifled a sigh. They reached the station and he took her ticket. They waited in silence for the train, and Edward bought Punch and the Sketch from a newspaper boy. The horrible train steamed up. Edward helped her into a carriage, and the tears in her eyes now could not be concealed. She put out her lips. "Perhaps for the last time," she whispered. Chapter 22 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. 72 Eliot Mansions, Chelsea, S.W. April 18th. Dear Edward, I think we were wise to part. We were too unsuited to one another, and our difficulties could only have increased. The knot of marriage between two persons of differing temperaments is so intricate that it can only be cut. You may try to unravel it, and think you are succeeding, but another turn shows you that the tangle is only worse than ever. Even time is powerless. Some things are impossible. You cannot heap water up like stones. You cannot measure one man by another man's rule. I am certain we were wise to separate. I see that if we had continued to live together, our quarrels would have perpetually increased. It is horrible to look back upon those vulgar brawls. We wrangled like fishwives. I cannot understand how my mouth could have uttered such things. It is very bitter to look back and compare my anticipations with what has really happened. Did I expect too much from life? Ah me, I only expected that my husband would love me. It is because I asked so little that I have received nothing. In this world you must ask much. You must spread your praises abroad. You must trample underfoot those who stand in your path. You must take up all the room you can, or you will be elbowed away. You must be irredeemably selfish, or you will be a thing of no account, a frippery that man plays with and flings aside. Of course I expected the impossible. I was not satisfied with the conventional unity of marriage. I wanted to be really one with you. Oneself is the whole world, and all other people are merely strangers. At first, in my vehement desire, I used to despair because I knew you so little. I was heartbroken at the impossibility of really understanding you, of getting right down into your heart of hearts. Never, to the best of my knowledge, have I seen your veritable self. You are nearly as much a stranger to me as if I had known you but an hour. I bared my soul to you, concealing nothing. There is in you a man I do not know and have never seen. We are so absolutely different. I don't know a single thing that we have in common. Often, when we have been talking and fallen into silence, our thoughts, starting from the same standpoint, have travelled in contrary directions, and on speaking again, we found how widely they had diverged. I hoped to know you to the bottom of your soul. Oh, I hoped that we should be united, so as to have but one soul between us. And yet, on the most commonplace occasion, I can never know your thoughts. Perhaps it might have been different if we had had children. They might have formed between us a truer link, and perhaps in the delight of them I should have forgotten my impractical dreams. But fate was against us. I come from a rotten stock. It is written in the book that the lays should depart from the sight of men and return to their mother, the earth, to be incorporated with her. And who knows in the future what may be our lot? I like to think that in the course of the ages I may be the wheat on a fertile plain, or the smoke from a fire of brambles on the common. I wish I could be buried in the open fields rather than in the grim coldness of a churchyard, so that I might anticipate the change and return more quickly to the life of nature. Believe me, separation was the only possible outcome. I loved you too passionately to be content with the cold regard which you gave me. Oh, of course, I was exacting and tyrannical and unkind. I can confess all my faults now. My only excuse is that I was very unhappy. For all the pain I have caused you, I beg you to forgive me. We may as well part friends, and I freely forgive you for all you have made me suffer. Now I can afford also to tell you how near I was to not carrying out my intention. Yesterday and this morning I scarcely held back my tears. The parting seemed too hard. I felt that I could not leave you. If you had asked me not to go, if you had even shown the smallest sign of regretting my departure, I think I should have broken down. Yes, I can tell you now that I would have given anything to stay. Alas, I am so weak. In the train I cried bitterly. It is the first time we have been apart since our marriage, the first time that we have slept under different roofs. But now the worst is over. I have taken the step and I shall adhere to what I have done. I am sure I have acted for the best. I see no harm in our writing one another occasionally, if it pleases you to receive letters from me. I think I had better not see you, at all events for some time. Perhaps when we are both a good deal older, we may, without danger, see one another now and then. But not yet. I should be afraid to see your face. And Polly has no suspicion. I can assure you it has been an effort to laugh and talk during the evening, and I was glad to get to my room. Now it is past midnight and I am still writing to you. I felt I ought to let you know my thoughts, and I can tell them more easily by letter than by word of mouth. Does it not show how separated in heart we have become that I should hesitate to say to you what I think? And I had hoped to have my heart always open to you. I fancied that I need never conceal a thing or hesitate to show you every emotion and every thought. Goodbye, Bertha.
72 Eliot Mansions, Chelsea, S.W., April 23rd.
My poor Edward, you say you hope I shall soon get better and come back to Court Leys. You misunderstand my meaning so completely that I almost laughed. It is true I was out of spirits and tired when I wrote, but that was not the reason of my letter. Cannot you conceive emotions not entirely due to one's physical condition? You cannot understand me, you never have. And yet I would not take up the vulgar and hackneyed position of a femme incomprise. There's nothing to understand about me. I am very simple and unmysterious. I only wanted love, and you could not give it me. No, our parting is final and irrevocable. What can you want me back for? You have Court Leys and your farms. Everyone likes you in the neighbourhood. I was the only bar to your complete happiness. Court Leys I freely give you for my life. Until you came, it brought in nothing, and the income now arising from it is entirely due to your efforts. You earn it, and I beg you to keep it. For me, the small income I have from my mother is sufficient. Aunt Polly still thinks I am on a visit, and constantly speaks of you. I throw dust in her eyes, but I cannot hope to keep her in ignorance for long. At present I am engaged in periodically seeing the doctor for an imaginary ill, and getting one or two new things. Shall we write to one another once a week? I know writing is a trouble to you, but I do not wish you to forget me altogether. If you like, I will write to you every Sunday, and you may answer or not as you please. Bertha. P.S. Please do not think of any rapprochement. I am sure you will eventually see that we are both much happier apart.
72 Eliot Mansions, Chelsea, S.W., May 15th.
My dear Eddie, I was pleased to get your letter. I am a little touched at your wanting to see me. You suggest coming to town. Perhaps it is fortunate that I shall be no longer here. If you had expressed such a wish before, much might have gone differently. Aunt Polly, having let her flat to friends, goes to Paris for the rest of the season. She starts to-night, and I have offered to accompany her. I am sick of London. I do not know whether she suspects anything, but I notice that now she never mentions your name. She looked a little sceptical the other day when I explained that I had long wished to go to Paris, and that you were having the inside of Court Leys painted. Fortunately, however, she makes it a practice not to inquire into other people's business, and I can rest assured that she will never ask me a single question. Forgive the shortness of this letter, but I am very busy packing. Your affectionate wife, Bertha.
41 Rue des Écoliers, Paris, May 16th.
My dearest Eddie, I have been unkind to you. It is nice of you to want to see me, and my repugnance to it was perhaps unnatural. On thinking it over, I cannot think it will do any harm if we should see one another. Of course, I can never come back to Court Leys. There are some chains that having broken, you can never weld together. And no fetters are so intolerable as the fetters of love. But if you want to see me, I will put no obstacle in your way. I will not deny that I also should like to see you. I am farther away now, but if you care for me at all, you will not hesitate to make the short journey. We have here a very nice apartment in the Latin Quarter, away from the rich people and the tourists. I do not know which is more vulgar, the average tripper or the part of Paris which he infests. I must say they become one another to a nicety. I loathe the shoddiness of the boulevards with their gaudy cafes over gilt and over sumptuous, and their crowds of ill-dressed foreigners. But if you come, I can show you a different Paris, a restful and old-fashioned Paris, theatres to which tourists do not go, gardens full of pretty children and nursemaids with long ribbons to their caps. I can take you down innumerable grey streets with funny shops, in old churches where you see people actually praying, and it is all very quiet and calming to the nerves. And I can take you to the Louvre at hours when there are few visitors, and show you beautiful pictures and statues that have come from Italy and Greece, where the gods have their home to this day. Come, Eddie, your ever-loving wife, Bertha.
41 Rue des Écoliers, Paris, May 25th.
My dearest Eddie, I am disappointed that you will not come. I should have thought, if you wanted to see me, you could have found time to leave the farms for a few days. But perhaps it is really better that we should not meet. I cannot conceal from you that sometimes I long for you dreadfully. I forget all that has happened, and desire with all my heart to be with you once more. What a fool I am! I know that we can never meet again, and you are never absent from my thoughts. I look forward to your letters almost madly, and your handwriting makes my heart beat as if I were a schoolgirl. Oh, you don't know how your letters disappoint me. They are so cold. You never say what I want you to say. It would be madness if we came together. I can only preserve my love to you by not seeing you. Does that sound horrible? And yet I would give anything to see you once more. I cannot help asking you to come here. It is not so very often I have asked you anything. Do come. I will meet you at the station, and you will have no trouble or bother. Everything is perfectly simple, and Cook's interpreters are everywhere. I'm sure you would enjoy yourself so much. If you love me, come. Bertha.
Court Leys, Blackstable, Kent, May 30th. My dearest Bertha, sorry I haven't answered yours of 25th instant before, but I've been up to my eyes in work. You wouldn't think there could be so much to do on a farm at this time of year unless you saw it with your own eyes. I can't possibly get away to Paris, and besides, I can't stomach the French. I don't want to see their capital, and when I want a holiday, London's good enough for me. You'd better come back here. People are asking after you, and the place seems all topsy-turvy without you. Love to Aunt P. In haste, your affectionate husband, E. Craddock. 41 Rue des Écoliers, Paris, June the 1st.
My dearest Eddie, you don't know how disappointed I was to get your letter and how I longed for it. Whatever you do, don't keep me waiting so long for an answer. I imagined all sorts of things, that you were ill or dying. I was on the point of wiring. I want you to promise me that if you are ever ill, you will let me know. If you want me urgently, I shall be pleased to come. But do not think that I can ever come back to Court Leys for good. Sometimes I feel ill and weak, and I long for you, but I know I must not give way. I'm sure, for your good as well as for mine, I must never risk the unhappiness of our old life again. It was too degrading. With firm mind and the utmost resolution, I swear that I will never return to Court Leys. Your affectionate and loving wife, Bertha.
Telegram, Gare du Nord, 9:50 a.m., June 2nd. Craddock, Court Leys, Blackstable.
Arriving 7:25 tonight, Bertha.
41 Rue des Écoliers, Paris.
My dear young friend, I am perturbed. Bertha, as you know, has for the last 6 weeks lived with me for reasons the naturalness of which aroused my strongest suspicions. No one, I thought, would need so many absolutely conclusive motives to do so very simple a thing. I resisted the temptation to write to Edward, her husband, a nice man, but stupid, to ask for an explanation, fearing that the reasons given me were the right ones, although I could not believe it, in which case I should have made myself ridiculous. Bertha in London pretended to go to a physician, but never was seen to take medicine, and I am certain no well-established specialist would venture to take 2 guineas from a malade imaginaire and not administer copious drugs. She accompanied me to Paris, ostensibly to get dresses, but has behaved as if their fit were of no more consequence than a change of ministry. She has taken great pains to conceal her emotions and thereby made them the more conspicuous. I cannot tell you how often she has gone through the various stages from an almost hysterical elation to an equal despondency. She has mused as profoundly as was fashionable for the young ladies of 50 years ago. We were all young ladies then, not girls. She has played Tristan and Isolde to the distraction of myself. She has snubbed an amorous French artist to the distraction of his wife. Finally she has wept, and after weeping overpowdered her eyes, which in a pretty woman is an infallible sign of extreme mental prostration. This morning when I got up, I found at my door the following message: Don't think me an utter fool, but I couldn't stand another day away from Edward. Leaving by the 10 o'clock train. B. Now at 10:30 She had an appointment at Paquin's to try on the most ravishing dinner dress you could imagine. I will not insult you by drawing inferences from all these facts. I know you would much sooner draw them yourself, and I have a sufficiently good opinion of you to be certain that they will coincide with mine. Yours very sincerely, Mary Ley. P.S. I am sending this to await you at Seville. Remember me to Mrs. J. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Bertha's relief was unmistakable when she landed on English soil. At last she was near Edward, and she had been extremely seasick. Though it was less than 30 miles from Dover to Blackstable, the communications were so bad that it was necessary to wait for hours at the port, or take the boat train to London and then come 60 miles down again. Bertha was exasperated at the delay, forgetting that she was now, thank heaven, in a free country where the railways were not run for the convenience of passengers, but the passengers' necessary evils to create dividends for an ill-managed company. Bertha's impatience was so great that she felt it impossible to wait at Dover. She preferred to go the extra 100 miles and save herself 10 minutes rather than spend the afternoon in the dreary waiting room or wandering about the town. The train seemed to crawl, and her restlessness became quite painful as she recognized the Kentish country, the fat meadows with trim hedges, the portly trees, and the general air of prosperity. Bertha's thoughts were full of Edward, and he was the whole cause of her impatience. She had hoped, against her knowledge of him, that he would meet her at Dover, and it had been a disappointment not to see him. Then she thought he might have come to London, though not explaining to herself how he could possibly have divined that she would be there. Her heart beat absurdly when she saw a back which might have been Edward's. Still later, she comforted herself with the idea that he would certainly be at Faversley, which was the next station to Blackstable. When they reached that place, she put her head out of window, looking along the platform, but he was nowhere. He might have come as far as this, she thought. Now, the train steaming on, she recognized the country more precisely. The desolate marsh and the sea, the line ran almost at the water's edge. The tide was out, leaving a broad expanse of shining mud over which the seagulls flew screeching. Then the houses were familiar, cottages beaten by wind and weather. The Jolly Sailor, where in the old days many a smuggled keg of brandy had been hidden on its way to the cathedral city of Tercanbury. The Coast Guard station was passed, a long building, trim and low. Finally they rattled across the bridge over the High Street, and the porters with their Kentish drawl called out Blackstable, Blackstable. Bertha's emotions were always uncontrolled, and so powerful as sometimes to unfit her for action. Now she had hardly strength to open the carriage door. "At last!" she cried, with a gasp of relief. She had never adored her husband so passionately as then, and her love was a physical sensation that turned her faint. The arrival of the moment so anxiously awaited left her half frightened. She was of those who eagerly look for an opportunity and then can scarcely seize it. Bertha's heart was so full that she was afraid of bursting into tears when she at last should see Edward walking towards her. She had pictured the scene so often, her husband advancing with his swinging stride, waving his stick, the dogs in front, rushing towards her and barking furiously. The two porters waddled with their seaman's walk to the van to get out the luggage. People were stepping from the carriages. Next to her, a pasty-faced clerk descended, in a dingy black, with a baby in his arms. and he was followed by a haggard wife with another baby and innumerable parcels. A labourer sauntered down the platform, 3 or 4 sailors, and a couple of infantrymen. They all surged for the wicket, at which stood the ticket collector. The porters got out the boxes, and the train steamed off. An irascible city man was swearing volubly because his luggage had gone to Margate. It's a free country, thank heaven. The station master, in a decorated hat and a self-satisfied air, strolled up to see what was the matter. Bertha looked along the platform wildly. Edward was not there. The station master passed and nodded patronizingly.
"Have you seen Mr. Craddock?" she asked.
"No, I can't say I have, but I think there's a carriage below for you."
Bertha began to tremble. A porter asked whether he should take her boxes. She nodded, unable to speak. She went down and found the brougham at the station door. The coachman touched his hat and gave her a note.
Dear Bertha, awfully sorry I can't come to meet you. I never expected you, so accepted an invitation of Lord Philip Dirk to a tennis tournament and a ball afterwards. He's going to sleep me, so I shan't be back till to-morrow. Don't get in a wax. See you in the morning. E.C.
Bertha got into the carriage and huddled herself into one corner so that none should see her. At first she scarcely understood. She had spent the last hours at such a height of excitement that the disappointment deprived her of the power of thinking. She never took things reasonably, and was now stunned. What had happened seemed impossible. It was so callous that Edward should go to a tennis tournament when she was coming home, looking forward eagerly to seeing him. And it was no ordinary home-coming. It was the first time she had ever left him, and then she had gone, hating him, as she thought, for good. But her absence having revived her love, she had returned yearning for reconciliation, and he was not there. He acted as though she had been to town for a day's shopping. "Oh God, what a fool I was to come!" Suddenly she thought of going away there and then. Would it not be easier? She felt she could not see him, but there were no trains. The London, Chatham and Dover Railway has perhaps saved many an elopement. But he must have known how bitterly disappointed she would be, and the idea flashed through her that he would leave the tournament and come home. Perhaps he was already at Court Leys waiting. She took fresh courage and looked at the well-remembered scene. He might be at the gate. Oh, what joy it would be, what a relief! But they came to the gate, and he was not there. They drove to the portico, and he was not there. Bertha went into the house expecting to find him in the hall or in the drawing room, not having heard the carriage. But he was nowhere to be found, and the servants corroborated his letter. The house was empty, chill, and inhospitable. The rooms had an uninhabited air. The furniture was primly rearranged, and Edward had caused antimacassars to be placed on the chairs. These Bertha, to the housemaid's surprise, took off one by one, and without a word threw into the empty fireplace. And still she thought it incredible that Edward should stay away. She sat down to dinner, expecting him every moment. She sat up very late, feeling sure that eventually he would come, but still he came not. "I wish to God I'd stayed away." Her thoughts went back to the struggle of the last few weeks. Pride, anger, reason, everything had been on one side, and only love on the other, and love had conquered. The recollection of Edward had been seldom absent from her, and her dreams had been filled with his image. His letters had caused her an indescribable thrill. The mere sight of his handwriting had made her tremble, and she wanted to see him. She woke up at night with his kisses on her lips. She begged him to come, and he would not, or could not. At last the yearning grew beyond control. And that very morning, not having received the letter she awaited, she had resolved to throw off all pretence of resentment and come. What did she care if Miss Ley laughed, or if Edward scored a victory in the struggle? She could not live without him. He still was her life and her love. Oh God, I wish I hadn't come. She remembered how she had prayed that Edward might love her as she wished to be loved, beseeching God to grant her happiness. The passionate rebellion after her child's death had ceased insensibly, and in her misery, in her loneliness, she had found a new faith. Belief with some comes and goes without reason. With them it is a matter not of conviction, but rather of sensibility. And Bertha found prayer easier in Catholic churches than in the cheerless meeting houses she had been used to. She could not utter stated words at stated hours in a meaningless chorus. The crowd caused her to shut away her emotions, and her heart could expand only in solitude. In Paris she had found quiet chapels, open at all hours, to which she could go for rest when the sun without was over dazzling, and in the evening the dimness, the fragrance of old incense, and the silence were very restful. Then the only light came from the tapers, burning in gratitude or in hope, throwing a fitful, mysterious glimmer. And Bertha prayed earnestly for Edward and for herself. But Edward would not let himself be loved, and her efforts were all useless. Her love was a jewel that he valued not at all, that he flung aside and cared not if he lost. But she was too unhappy, too broken in spirit, to be angry. What was the use of anger? She knew that Edward would see nothing extraordinary in what he had done. He would return confident, well pleased with himself, after a good night's rest, and entirely unaware that she had been grievously hurt.
I suppose the injustice is on my side. I am too exacting. I can't help it.
She only knew one way to love, and that, it appeared, was a foolish way.
Oh, I wish I could go away again now, forever.
She got up and ate a solitary breakfast, busying herself afterwards in the house. Edward had left word that he would be in to luncheon, and was it not his pride to keep his word? But all her impatience had gone. Bertha felt now no particular anxiety to see him. She was on the point of going out. The air was warm and balmy, but did not, in case Edward should return and be disappointed at her absence.
What a fool I am to think of his feelings! If I'm not in, he'll just go about his work and think nothing more of me till I appear.
But notwithstanding, she stayed. He arrived at last, and she did not hurry to meet him. She was putting things away in her bedroom, and continued, though she heard his voice below. The difference was curious between her intense and almost painful expectation of the previous day, and this present unconcern. She turned as he came in, but did not move towards him.
So you've come back. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yes, rather. But I say, it's ripping to have you home. You weren't in a wax at my not being here.
Oh, no, she said, smiling. I didn't mind at all.
That's all right. Of course I'd never been to Lord Philip's before, and I couldn't wire the last minute to say that my wife was coming home and I had to meet her.
Of course not. It would have made you appear too absurd.
But I was jolly sick, I can tell you. If you'd only let me know a week ago that you were coming, I should have refused the invitation.
My dear Edward, I'm so unpractical. I never know my own mind, and I'm always doing things on the spur of the moment, to my own inconvenience and other people's. And I should never have expected you to deny yourself anything for my sake.
Bertha, perplexed, almost dismayed, looked at her husband with astonishment. She scarcely recognized him. In the 3 years of their common life Bertha had noticed no change in him, and with her great faculty for idealization had carried in her mind always his image as he appeared when first she saw him, the slender, manly youth of 28. Miss Ley had discerned alterations, and spiteful feminine tongues had said that he was going off dreadfully. But his wife had seen nothing, and the separation had given further opportunities to her fantasy. In absence she had thought of him as the handsomest of men, delighting over his clear features, his fair hair, his inexhaustible youth and strength. The plain facts would have disappointed her, even if Edward had retained the looks of his youth. But seeing, now as well, the other changes, the shock was extreme. It was a different man she saw, almost a stranger. Craddock did not wear well, though but 31. He looked much older. He had broadened and put on flesh, his features had lost their delicacy, and the red of his cheeks was growing coarse. He wore his clothes in a slovenly fashion, and had fallen into a lumbering walk, as if his boots were always heavy with clay. And there was in him, besides, the heartiness and intolerant joviality of the prosperous farmer. Edward's good looks had given Bertha the keenest pleasure, and now, rushing, as was her habit, to the other extreme, she found him almost ugly. This was an exaggeration, for though he was no longer the slim youth of her first acquaintance, he was still, in a heavy, massive way, better looking than the majority of men. Edward kissed her with marital calm, and the propinquity wafted to Bertha's nostrils the strong scents of the farmyard, which, no matter what his clothes, hung perpetually about him. She turned away, hardly concealing a little shiver of disgust. Yet they were the same masculine odours as once had made her nearly faint with desire. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. Bertha's imagination seldom permitted her to see things in anything but a false light. Sometimes they were pranked out in the glamour of the ideal, while at others the process was quite reversed. It was astonishing that so short a break should have destroyed the habit of 3 years. But the fact was plain that Edward had become a stranger, so that she felt it irksome to share the same room with him. She saw him now with jaundiced eyes, and told herself that at last she had discovered his true colours. Poor Edward was paying heavily, because the furtive years had robbed him of his locks and given him in exchange a superabundance of fat, because responsibility, the east wind, and good living had taken the edge off his features and turned his cheeks plethoric. Bertha's love, indeed, had finally disappeared as suddenly as it had arisen, and she began seriously to loathe her husband. She had acquired a certain part of Miss Ley's analytic faculty, which now she employed with destructive effect upon Edward's character. Her absence had increased the danger to Edward in another way, for the air of Paris had exhilarated her and sharpened her wits, so that her alertness to find fault was doubled, and her impatience with the commonplace and the stupid extreme. And Bertha soon found that her husband's mind was not only commonplace, but common. His ignorance no longer seemed touching, but merely shameful. His prejudices no longer amusing, but contemptible. She was indignant at having humbled herself so abjectly before a man of such narrowness of mind, of such insignificant character. She could not conceive how she had ever passionately loved him. He was bound in by the stupidest routine. It irritated her beyond measure to see the regularity with which he went through the varying processes of his toilet.
She was indignant with his presumption and self-satisfaction and conscious rectitude. Edward's taste was contemptible in books, in pictures, and in music, and his pretensions to judge upon such matters filled Bertha with scorn. At first his deficiencies had not affected her, and later she consoled herself with the obvious truism that a man may be ignorant of all the arts and yet have every virtue under the sun. But now she was less charitable. Bertha wondered that, because her husband could read and write as well as most board scholars, he should feel himself competent to judge books even without reading them. Of course, it was most unreasonable to blame the poor man for a foible common to the vast majority of mankind. Every one who can hold a pen is confident of his ability to criticize, and to criticize superciliously. It never occurs to the average citizen that, to speak modestly, almost as much art is needed to write a book as to adulterate a pound of tea, nor that the author has busied himself with style and contrast, characterization, light and shade, and many other things to which the practice of haberdashery, greengrocery, company promotion, or pork butchery is no great key. One day Edward, coming in, caught sight of the yellow paper cover of a French book that Bertha was reading.
"What, at it again?"
said he.
"You read too much. It's not good for people to be always reading."
"Is that your opinion?"
"My idea is that a woman oughtn't to stuff her head with books. You'd be much better out in the open air, or doing something useful."
"Is that your opinion?"
"Well, I should like to know why you're always reading."
"Sometimes to instruct myself, always to amuse myself."
"Much instruction you'll get out of an indecent French novel."
Bertha, without answering, handed him the book and showed the title. They were the letters of Madame de Sévigné.
"Well?"
he said.
"You're no wiser, dear Edward?"
she asked with a smile. Such a question, in such a tone, revenged her for much.
"You're none the wiser? I'm afraid you're very ignorant. You see, I'm not reading a novel, and it is not indecent. They are the letters of a mother to her daughter, models of epistolary style and feminine wisdom." Bertha purposely spoke in rather formal and elaborate a manner.
"Oh," said Edward,
somewhat mystified, feeling that he had been confounded, but certain none the less that he was in the right. Bertha smiled provokingly.
"Of course," he said, "I've got no objection to your reading, if it amuses you."
"It's very good of you to say so."
"I don't pretend to have any book learning. I'm a practical man, and it's not required. In my business you find that the man who reads books comes a mucker."
"You seem to think that ignorance is creditable."
"It's better to have a good and pure heart, Bertha, and a clean mind, than any amount of learning."
"It's better to have a grain of wit than a collection of moral saws."
"I don't know what you mean by that. But I'm quite content to be as I am, and I don't want to know a single foreign language. English is quite good enough for me."
"So long as you're a good sportsman and wash yourself regularly, you think you've performed the whole duty of man."
"If there's one chap I can't stick, it's a measly bookworm."
"I prefer him to the hybrid of a professional cricketer and a Turkish bath man."
"Does that mean me?"
"You can take it to yourself if you like," said Bertha, smiling, "or apply it to a whole class. Do you mind if I go on reading?" Bertha took up her book, but Edward was the more argumentatively inclined, since he saw he had not so far got the better of the contest.
"Well, what I must say is
If you want to read, why can't you read English books? Surely there are enough. I think English people ought to stick to their own country. I don't pretend to have read any French books, but I've never heard anybody deny that at all events the great majority are indecent and not the sort of thing a woman should read."
"It's always incautious to judge from common report," answered Bertha without looking up.
"And now that the French are always behaving so badly to us, I should like to see every French book in the kingdom put into a huge bonfire. I'm sure it would be all the better for we English people. What we want now is purity and reconstitution of the national life. I'm in favor of English morals, and English homes, English mothers, and English habits."
"What always astounds me, dear, is that though you invariably read the Standard, you always talk like the Family Herald." Bertha paid no further attention to Edward, who thereupon began to talk with his dogs. Like most frivolous persons, he found silence onerous, and Bertha thought it disconcerted him by rendering evident even to himself the vacuity of his mind. He talked with every animate thing, with the servants, with his pets, with the cat and the birds. He could not read even a newspaper without making a running commentary upon it. It was only a substantial meal that could induce even a passing taciturnity. Sometimes his unceasing chatter irritated Bertha so intensely that she was obliged to beg him, for heaven's sake, to hold his tongue. Then he would look up with a good-natured laugh.
"Was I making a row? Sorry, I didn't know it."
He remained quiet for 10 minutes, and then began to hum some obvious melody, than which there is no more detestable habit. Indeed, the points of divergence between the pair were innumerable. Edward was a person who had the courage of his opinions, and these he held with a firmness equal to his lack of knowledge. He disliked also whatever was not clear to his somewhat narrow intelligence, and was inclined to think it immoral. Music, for instance, in his opinion, was an English art, carried to the highest pitch in certain very simple melodies of his childhood. Bertha played the piano well and sang with a cultivated voice, but Edward objected to her performances because, whether she sang or whether she played, there was never a rollicking tune that a fellow could get his teeth into. It must be confessed that Bertha exaggerated, and that when a dull musical afternoon was given in the neighbourhood, she took a malicious pleasure in playing some long recitative form of a Wagner opera, which no one could make head or tail of. On such an occasion at the Glovers, the eldest, Miss Hancock, turned to Edward and remarked upon his wife's admirable playing. Edward was a little annoyed, because every one had vigorously applauded, and to him the sounds had been quite meaningless.
"Well, I'm a plain man," he said, "and I don't mind confessing that I never can understand the stuff Bertha plays."
"Oh, Mr. Craddock, not even Wagner?" said Miss Hancock, who had been as bored as Edward, but would not for worlds have confessed it, holding the contrary modest opinion that the only really admirable things are those you can't understand. Bertha looked at him, remembering her dream that they should sit at the piano together in the evening and play for hour after hour. As a matter of fact, he had always refused to budge from his chair, and had gone to sleep regularly.
"My idea of music is like Dr. Johnson's," said Edward, looking round for approval.
"Is Saul also among the prophets?" murmured Bertha.
"When I hear a difficult piece, I wish it was impossible."
"You forget, dear," said Bertha, smiling sweetly, "that Dr. Johnson was a very ill-mannered old man whom dear Fanny would not have allowed in her drawing room for 1 minute." "You sing now, Edward," said Miss Glover. "We've not heard you for ever so long."
"Oh, bless you," he retorted, "my singing's too old-fashioned. My songs have all got a tune in them and some feeling. They're only fit for the kitchen."
"Oh, please give us Ben Bolt," said Miss Hancock. "We're all so fond of it." Edward's repertory was limited, and every one knew his songs by heart.
"Anything to oblige," he said.
He was, as a matter of fact, fond of his singing, and applause was always grateful to his ears.
"Shall I accompany you, dear?"
said Bertha.
"Oh, don't you remember sweet Alice Ben Bolt, sweet Alice with hair so brown? She wept with delight when you gave her a smile, and trembled with fear at your frown."
Once upon a time Bertha had found a subtle charm in these pleasing sentiments and in the honest melody which adorned them, but it was not to be wondered if constant repetition had left her a little callous. Edward sang the ditty with a simple homely style, which is the same as saying with no style at all, and he employed therein much pathos. But Bertha's spirit was not forgiving. She owed him some return for the gratuitous attack on her playing, and the idea came to her to improve upon the accompaniment with little trills and flourishes which amused her immensely, but quite disconcerted her husband. Finally, just when his voice was growing flat with emotion over the gray-haired schoolmaster who had died, she wove in the strains of "The Blue Bells of Scotland" and "God Save the Queen," so that Edward broke down. For once his even temper was disturbed.
"I say, I can't sing if you go playing the fool. You'll spoil the whole thing."
"I'm very sorry," laughed Bertha. "I forgot what I was doing. Let's begin all over again."
"No, I'm not going to sing any more. You spoil the whole thing."
"Mrs. Craddock has no heart," said Miss Hancock.
"I don't think it's fair to laugh at an old song like this," said Edward. "After all, anyone can sneer. My idea of music is something that stirs one's heart. I'm not a sentimental chap, but Ben Bolt almost brings the tears to my eyes every time I sing it."
Bertha with difficulty abstained from retorting that sometimes she also felt inclined to weep, especially when he sang out of tune. Every one looked at her, as if she had behaved very badly, while she calmly smiled at Edward. But she was not amused. On the way home she asked him if he knew why she had spoilt his song.
"I'm sure I don't know, unless you were in one of your beastly tempers. I suppose you're sorry now."
"Not at all," she answered, laughing. "I thought you were rude to me just before, and I wanted to punish you a little. Sometimes you're really too supercilious. And besides that, I object to being found fault with in public. You'll have the goodness in future to keep your strictures till we are alone."
"I should have thought you could stand a bit of good-natured chaff by now."
"Oh, I can, dear Edward. Only perhaps you may have noticed that I am fairly quick at defending myself."
"What do you mean by that?"
"Merely that I can be horrid when I like, and you will be wise not to expose yourself to a public snub." Edward had never heard from his wife a threat so calmly administered, and it somewhat impressed him. But as a general rule Bertha checked the sarcasm which constantly rose to her tongue. She treasured in her heart the wrath and hatred which her husband occasioned, feeling that it was a satisfaction at last to be free from love of him. Looking back, the fetters which had bound her were intolerably heavy. And it was a sweet revenge, although he knew nothing of it, to strip the idol of his ermine cloak, and of his crown, and the gewgaws of his sovereignty. In his nakedness he was a pitiable figure. Edward, of all this, was totally unconscious. He was like a lunatic reigning in a madhouse over an imaginary kingdom. He did not see the curl of Bertha's lips upon some foolish remark of his, nor the contempt with which she treated him. and since she was a great deal less exacting, he found himself far happier than before. The ironic philosopher might find some cause for moralizing in the fact that it was not till Bertha began to hate Edward that he found marriage entirely satisfactory. He told himself that his wife's stay abroad had done her no end of good, and made her far more amenable to reason. Mr. Craddock's principles, of course, were quite right. He had given her plenty of run and ignored her cackle, and now she had come home to roost. There is nothing like a knowledge of farming and an acquaintance with the habits of domestic animals to teach a man how to manage his wife. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. If the gods, who scatter wit in sundry unexpected places, so that it is sometimes found beneath the bishop's mitre, and once in 1,000 years beneath a king's crown, had given Edward 2 pennyworth of that commodity, he would undoubtedly have been a great as well as a good man. Fortune smiled upon him uninterruptedly. He enjoyed the envy of his neighbours. He farmed with profit, and having tamed the rebellious spirit of his wife, he rejoiced in domestic felicity. And it must be noticed that he was rewarded only according to his deserts. He walked with upright spirit and contented mind along the path which it had pleased a merciful Providence to set before him. He was lighted on the way by a strong sense of duty, by the principles which he had acquired at his mother's knee, and by a conviction of his own merit. Finally, a deputation waited on him to propose that he should stand for the county council election which was shortly to be held. He had been unofficially informed of the project, and received Mr. Athill Bacot, with 7 committee men, in his frock coat and a manner full of responsibility. He told them he could do nothing rashly, must consider the matter, and would inform them of his decision. But Edward had already made up his mind to accept, and having shown the deputation to the door, went to Bertha. "Things are looking up," he said, having given her the details. The Blackstable district, for which Edward was invited to stand, being composed chiefly of fishermen, was intensely radical. Old Bacot said I was the only moderate candidate who'd have a chance. Bertha was too much astonished to reply. She had so poor an opinion of her husband that she could not understand why on earth they should make him such an offer. She turned over in her mind possible reasons. "It's a ripping thing for me, isn't it?" "But you're not thinking of accepting?" "Not? Of course I am. What do you think?" This was not an inquiry, but an exclamation. "You've never gone in for politics. You've never made a speech in your life." She thought he would make an abject fool of himself, and for her sake as well as for his, decided to prevent him from standing. "He's too ignorant," she thought. "What? I've made speeches at cricket dinners. You set me on my legs and I'll say something." "But this is different. You know nothing about the county council." "All you have to do is look after steam rollers and get glandered horses killed. I know all about it." There is nothing so difficult as to persuade men that they are not omniscient. Bertha, exaggerating the seriousness of the affair, thought it charlantry to undertake a post without knowledge and without capacity. Fortunately, that is not the opinion of the majority, or the government of this enlightened country could not proceed. "I should have thought you'd be glad to see me get a lift in the world," said Edward, somewhat offended that his wife did not fall down and worship. "I don't want you to make a fool of yourself, Edward.
You've told me often that you don't go in for book learning, and it can't hurt your feelings when I say that you're utterly ignorant. I don't think it's honest to take a position you're not competent to fill."
"Me not competent?" cried Edward with surprise. "That's a good one. Upon my word, I'm not given to boasting, but I must say I think myself competent to do most things. You just ask old Bacot what he thinks of me, and that'll open your eyes. The fact is, every one appreciates me but you. But they say a man's never a hero to his valet."
"Your proverb is most apt, dear Edward. But I have no intention of thwarting you in any of your plans. I only thought you did not know what you were going in for, and that I might save you from some humiliation."
"Humiliation? Where? Pooh! You think I shan't get elected. Well, look here, I bet you any money you like that I shall come out top of the poll."
Next day Edward wrote to Mr. Bacot, expressing pleasure that he was able to fall in with the views of the Conservative Association, and Bertha, who knew that no argument could turn him from his purpose, determined to coach him so that he should not make too arrant a fool of himself. Her fears were proportionate to her estimate of Edward's ability. She sent to London for pamphlets and blue books on the rights and duties of the County Council, and begged Edward to read them. But in his self-confident manner he pooh-poohed her, and laughed when she read them herself so as to be able to teach him.
"I don't want to know all that rot," he cried. "All a man wants is gumption. Why, do you suppose a man who goes in for Parliament knows anything about politics? Of course he doesn't."
Bertha was indignant that her husband should be so well satisfied in his illiteracy, and that he stoutly refused to learn. It is only when a man knows a good deal that he discovers how unfathomable is his ignorance. Edward, knowing so little, was convinced that there was little to know, and consequently felt quite assured that he knew all which was necessary. He might more easily have been persuaded that the moon was made of green cheese than that he lacked the very rudiments of knowledge. The County Council elections in London were also being held at that time, and Bertha, hoping to give Edward useful hints, diligently read the oratory which they occasioned. But he refused to listen.
"I don't want to crib other men's stuff. I'm going to talk on my own."
"Why don't you write out a speech and get it by heart?"
Bertha fancied that so she might influence him a little, and spare herself and him the humiliation of utter ridicule.
"Old Bacot says when he makes a speech he always trusts to the spur of the moment. He says that Fox made his best speeches when he was blind drunk."
"Do you know who Fox was?" asked Bertha.
"Some old buffer or other who made speeches."
The day arrived when Edward for the first time was to address his constituents, in the Blackstable Town Hall, and for a week past placards had been pasted on every wall and displayed in every shop, announcing the glad news. Mr. Bacot came to Court Leys, rubbing his hands.
"We shall have a full house. It'll be a big success. The hall will hold 400 people, and I think there won't be standing room. I dare say you'll have to address an overflow meeting at the Foresters' Hall afterwards." "I'll address any number of meetings you like," replied Edward.
Bertha grew more and more nervous. She anticipated a horrible collapse. They did not know, as she did, how limited was Edward's intelligence. She wanted to stay at home, so as to avoid the ordeal, but Mr. Bacot had reserved for her a prominent seat on the platform. "Are you nervous, Eddie?" she said, feeling more kindly disposed to him from his approaching trial.
"Me nervous? What have I got to be nervous about?"
The hall was indeed crammed with the most eager, smelly, enthusiastic crowd Bertha had ever seen. The gas jets flared noisily, throwing crude lights on the people, sailors, tradesmen, labourers and boys. On the platform, in a semicircle like the immortal gods, sat the notabilities of the neighbourhood, Conservatives to the backbone. Bertha looked round with apprehension. but tried to calm herself with the thought that they were stupid people and she had no cause to tremble before them. Presently the Vicar took the chair, and in a few well chosen words introduced Mr. Craddock.
Mr. Craddock, like good wine, needs no bush. You all know him, and an introduction is superfluous. Still, it is customary on such an occasion to say a few words on behalf of the candidate, and I have great pleasure, etc., etc.
Now Edward rose to his feet, and Bertha's blood ran cold. She dared not look at the audience. He advanced with his hands in his pockets. He had insisted on dressing himself up in a frock coat and the most dismal pepper and salt trousers.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, unaccustomed to public speaking as I am.
Bertha looked up with a start. Could a man at the end of the 19th century seriously begin an oration with those words? But he was not joking. He went on gravely, and looking around, Bertha caught not the shadow of a smile. Edward was not in the least nervous. He quickly got into the swing of his speech, and it was terrible. He introduced every hackneyed phrase he knew. He mingled slang incongruously with pompous language, and his silly jokes, chestnuts of great antiquity, made Bertha writhe and shudder. She wondered that he could go on with such self-possession. Did he not see that he was making himself perfectly absurd? She dared not look up for fear of catching the sniggers of Mrs. Branderton and of the Hancocks. "One sees what he was before he married Miss Ley. Of course he's a quite uneducated man. I wonder his wife did not prevent him from making such an exhibition of himself. The grammar of it, my dear, and the jokes and the stories!" Bertha clenched her hands, furious because the flush of shame would not leave her cheeks. The speech was even worse than she had expected. He used the longest words, and getting entangled in his own verbosity, was obliged to leave his sentence unfinished. He began a period with an elaborate flourish, and waddled in confusion to the tamest commonplace. He was like a man who set out to explore the Andes and then, changing his mind, took a stroll in the Burlington Arcade. How long would it be, asked Bertha, before the audience broke into jeers and hisses? She blessed them for their patience. And what would happen afterwards? Would Mr. Bacot ask Edward to withdraw from the candidature? And supposing Edward refused, would it be necessary to tell him that he was really too great a fool? Bertha saw already the covert sneers of her neighbours. "Oh, I wish he'd finish," she muttered between her teeth. The agony, the humiliation of it, were unendurable. But Edward was still talking, and gave no signs of an approaching termination. Bertha thought miserably that he had always been long-winded. If he would only sit down quickly, the failure might not be irreparable. He made a vile pun, and every one cried, "Oh, oh!" Bertha shivered and set her teeth. She must bear it to the end now. Why wouldn't he sit down? Then Edward told an agricultural story, and the audience shouted with laughter. A ray of hope came to Bertha. Perhaps his absolute vulgarity might save him with the vulgar people who formed the great body of the audience. But what must the Brandertons and the Molsons and the Hancocks and all the rest of them be saying? They must utterly despise him. But worse was to follow. Edward came to his peroration, and a few remarks on current politics, of which he was entirely ignorant, brought him to his country, England, home, and beauty. He turned the tap of patriotism full on. It gurgled in a stream. He blew the penny trumpets of English purity and the tin whistles of the British Empire, and he beat the big drum of the great Anglo-Saxon race. He thanked God he was an Englishman, and not as others are, Tommy Atkins and Jack Tar
and Mr. Rudyard Kipling danced a jig to the strains of the British Grenadiers, and Mr. Joseph Chamberlain executed a pas seul to the air of Yankee Doodle. Lastly, he waved the Union Jack. The hideous sentimentality and the bad taste and the commonness made Bertha ashamed. It was horrible to think how ignoble must be the mind of a man who could foul his mouth with the expression of such sentiments. Finally Edward sat down. For one moment the audience were silent, for the shortest instant, and then with one throat broke into thunderous applause. It was no perfunctory clapping of hands. They rose as one man and shouted and yelled with enthusiasm. "Good old Teddy!" cried a voice, and then the air was filled with "For he's a jolly good fellow." Mrs. Branderton stood on a chair and waved her handkerchief. Miss Glover clapped her hands as if she were no longer an automaton. "Wasn't it perfectly splendid?" she whispered to Bertha. Every one on the platform was in a frenzy of delight. Mr. Bacot warmly shook Edward's hand. Mrs. Mayston Ryle fanned herself desperately. The scene may well be described, in the language of journalists, as one of unparalleled enthusiasm. Bertha was dumbfounded. Mr. Bacot jumped to his feet. "I must congratulate Mr. Craddock on his excellent speech. I am sure it comes as a surprise to all of us that he should prove such a fluent speaker, with such a fund of humour and common sense. And what is more valuable than these, his last words have proved to us that his heart, gentlemen, is in the right place. And that is saying a great deal. In fact, I know nothing better to be said of a man than that his heart is in the right place. You know me, ladies and gentlemen. I have made many speeches to you since I had the honour of standing for the constituency in '85. But I must confess I couldn't make a better speech myself than the one you had just heard." You could, cried Edward modestly. "No, Mr. Craddock, no. I assert deliberately, and I mean it, that I could not do better myself. From my shoulders I let fall the mantle and give it——" Here Mr. Bacot was interrupted by the stentorian voice of the landlord of the Pig and Whistle, a rabid conservative. "3 cheers for good old Teddy." "That's right, my boys," repeated Mr. Bacot, for once taking an interruption in good part. "3 cheers for good old Teddy." The audience opened its mighty mouth and roared, then burst again into "For he's a jolly good fellow." Arthur Branderton, when the tumult was subsiding, rose from his chair and called for more cheers. The object of all this enthusiasm sat calmly, with a well satisfied look on his face, taking it all with his usual modest complacency. At last the meeting broke up with cheers and "God save the Queen" and "He's a jolly good fellow." The committee and the personal friends of the Craddocks retired to the side room for light refreshment. The ladies clustered round Edward, congratulating him. Arthur Branderton came to Bertha. "Ripping speech, wasn't it?" he said. "I had no idea he could jaw like that. By Jove, it simply stirred me right through." Before Bertha could answer, Mrs. Mayston Ryle sailed in. "Where is the man?" she cried in her loud tones. "Where is he? Show him to me. My dear Mr. Craddock, your speech was perfect. I say it." "And in such good taste," said Miss Hancock, her eyes glowing. "How proud you must be of your husband, Mrs. Craddock." "There's no chance for the Radicals now," said the Vicar, rubbing his hands. "Oh, Mr. Craddock,
let me come near you," cried Mrs. Branderton. "I've been trying to get at you for 20 minutes. You've simply extinguished the horrid radicals. I couldn't help crying. You were so pathetic."
"One may say what one likes," whispered Miss Glover to her brother, "but there's nothing in the world so beautiful as sentiment. I felt my heart simply bursting."
"Mr. Craddock," added Mrs. Mayston Ryle, "you've pleased me. Where's your wife, that I may tell her so?" "It's the best speech we've ever had down here," cried Mrs. Branderton. "That's the only true thing I've heard you say for 20 years, Mrs. Branderton," replied Mrs. Mayston Ryle, looking very hard at Mr. Atthill Bacot. Chapter 26 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. When Lord Rosebery makes a speech, even the journals of his own party report him in the first person and at full length. And this is said to be the politician's supreme ambition. Having reached such distinction, there is nothing left him but an honourable death and a public funeral in Westminster Abbey. Now, the Blackstable Times accorded this honour to Edward's first effort. It was printed with numberless I's peppered boldly over it. The grammar was corrected and the stops inserted just as for the most important orators. Edward bought a dozen copies and read the speech right through in each, to see that his sentiments were correctly expressed and that there were no misprints. He gave it to Bertha and stood over her while she read. "Looks well, don't it?" he said. "Splendid." "By the way, is Aunt Polly's address 72 Eliot Mansions?" "Yes, why?" Her jaw fell as she saw him roll up half a dozen copies of the Blackstable Times and address the wrapper. "I'm sure she'd like to read my speech, and it might hurt her feelings if she heard about it and I'd not sent her the report." "Oh, I'm sure she'd like to see it very much. But if you send 6 copies you'll have none left for other people." "Oh, I can easily get more. The editor chap told me I could have 1,000 if I liked. I'm sending her 6 because I dare say she'd like to forward some to her friends." By return of post came Miss Ley's reply. My dear Edward, I perused all 6 copies of your speech with the greatest interest, and I think you will agree with me that it is high proof of its merit that I was able to read it the 6th time with as unflagging attention as the first. The peroration, indeed, I am convinced that no acquaintance could stale. It is so true that every Englishman has a mother, supposing of course that an untimely death has not robbed him of her. It is curious how one does not realize the truth of some things till they are pointed out, when one's only surprise is at not having seen them before. I hope it will not offend you if I suggest that Bertha's handiwork seems to me not invisible in some of the sentiments, especially in that passage about the Union Jack. Did you really write the whole speech yourself? Come now, confess that Bertha helped you. Yours very sincerely, Mary Ley. Edward read the letter and tossed it laughing to Bertha. "What cheek! Her suggesting that you helped me. I like that." "I'll write at once and tell her that it was all your own." Bertha still could hardly believe genuine the admiration which her husband excited. Knowing his extreme incapacity, she was astounded that the rest of the world should think him an uncommonly clever fellow. To her, his pretensions were merely ridiculous. She marvelled that he should venture to discuss with dogmatic glibness subjects of which he knew nothing, but she marvelled still more that people should be impressed thereby. He had an astonishing faculty of concealing his ignorance. At last the polling day arrived, and Bertha waited anxiously at Court Leys for the result. Edward eventually appeared, radiant. "What did I tell you?" said he.
"I see you've got in."
"Got in isn't the word for it. What did I tell you, eh? My dear girl, I've simply knocked 'em all into a cocked hat. I got double the number of votes that the other chap did, and it's the biggest poll they've ever had. Aren't you proud that your hubby should be a county councillor? I tell you, I shall be an MP before I die."
"I congratulate you with all my heart,"
said Bertha dryly, but trying to be enthusiastic. Edward in his excitement did not observe her coolness. He was walking up and down the room, concocting schemes, asking himself how long it would be before Miles Campbell, the member, was confronted by the inevitable dilemma of the unopposed MP, one horn of which is the kingdom of heaven and the other the House of Lords. Presently he stopped. "I'm not a vain man," he remarked, "but I must say I don't think I've done badly." Edward for a while was somewhat overwhelmed by his own greatness, but the opinion came to his rescue that the rewards were only according to his deserts, and presently he entered energetically into the not very arduous duties of the county councillor. Bertha continually expected to hear something to his disadvantage, but on the contrary everything seemed to proceed very satisfactorily, and Edward's aptitude for business, his keenness in making a bargain, his common sense, were heralded abroad in a manner that should have been most gratifying to his wife. But as a matter of fact these constant praises exceedingly disquieted Bertha. She asked herself uneasily whether she was doing him an injustice. Was he really so clever? Had he indeed the virtues which common report ascribed to him? Perhaps she was prejudiced, or perhaps he was cleverer than she. This thought came like a blow, for she had never doubted that her intellect was superior to Edward's. Their respective knowledge was not comparable. She occupied herself with ideas that Edward did not conceive. His mind was ever engaged in the utterest trivialities. He never interested himself in abstract things, and his conversation was tedious, as only the absence of speculation could make it. It was extraordinary that every one but herself should so highly estimate his intelligence. Bertha knew that his mind was paltry, and his ignorance phenomenal. His pretentiousness made him a charlatan. One day he came to her, his head full of a new idea. "I say, Bertha, I've been thinking it over, and it seems a pity that your name should be dropped entirely. And it sounds funny that people called Craddock should live at Court Leys."
"Do you think so? I don't know how you can remedy it, unless you think of advertising for tenants with a more suitable name."
"Well, I was thinking it wouldn't be a bad idea, and it would have a good effect on the county, if we took your name again."
He looked at Bertha, who stared at him icily, but answered nothing.
"I've talked to old Bacot about it, and he thinks it would be just the thing. So I think we'd better do it."
"I suppose you're going to consult me on the subject?"
"That's what I'm doing now."
"Do you think of calling yourself Ley Craddock, or Craddock Ley, or dropping the Craddock altogether?"
"Well, to tell you the truth, I hadn't gone so far as that yet."
Bertha gave a little scornful laugh. "I think the idea's perfectly ridiculous."
"I don't see that. I think it would be rather an improvement."
"Really, Edward, if I was not ashamed to take your name, I don't think that you need be ashamed to keep it."
"I say, I think you might be reasonable. You're always standing in my way."
"I have no wish to do that. If you think my name will add to your importance, use it by all means. You may call yourself Tompkins, for all I care."
"What about you?"
"Oh, I shall continue to call myself Craddock."
"I do think it's rough. You never do anything to help me."
"I am sorry you're dissatisfied, but you forget that you have impressed one ideal on me for years. You have always given me to understand that your pattern female animal was the common or domestic cow." Edward did not understand what Bertha meant, and it occurred to him dimly that it was perhaps not altogether proper. "You know, Edward, I always regret that you didn't marry Fanny Glover. You would have suited one another admirably, and I think she would have worshipped you as you desire to be worshipped. I'm sure she would not have objected to your calling yourself Glover."
"I shouldn't have wanted to take her name. That's no better than Craddock. The only thing in lay is that it's an old county name, and has belonged to your people."
"That is why I don't choose that you should use it."
Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Time passed slowly, slowly. Bertha wrapped her pride about her like a cloak, but sometimes it seemed too heavy to bear, and she nearly fainted. The restraint which she imposed upon herself was often intolerable. Anger and hatred seethed within her, but she forced herself to preserve the smiling face which people had always seen. She suffered intensely from her loneliness of spirit. She had not a soul to whom she could tell her unhappiness. It is terrible to have no means of expressing oneself, to keep imprisoned always the anguish that gnaws at one's heartstrings. It is well enough for the writer; he can find solace in his words, he can tell his secret and yet not betray it. But the woman has only silence. Bertha loathed Edward now with such angry physical repulsion that she could not bear his touch, and every one she knew was his admiring friend. How could she tell Fanny Glover that Edward was a fool who bored her to death, when Fanny Glover thought him the best and most virtuous of mankind? She was annoyed that in the universal estimation Edward should have eclipsed her so entirely. Once his only importance lay in the fact that he was her husband, but now the positions were reversed. She found it very irksome thus to shine with reflected light, and at the same time despised herself for the petty jealousy. She could not help remembering that Court Leys was hers, and that if she chose she could send Edward away like a hired servant. At last she felt it impossible longer to endure his company. He made her stupid and vulgar. She was ill and weak, and she utterly despaired. She made up her mind to go away again, this time forever.
"If I stay, I shall kill myself."
For 2 days Edward had been utterly miserable. A favourite dog had died, and he was brought to the verge of tears. Bertha watched him contemptuously.
"You are more affected over the death of a wretched poodle than you have ever been over a pain of mine."
"Oh, don't rag me now, there's a good girl. I can't bear it."
"Fool,"
muttered Bertha under her breath. He went about with hanging head and melancholy face, telling every one the particulars of the beast's demise, in a voice quivering with emotion.
"Poor fellow," said Miss Glover, "he has such a good heart."
Bertha could hardly repress the bitter invective that rose to her lips. If people knew the coldness with which he had met her love, the indifference he had shown to her tears and to her despair. She despised herself when she remembered the utter self-abasement of the past.
"He made me drink the cup of humiliation to the very dregs."
From the height of her disdain she summed him up for the 1000th time. It was inexplicable that she had been subject to a man so paltry in mind, so despicable in character. It made her blush with shame to think how servile had been her love. Dr. Ramsay, who was visiting Bertha for some trivial ill, happened to come in when she was engaged with such thoughts.
"Well," he said, as soon as he had taken a breath, "and how is Edward to-day?"
"Good heavens, how should I know?" she cried, beside herself, the words slipping out unawares after the long constraint.
"Hulloa, what's this? Have the turtle doves had a tiff at last?"
"Oh, I'm sick of continually hearing Edward's praises. I'm sick of being treated as an appendage to him."
"What's the matter with you, Bertha?" said the doctor, bursting into a shout of laughter. "I always thought nothing pleased you more than to hear how much we all liked your husband."
"Oh, my good doctor, you must be blind or an utter fool. I thought every one knew by now that I loathe my husband."
"What?" shouted Dr. Ramsay; then, thinking Bertha was unwell, "Come, come, I see you want a little medicine, my dear. You're out of sorts, and like all women you think the world is consequently coming to an end."
Bertha sprang from the sofa. "Do you think I should speak like this if I hadn't good cause? Don't you think I'd conceal my humiliation if I could? Oh, I've hidden it long enough. Now I must speak. Oh, God, I can hardly help screaming with pain when I think of all I've suffered and hidden. I've never said a word to any one but you, and now I can't help it. I tell you I loathe and abhor my husband, and I utterly despise him. I can't live with him any more, and I want to go away." Dr. Ramsay opened his mouth and fell back in his chair. He looked at Bertha as if he expected her to have a fit.
"You're not serious?"
Bertha stamped her foot impatiently. "Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm a fool too? We've been miserable for years, and it can't go on. If you knew what I've had to suffer when every one has congratulated me and said how pleased they were to see me so happy. Sometimes I've had to dig my nails in my hands to prevent myself from crying out the truth." Bertha walked up and down the room, letting herself go at last. The tears were streaming down her cheeks, but she took no notice of them. She was giving full vent to her passionate hatred. "Oh, I've tried to love him. You know how I loved him once, how I adored him. I would have laid down my life for him with pleasure. I would have done anything he asked me. I used to search for the smallest indication of his wishes so that I might carry them out. It overjoyed me to think that I was his abject slave. But he's destroyed every vestige of my love, and now I only despise him. I utterly despise him. Oh, I've tried to love him, but he's too great a fool." The last words Bertha said with such force that Dr. Ramsay was startled.
"My dear Bertha!"
"Oh, I know you all think him wonderful. I've had his praises thrown at me for years. But you don't know what a man really is till you've lived with him, till you've seen him in every mood and in every circumstance. I know him through and through, and he's a fool. You can't conceive how stupid, how utterly brainless he is. He bores me to death."
"Come now, you don't mean what you say. You're exaggerating as usual. You must expect to have little quarrels now and then. Upon my word, I think it took me 20 years to get used to my wife."
"Oh, for God's sake, don't be sententious," Bertha interrupted fiercely. "I've had enough moralizing in these 5 years. I might have loved Edward better if he hadn't been so moral. He's thrown his virtues in my face till I'm sick of them. He's made every goodness ugly to me, till I sigh for vice just for a change. Oh, you can't imagine how frightfully dull is a really good man. Now I want to be free. I tell you I can't stand it any more." Bertha again walked up and down the room excitedly.
"Upon my word," cried Dr. Ramsay, "I can't make head or tail of it."
"I didn't expect you would. I knew you'd only moralize."
"What do you want me to do? Shall I speak to him?"
"No, no. I've spoken to him endlessly. It's no good. Do you suppose your speaking to him will make him love me? He's incapable of it. All he can give me is esteem and affection. Good God, what do I want with esteem?
It requires a certain intelligence to love, and he hasn't got it. I tell you he's a fool. Oh, when I think that I'm shackled to him for the rest of my life, I feel I could kill myself."
"Come now, he's not such a fool as all that. Every one agrees that he's a very smart man of business. And I can't help saying that I've always thought you did uncommonly well when you insisted on marrying him."
"It was all your fault," cried Bertha. "If you hadn't opposed me I might not have married so quickly. Oh, you don't know how I've regretted it. I wish I could see him dead at my feet."
Dr. Ramsay whistled. His mind worked somewhat slowly, and he was becoming confused with the overthrow of his cherished opinions, and the vehemence with which the unpleasant operation was conducted.
"I didn't know things were like this."
"Of course you didn't," said Bertha scornfully. "Because I smiled and hid my sorrow, you thought I was happy. When I look back on the wretchedness I've gone through, I wonder that I can ever have borne it."
"I can't believe that this is very serious. You'll be of a different mind to morrow, and wonder that such things ever entered your head. You mustn't mind an old chap like me telling you that you're very headstrong and impulsive. After all, Edward is a fine fellow, and I can't believe that he would willingly hurt your feelings."
"Oh, for heaven's sake, don't give me more of Edward's praises."
"I wonder if you're a little jealous of the way he's got on?"
asked the doctor, looking at her sharply. Bertha blushed, for she had asked herself the same question, and much scorn was needed to refute it.
"I? My dear doctor, you forget. Oh, don't you understand that it isn't a passing whim? It's dreadfully serious to me. I've borne the misery till I can bear it no longer. You must help me to get away. If you have any of your old affection for me, do what you can. I want to go away, but I don't want to have any more rows with Edward. I just want to leave him quietly. It's no good trying to make him understand that we're incompatible. He thinks that it's enough for my happiness just to be his wife. He's of iron, and I am pitifully weak. I used to think myself so strong."
"Am I to take it that you're absolutely serious? Do you want to take the extreme step of separating from your husband?"
"It's an extreme step that I've taken before. Last time I went with a flourish of trumpets, but now I want to go without any fuss at all. I still loved Edward then, but I have even ceased to hate him. Oh, I knew I was a fool to come back, but I couldn't help it. He asked me to return, and I did."
"Well, I don't know what I can do for you. I can't help thinking that if you wait a little, things will get better."
"I can't wait any longer. I've waited too long. I'm losing my whole life."
"Why don't you go away for a few months, and then you can see? Miss Ley is going to Italy for the winter as usual, isn't she? Upon my word, I think it would do you good to go too."
"I don't mind what I do, so long as I can get away. I'm suffering too much."
"Have you thought that Edward will miss you?"
asked Dr. Ramsay gravely.
"No, he won't. Good heavens, don't you think I know him by now? I know him through and through, and he's callous and selfish and stupid, and he's making me like himself. Oh, Dr. Ramsay, please help me."
"Does Miss Ley know?"
asked the doctor, remembering what she had told him on her visit to Court Leys.
"No, I'm sure she doesn't. She thinks we adore one another, and I don't want her to know. I'm such a coward now. Years ago I never cared a straw for what any one in the world thought of me, but my spirit is utterly broken. Oh, get me away from here, Dr. Ramsay. Get me away."
She burst into tears, weeping as she had been long unaccustomed to do. She was utterly exhausted after the outburst of all that for years she had kept hid.
"I'm still so young, and I almost feel an old woman. Sometimes I should like to lie down and die, and have done with it all."
A month later Bertha was in Rome, but at first she was hardly able to realize the change in her condition. Her life at Court Leys had impressed itself upon her with such ghastly distinctness that she could not imagine its cessation. She was like a prisoner so long immured that freedom dazes him, and he looks for his chains and cannot understand that he is free. The relief was so great that Bertha could not believe it true, and she lived in fear that her vision would be disturbed, and that she would find herself again within the prison walls of Court Leys. It was a dream that she wandered in sunlit places, where the air was scented with violets and with roses. The people were unreal, the models lounging on the steps of the Piazza di Spagna, the ragged urchins, quaintly costumed and importunate, the silver speech that caressed the air. How could she believe that life was true when it gave blue sky and sunshine, so that the heart thrilled with joy when it gave rest and peace and the most delightful idleness? Real life was gloomy and strenuous, its setting a Georgian mansion surrounded by desolate, wind-swept fields. In real life every one was very virtuous and very dull. The 10 Commandments hedged one round with the menace of hell fire and eternal damnation, a dungeon more terrible because it had not walls nor bars and bolts. But beyond these gloomy stones with their harsh "thou shalt not" is a land of fragrance and of light, where the sunbeams send the blood running gaily through the veins, where the flowers give their perfume freely to the air, in token that riches must be spent and virtue must be squandered, where the amorettes flutter here and there on the spring breezes, unknowing whither they go, uncaring. It is a land of olive trees and of pleasant shade, and the sea kisses the shore gently to show the youths how they must kiss the maidens. Their dark eyes flash lambently, telling the traveller he need not fear, since love may be had for the asking. Blood is warm, and hands linger with grateful pressure in hands, and red lips ask for the kisses that are so sweet to give. There the flesh and the spirit walk side by side, and each is well satisfied with the other. Ah, give me the sunshine of this blissful country, and a garden of roses, and the murmur of a pleasant brook. Give me a shady bank, and wine, and books, and the coral lips of Amaryllis, and I will live in complete felicity for at least 10 days. To Bertha, the life in Rome seemed like a play. Miss Leys left her much freedom, and she wandered alone in strange places. She went often to the market, and spent the morning among the booths, looked at 1,000 things she did not want to buy. She fingered rich silks and antique bits of silver, smiling at the compliments of a friendly dealer. The people bustled around her, talking volubly, intensely alive, and yet, in her inability to understand that what she saw was true, they seemed but puppets. She went to the galleries, to the Sistine Chapel, or to the stanze of Raphael, and lacking the hurry of the tourist and his sense of duty, she would spend a whole morning in front of one picture or in a corner of some old church, weaving with the sight before her the fantasies of her imagination. And when she felt the need of her fellow men, Bertha went to the Pincio and mingled with the throng that listened to the band. But the Franciscan monk in his brown cowl standing apart was a figure of some romantic play, and the soldiers in gay uniforms, the bersaglieri with the bold cock's feathers in their hats, were the chorus of a comic opera, and there were black-robed priests, some old and fat, taking the sun and smoking cigarettes, at peace with themselves and with the world; others young and restless, the flesh unsubdued shining out of their dark eyes, and every one seemed as happy as the children who romped and scampered with merry cries. But gradually the shadows of the past fell away, and Bertha was able more consciously to appreciate the beauty and the life that surrounded her; and knowing it transitory, she set herself to enjoy it as best she could. Care and youth are with difficulty yoked together, and merciful time wraps in oblivion the most gruesome misery. Bertha stretched out her arms to embrace the wonders of the living world, and she put away the dreadful thought that it must end so quickly. In the spring she spent long hours in the gardens that surrounded the city, where the remains of ancient Rome mingled exotically with the half tropical luxuriance, and called forth new and subtle emotions. The flowers grew in the sarcophagi with a wild exuberance, wantoning, it seemed, in mockery of the tomb from which they sprang. Death is hideous, but life is always triumphant. The rose and the hyacinth arise from man's decay, and the dissolution of man is but the signal of other birth, and the world goes on, beautiful and ever new, revelling in its vigor. Bertha went to the Villa Medici and sat where she could watch the light glowing on the mellow facade of the old palace, and Syrinx peeping between the reeds. The students saw her and asked who was the beautiful woman who sat so long and so unconscious of the eyes that looked at her. She went to the Villa Doria Pamphili, majestic and pompous, the fitting summer house of princes in gorgeous clothes, of bishops and of cardinals, and the ruins of the Palatine with its cypress trees sent her thought back and back, and she pictured to herself the glory of bygone power. But the wildest garden of all, the garden of the Mattei, pleased her best. Here were a greater fertility and a greater abandonment. The distance and the difficulty of access kept strangers away, and Bertha could wander through it as if it were her own. She thought she had never enjoyed such exquisite moments as were given her by its solitude and its silence. Sometimes a troop of scarlet seminarists sauntered along the grass-grown avenues, vivid colour against the verdure. Then she went home tired and happy, and sat at her open window and watched the dying sun. The sun set over St. Peter's, and the mighty cathedral was transfigured into a temple of fire and gold. The dome was radiant, formed no longer of solid stones, but of light and sunshine. It was the crown of a palace of Hyperion. Then, as the sun fell to the horizon, St. Peter's stood out in darkness, stood out in majestic profile against the splendour of heaven. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. But after Easter, Miss Ley proposed that they should travel slowly back to England. Bertha had dreaded the suggestion, not only because she regretted to leave Rome, but still more because it rendered necessary some explanation. The winter had passed comfortably enough, with the excuse of indifferent health, but now some other reason must be found to account for the continued absence from her husband's side, and Bertha's racked imagination gave her nothing. She was determined, however, under no circumstances to return to Court Leys. After such happy freedom, the confinement of body and soul would be doubly intolerable. Edward had been satisfied with the pretext and had let Bertha go without a word. As he said, he was not the man to stand in his wife's way when her health required her to leave him, and he could peg along all right by himself. Their letters had been fairly frequent, but on Bertha's side a constant effort. She was always telling herself that the only rational course was to make Edward a final statement of her intentions, and then break off all communication. But the dread of fuss and bother, and of endless explanation, restrained her, and she compromised by writing as seldom as possible and adhering to the merest trivialities. She was surprised once or twice, when she had delayed her answer, to receive from him a second letter, asking with some show of anxiety why she did not write. Miss Ley had never mentioned Edward's name, and Bertha surmised that she knew much of the truth. But she kept her own counsel. Blessed are they who mind their own business and hold their tongues. Miss Ley, indeed, was convinced that some catastrophe had occurred, but, true to her habit of allowing people to work out their lives in their own way without interference, took care to seem unobservant. Which was really very noble, for she prided herself on nothing more than on her talent for observation.
"The most difficult thing for a wise woman to do," she said, "is to pretend to be a foolish one."
Finally she guessed Bertha's present difficulty, and it seemed easily surmountable.
"I wish you'd come back to London with me instead of going to Court Leys," she said. "You've never had a London season, have you? On the whole, I think it's amusing. The opera is very good, and sometimes you see people who are quite well dressed."
Bertha did not answer, and Miss Ley, seeing her wish to accept and at the same time her hesitation, suggested that she should come for a few weeks, well knowing that a woman's visit is apt to spin itself out for an indeterminate time.
"I'm sorry I shan't have room for Edward too," said Miss Ley, smiling dryly. "But my flat is very small, you know."
They had been settled a few days in the flat at Eliot Mansions, when Bertha, coming in to breakfast one morning, found Miss Ley in a great state of suppressed amusement. She was quivering like an uncoiled spring, and she pecked at her toast and at her egg in a bird-like manner, which Bertha knew could only mean that some one had made a fool of himself, to the great entertainment of her aunt. Bertha began to laugh.
"Good heavens!" she cried. "What has happened?" "My dear, a terrible catastrophe."
Miss Ley repressed a smile, but her eyes gleamed and danced as though she were a young woman.
"You don't know Gerald Vaudrey, do you? But you know who he is. I believe he's a cousin of mine."
Bertha's father, who made a practice of quarrelling with all his relations, had found in General Vaudrey a brother-in-law as irascible as himself, so that the two families had never been on speaking terms.
"I've just had a letter from his mother to say he's been philandering rather violently with her maid, and they're all in despair. The maid has been sent away in hysterics, his mother and his sister are in tears, and the General's in a passion and says he won't have the boy in his house another day, and the little wretch is only 19. Disgraceful, isn't it?" "Disgraceful," said Bertha, smiling. "I wonder what there is in a French maid that small boys should invariably make love to her." "Oh, my dear, if you only saw my sister's maid! She's 40 if she's a day, and her complexion is like parchment, very much the worse for wear. But the awful part of it is that your Aunt Betty beseeches me to look after the boy. He's going to Florida in a month, and meanwhile he's to stay in London. Now, what I want to know is how am I to keep a dissolute infant out of mischief? Is it the sort of thing that one would expect of me?" Miss Ley waved her arms with comic desperation. "Oh, but it'll be great fun. We'll reform him together. We'll lead him on a path where French maids are not to be met at every turn and corner." "My dear, you don't know what he is. He's an utter young scamp. He was expelled from Rugby. He's been to half a dozen crammers because they wanted him to go to Sandhurst, but he utterly refused to work, and he's been ploughed in every exam he's gone in for, even for the militia. So now his father has given him £500 and told him to go to the devil. How rude! But why should the poor boy go to Florida? I suggested that. I know some people who've got an orange plantation there, and I dare say that the view of several miles of orange blossom will suggest to him that promiscuous flirtation may have unpleasant results. I think I shall like him, said Bertha. I have no doubt you will. He's an utter scamp and rather pretty. Next day, when Bertha was in the drawing room, reading, Gerald Vaudrey was shown in. She smiled to reassure him, and put out her hand in the friendliest manner. She thought he must be a little confused at meeting a stranger instead of Miss Ley, and unhappy in his disgrace. "You don't know who I am?" she said. "Oh, yes, I do," he replied, with a very pleasant smile. "The slavey told me Aunt Polly was out, but that you were here." "I'm glad you didn't go away." "I thought I shouldn't frighten you, you know." Bertha opened her eyes. He was certainly not at all shy, though he looked even younger than 19. He was a nice boy, very slight and not so tall as Bertha, with a small, quite girlish face. He had a tiny, pretty nose and a pink and white freckled complexion. His hair was dark and curly. He wore it somewhat long, evidently aware that it was beautiful, and his handsome green eyes had a charming expression. His sensual mouth was always smiling. "What a nice boy," thought Bertha. "I'm sure I shall like him." He began to talk as if he had known her all his life, and she was entertained by the contrast between his innocent appearance and his disreputable past. He looked about the room with boyish ease and stretched himself comfortably in a big armchair. "Hulloa, that's new since I was here last," he said, pointing to an Italian bronze. "Have you been here often?" "Rather. I used to come here whenever it got too hot for me at home. It's no good scrapping with your governor, because he's got the ooftish. It's a jolly unfair advantage that fathers have, but they always take it. So when the old chap flew into a passion, I used to say, 'I won't argue with you. If you can't treat me like a gentleman, I shall go away for a week.' And I used to come here. Aunt Polly always gave me 5 quid and said, 'Don't tell me how you spend it, because I shouldn't approve, but come again when you want some more.' She is a ripper, ain't she?" "I'm sorry she's not in." "I'm rather glad, because I can have a long talk with you till she comes. I've never seen you before, so I have such a lot to say." "Have you?" said Bertha, laughing. "That's rather unusual in young men." He looked so absurdly young that Bertha could not help treating him as a schoolboy, and she was amused at his communicativeness. She wanted him to tell her his escapades, but was afraid to ask. "Are you very hungry?" She thought that boys always had appetites. "Would you like some tea?" "I'm starving." She poured him out a cup, and taking it and 3 jam sandwiches, he sat on a footstool at her feet. He made himself quite at home. "You've never seen my Vaudrey cousins, have you?" he asked, with his mouth full. "I can't stick 'em at any price, they're such frumps. I'll tell 'em all about you. It'll make them beastly sick." Bertha raised her eyebrows. "And do you object to frumps?" "I simply loathe them. At the last tutor's I was at, the old chap's wife was the most awful old geezer you ever saw. So I wrote and told my mater that I was afraid my morals were being corrupted." "And did she take you away?" "Well, by a curious coincidence, the old chap wrote the very same day and told the pater if he didn't remove me he'd give me the shoot. So I sent in my resignation and told him his cigars were poisonous, and cleared out." "Don't you think you'd better sit on a chair?" said Bertha. "You must be very uncomfortable on that footstool." "Oh no, not at all. After a Turkey carpet and a dining room table, there's nothing so comfy as a footstool. A chair always makes me feel
Respectable and dull. Bertha thought Gerald rather a nice name.
How long are you staying in London?
Oh, only a month, worse luck. Then I've got to go to the States to make my fortune and reform.
I hope you will.
Which? One can't do both at once, you know. You make your money first, and you reform afterwards, if you've got time. But whatever happens, it'll be a good sight better than sweating away at an everlasting crammer's. If there is one man I can't stick at any price, it's the army crammer.
You have a large experience of them, I understand.
I wish you didn't know all my past history. Now I shan't have the sport of telling you.
I don't think it would be edifying.
Oh, yes, it would. It would show you how virtue is downtrodden. That's me. And how vice is triumphant. I'm awfully unlucky. People sort of conspire together to look at my actions from the wrong point of view. I've had a jolly rough luck all through. First I was bunked from Rugby. Well, that wasn't my fault. I was quite willing to stay, and I'm blowed if I was worse than anybody else. The pater blackguarded me for 6 weeks and said I was bringing his grey hairs with sorrow to the grave. Well, you know, he's simply awfully bald. So at last I couldn't help saying that I didn't know where his grey hairs were going to, but it didn't much look as if he meant to accompany them. So after that he sent me to a crammer who played poker. Well, he skinned me of every shilling I'd got, and then wrote and told the pater I was an immoral young dog and corrupting his house. I think we'd better change the subject, Gerald, said Bertha. Oh, but you must have the sequel. The next place I went to, I found none of the other fellows knew poker. So, of course, I thought it a sort of merciful interposition of Providence to help me to recoup myself. I told 'em not to lay up treasures in this world, and walloped in 30 quid in 4 days. Then the old thingamajig, I forget his name, but he was a parson, told me I was making his place into a gambling hell, and that he wouldn't have me another day in his house. So off I toddled, and I stayed at home for 6 months. That gave me the fair hump, I can tell you. The conversation was disturbed by the entrance of Miss Ley.
You see, we've made friends, said Bertha.
Gerald always does that with everybody.
He's the most gregarious person. How are you, Lothario?
Flourishing, my Belinda, he replied, flinging his arms round Miss Ley's neck to her great delight and pretended indignation.
You're irrepressible, she said. I expected to find you in sackcloth and ashes, penitent and silent.
My dear Aunt Polly, ask me to do anything you like except to repent and hold my tongue.
You know, your mother has asked me to look after you.
I like being looked after. And is Bertha going to help?
I've been thinking it over, added Miss Ley, and the only way I can think to keep you out of mischief is to make you spend your evenings with me. So you'd better go home now and dress. I know there's nothing you like better than changing your clothes.
Meanwhile, Bertha observed with astonishment that Gerald was simply devouring her with his eyes. It was impossible not to see his evident admiration.
The boy must be mad,
she thought, but could not help feeling a little flattered.
He's been telling me some dreadful stories, she said to Miss Ley, when he had gone. I hope they're not true. Oh, I think you must take all Gerald says with a grain of salt. He exaggerates dreadfully, and all boys like to seem Byronic. So do most men, for the matter of that. He looks so young. I can't believe that he's really naughty. Well, my dear, there's no doubt about his mother's maid. The evidence is of the most conclusive order. I know I should be dreadfully angry with him, but everyone is so virtuous nowadays that a change is quite refreshing. And he's so young, he may reform. Englishmen start galloping to the devil, but as they grow older they nearly always change horses and amble along gently to respectability, a wife, and 17 children. I like the contrast of his green eyes and his dark hair. My dear, it can't be denied that he's made to capture the feminine heart. I never try to resist him myself, he's so extremely convincing when he tells you some outrageous fib." Bertha went to her room and looked at herself in the glass, then put on her most becoming dinner dress. "Good gracious," said Miss Ley, "you've not put that on for Gerald? You'll turn the boy's head. He's dreadfully susceptible." "It's the first one I came across," replied Bertha, innocently. Chapter 29 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "You've quite captured Gerald's heart," said Miss Ley to Bertha a day or two later. "He's confided to me that he thinks you perfectly stunning." "He's a very nice boy," said Bertha, laughing. The youth's outspoken admiration could not fail to increase her liking, and she was amused by the stare of his green eyes, which, with a woman's peculiar sense, she felt even when her back was turned. They followed her, they rested on her hair and on her beautiful hands. When she wore a low dress they burnt themselves on her neck and breast. She felt them travel along her arms and embrace her figure. They were the most caressing, smiling eyes, but with a certain mystery in their emerald depths. Bertha did not neglect to put herself in positions wherein Gerald could see her to advantage, and when he looked at her hands she could not be expected to withdraw them as though she were ashamed. Few Englishmen see anything in a woman but her face, and it seldom occurs to them that her hand has the most delicate outlines, all grace and gentleness, with tapering fingers and rosy nails. They never look for the thousand things it has to say. "Don't you know it's very rude to stare like that?" said Bertha with a smile, turning round suddenly. "I beg your pardon, I didn't know you were looking." "I wasn't, but I saw you all the same." She smiled at him most engagingly, and she saw a sudden flame leap into his eyes. A married woman is always gratified by the capture of a youth's fickle heart. It is an unsolicited testimonial to her charms, and has the great advantage of being completely free from danger. She tells herself that there is no better training for a boy than to fall in love with a really nice woman a good deal older than himself. It teaches him how to behave and keeps him from getting into mischief. How often have callow youths been known to ruin their lives by falling into the clutches of some horrid adventuress with yellow hair and painted cheeks. Since she is old enough to be his mother, the really nice woman thinks there can be no harm in flirting with the poor boy, and it seems to please him. So she makes him fetch and carry, and dazzles him, and drives him quite distracted, till his youthful fickleness comes to the rescue, and he falls passionately enamoured of a barmaid. When, of course, she calls him an ungrateful and low-minded wretch, regrets she was so mistaken in his character, and tells him never to come near her again. This, of course, only refers to the women that men fall in love with. It is well known that the others have the strictest views on the subject, and would sooner die than trifle with any one's affections. Gerald had the charming gift of becoming intimate with people at the shortest notice, and a cousin is an agreeable relation, especially when she's pretty, with whom it is easy to get on. The relationship is not so close as to warrant chronic disagreeableness, and close enough to permit personalities, which are the most amusing part of conversation. Within a week Gerald took to spending his whole day with Bertha, and she found the London season much more amusing than she had expected. She looked back with distaste to her only 2 visits to town. One had been her honeymoon, and the other the first separation from her husband. It was odd that in retrospect both seemed equally dreary.
Edward had almost disappeared from her thoughts, and she exulted like a captive free from chains. Her only annoyance was his often expressed desire to see her. Why could he not leave her alone as she left him? He was perpetually asking when she would return to Court Leys, and she had to invent excuses to prevent his coming to London. She loathed the idea of seeing him again. But she put aside these thoughts when Gerald came to fetch her, sometimes for a bicycle ride in Battersea Park, sometimes to spend an hour in one of the museums. It is no wonder that the English are a populous race, when one observes how many are the resorts supplied by the munificence of governing bodies for the express purpose of philandering. On a hot day, what spot can be more enchanting than the British Museum, cool, silent, and roomy, with harmless statues which tell no tales, and afford matter for conversation to break an awkward pause? The parks also are eminently suited for those whose fancy turns to thoughts of platonic love. Hyde Park is the fitting scene for an idyll in which Corydon wears patent leather boots and a top hat, while Phyllis has an exquisite frock which suits her perfectly. The well-kept lawns, the artificial water, and the trim paths give a mock rurality which is infinitely amusing to persons who do not wish to take things too seriously. Here in the summer mornings Gerald and Bertha spent much time. It pleased her to listen to his chatter and to look into his green eyes. He was such a very nice boy, and seemed so much attached to her. Besides, he was only in London for a month, and quite secure in his departure. She could afford to let him fall a little in love. "Are you sorry you're going away so soon?" she asked. "I shall be miserable at leaving you." "It's nice of you to say so." Bit by bit she extracted from him his discreditable history. Bertha was possessed by a curiosity to know details, which she elicited artfully, making him confess his iniquities that she might pretend to be angry. It gave her a curious thrill, partly of admiration, to think that he was such a depraved young person, and she looked at him with a sort of amused wonder. He was very different from the virtuous Edward. A childlike innocence shone out of his handsome eyes, and yet he had already tasted the wine of many emotions. Bertha felt somewhat envious of the sex which gave opportunity, and the spirit which gave power, to seize life boldly and wring from it all it had to offer. "I ought to refuse to speak to you any more," she said. "I ought to be ashamed of you." "But you're not. That's why you're such a ripper." How could she be angry with a boy who adored her? His very perversity fascinated her. Here was a man who would never hesitate to go to the devil for a woman, and Bertha was pleased at the compliment to her sex. One evening Miss Ley was dining out, and Gerald asked Bertha to come to dinner with him, and then to the opera. She refused, thinking of the expense, but he was so eager, and she really so anxious to go, that finally she consented. "Poor boy, he's going away so soon. I may as well be nice to him." Gerald arrived in high spirits, looking even more boyish than usual. "I'm really afraid to go out with you," said Bertha. "People will think you're my son. Dear me, who'd have thought she was 40?" "What rot!" He looked at her beautiful gown. Like all the really nice women, Bertha was extremely careful to be always well dressed. "By Jove, you are a stunner." "My dear child, I'm old enough to be your mother." They drove off to a restaurant which Gerald, boylike, had chosen because common report pronounced it the dearest in London. Bertha was much amused by the bustle, the glitter of women in diamonds, the busy waiters gliding to and fro, the glare of the electric light, and her eyes rested with approval on the handsome boy in front of her. She could not keep in check the recklessness with which he insisted on ordering the most expensive things, and when they arrived at the opera she found he had a box.
"Oh, you wretch!" she cried. "You must be utterly ruined."
"Oh, I've got 500 quid," he replied, laughing. "I must blue some of it."
"Why on earth did you get a box?"
"I remembered that you hated any other part of the theatre."
"But you promised to get cheap seats."
"And I wanted to be alone with you." He was by nature a flatterer, and few women could withstand the cajolery of his green eyes and of his charming smile.
"He must be very fond of me,"
thought Bertha, as they drove home, and she put her arm in his to express her thanks and her appreciation.
"It's very nice of you to have been so good to me. I always thought you were a nice boy."
"I'd do more than that for you." He would have given the rest of his £500 for one kiss. She knew it and was pleased, but gave him no encouragement, and for once he was bashful. They separated at her doorstep with the quietest handshake.
"It's awfully kind of you to have come."
He appeared immensely grateful to her. Her conscience pricked her now that he had spent so much money, but she liked him all the more. Gerald's month was nearly over, and Bertha was astonished that he occupied her thoughts so much. She did not know that she was so fond of him.
"I wish he weren't going," she said, and then quickly, "but of course it's much better that he should."
At that moment the boy appeared.
"This day week you'll be on the sea, Gerald,"
she said.
"Then you'll be sorry for all your iniquities."
"No," he answered, sitting in the position he most affected, at Bertha's feet.
"No, which?"
"I shan't be sorry," he replied, with a smile. "And I'm not going away."
"What do you mean?"
"I've altered my plans. The man I'm going to said I could start at the beginning of the month, or a fortnight later."
"But why?"
It was a foolish question, because she knew.
"I had nothing to stay for. Now I have, that's all."
Bertha looked at him and caught his shining eyes fixed intently upon her. She became grave. "You're not angry?" he asked, changing his tone. "I thought you wouldn't mind. I don't want to leave you." He looked at her so earnestly, and tears came to his eyes. Bertha could not help being touched.
"I'm very glad that you should stay, dear. I didn't want you to go so soon. We've been such good friends."
She passed her fingers through his curly hair and over his ears, but he started and shivered. "Don't do that," he said, pushing her hand away.
"Why not?" she cried, laughing. "Are you frightened of me?"
And caressingly she passed her hand over his ears again.
"Oh, you don't know what pain that gives me."
He sprang up, and to her astonishment Bertha saw that he was pale and trembling. "I feel I shall go mad when you touch me." Suddenly she saw the burning passion in his eyes. It was love that made him tremble. Bertha gave a little cry, and a curious sensation pressed her heart. Then, without warning, the boy seized her hands, and falling on his knees before her, kissed them repeatedly. His hot breath made Bertha tremble too, and the kisses burnt themselves into her flesh. She snatched her hands away.
"I've wanted to do that so long," he whispered.
She was too deeply moved to answer, but stood looking at him.
"You must be mad, Gerald."
She pretended to laugh.
"Bertha."
They stood very close together. He was about to put his arms round her, and for an instant she had an insane desire to let him do what he would, to let him kiss her lips as he had kissed her hands. And she wanted to kiss his mouth, and the curly hair, and his cheeks soft as a girl's. But she recovered herself.
"Oh, it's absurd. Don't be silly, Gerald."
He could not speak. He looked at her, his green eyes sparkling with desire. "I love you."
"My dear boy, do you want me to succeed your mother's maid?" "Oh!"
He gave a groan and turned red.
"I'm glad you're staying on. You'll be able to see Edward, who's coming to town. You've never met my husband, have you?"
His lips twitched, and he seemed to struggle to compose himself. Then he threw himself on a chair and buried his face in his hands. He seemed so little, so young, and he loved her. Bertha looked at him for a moment, and tears came to her eyes. She called herself brutal, and put her hand on his shoulder.
"Gerald!"
He did not look up. "Gerald, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm sorry for what I said." She bent down and drew his hands away from his face. "Are you cross with me?" he asked, almost tearfully. "No," she answered caressingly. "But you mustn't be silly, dearest. You know I'm old enough to be your mother." He did not seem consoled, and she felt still that she had been horrid. She took his face between her hands and kissed his lips, and as if he were a little child, she kissed away the tear drops that shone in his eyes. Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Bertha still felt on her hands Gerald's passionate kisses, like little patches of fire, and on her lips was still the touch of his boyish mouth. What magic current had passed from him to her that she should feel this sudden happiness? It was enchanting to think that Gerald loved her. She remembered how his eyes had sparkled, how his voice had grown hoarse so that he could hardly speak. Ah, those were the signs of real love, of the love that is mighty and triumphant. Bertha put her hands to her heart with a rippling laugh of pure joy, for she was beloved. The kisses tingled on her fingers so that she looked at them with surprise. She seemed almost to see a mark of burning. She was very grateful to him. She wanted to take his head in her hands and kiss his hair and his boyish eyes, and again the soft lips. She told herself that she would be a mother to him. The day following he had come to her almost shyly, afraid that she would be angry, and the bashfulness contrasting with his usual happy audacity had charmed her. It flattered her extremely to think that he was her humble slave, to see the pleasure he took in doing as she bade. But she could hardly believe it true that he loved her, and she wished to reassure herself. It gave her a queer thrill to see him turn white when she held his hand, to see him tremble when she leaned on his arm. She stroked his hair and was delighted with the anguish in his eyes. "Don't do that," he cried. "Please, you don't know how it hurts." "I was hardly touching you," she replied, laughing. She saw in his eyes glistening tears. They were tears of passion, and she could scarcely restrain a cry of triumph. At last she was loved as she wished. She gloried in her power. Here at last was one who would not hesitate to lose his soul for her sake. She was intensely grateful. But her heart grew cold when she thought it was too late, that it was no good. He was only a boy, and she was married, and nearly 30. But even then, why should she attempt to stop him? If it was the love she dreamt of, nothing could destroy it. And there was no harm. Gerald said nothing to which she might not listen, and he was so much younger than she. He was going in less than a month, and it would all be over. Why should she not enjoy the modest crumbs that the gods let fall from their table? It was little enough, in all conscience. How foolish is he who will not bask in the sun of St. Martin's summer, because it heralds the winter as surely as the east wind. They spent the whole day together, to Miss Ley's amusement, who for once did not use her sharp eyes to much effect. "I'm so thankful to you, Bertha, for looking after the lad. His mother ought to be eternally grateful to you for keeping him out of mischief." "I'm very glad if I have," said Bertha. "He's such a nice boy, and I'm so fond of him. I should be very sorry if he got into trouble. I'm rather anxious about him afterwards." "My dear, don't be, because he's certain to get into scrapes. It's his nature, but it's likewise his nature to get out of them. He'll swear eternal devotion to half a dozen fair damsels, and ride away rejoicing while they are left to weep upon one another's bosoms. It's some men's nature to break women's hearts." "I think he's only a little wild. He means no harm. These sort of people never do.
That's what makes their wrongdoing so much more fatal." "And he's so affectionate. My dear, I shall really believe that you're in love with him." "I am," said Bertha, "madly." The plain truth is often the surest way to hoodwink people, more especially when it is told unconsciously. Women of 50 have an irritating habit of treating as contemporaries all persons of their own sex who are over 25, and it never struck Miss Ley that Bertha might look upon Gerald as anything but a little boy. But Edward could no longer be kept in the country. Bertha was astonished that he should wish to see her, and a little annoyed, for now of all times his presence would be importunate. She did not wish to have her dream disturbed. She knew it was nothing else. It was a mere spring day of happiness in the long winter of life. She looked at Gerald now with a heavy heart, and could not bear to think of the future. How empty would existence be without that joyous smile, above all without that ardent passion. This love was wonderful. It surrounded her like a mystic fire, and lifted her up so that she seemed to walk on air. But things always come too late, or come by halves. Why should all her passion have been squandered and flung to the winds, so that now, when a beautiful youth offered her his virgin heart, she had nothing to give in exchange? Bertha told herself that though she was extremely fond of Gerald, of course she did not love him. He was a mere boy. She was a little nervous at the meeting between him and Edward. She wondered what they would think of one another, and she watched Gerald. Edward came in like a country breeze, obstreperously healthy, jovial, large, and somewhat bald. Miss Ley trembled lest he should knock her china over as he went round the room. He kissed her on one cheek and Bertha on the other.
"Well, how are you all? And this is my young cousin, eh? How are you? Pleased to meet you." He wrung Gerald's hand, towering over him, beaming good-naturedly, then sat in a chair much too small for him, which creaked and grumbled at his weight. There are few sensations more amusing for a woman than to look at the husband she has once adored and think how very unnecessary he is. But it is apt to make conversation a little difficult. Miss Ley soon carried Gerald off, thinking that husband and wife should enjoy a little of that isolation to which marriage has indissolubly doomed them. Bertha had been awaiting, with great discomfort, the necessary ordeal. She had nothing to tell Edward, and was much afraid that he would be sentimental. "Where are you staying?" she asked. "Oh, I'm putting up at the Inns of Court. I always go there."
"I thought you might care to go to the theatre to-night. I've got a box, so that Aunt Polly and Gerald can come too."
"I'm game for anything you like."
"You always were the best-tempered man," said Bertha, smiling gently.
"You don't seem to care very much for my society, all the same."
Bertha looked up quickly. "What makes you think that?"
"Well, you're a precious long time coming back to Court Leys," he replied, laughing. Bertha was relieved, for evidently he was not taking the matter seriously. She had not the courage to say that she meant never to return. The endless explanation, his wonder, the impossibility of making him understand, were more than she could bear. "When are you coming back? We all miss you, like anything."
"Do you?" she said. "I really don't know. We'll see after the season."
"What? Aren't you coming for another couple of months?"
"I don't think Blackstable suits me very well. I'm always ill there."
"Oh, nonsense. It's the finest air in England. Death rate practically nil."
"Do you think our life was very happy, Edward?" She looked at him anxiously to see how he would take the tentative remark, but he was only astonished.
"Happy? Yes, rather. Of course we had our little tiffs. All people do. But they were chiefly at first. The road was a bit rough, And we hadn't got our tires properly blown out. I'm sure I've got nothing to complain about."
"That, of course, is the chief thing," said Bertha.
"You look as well as anything now. I don't see why you shouldn't come back."
"Well, we'll see later. We shall have plenty of time to talk it over." She was afraid to speak the words on the tip of her tongue. It would be easier by correspondence.
"I wish you'd give some fixed date, so that I could have things ready and tell people."
"It depends upon Aunt Polly. I really can't say for certain. I'll write to you." They kept silence for a moment, and then an idea seized Bertha. "What do you say to going to the Natural History Museum? Don't you remember? We went there on our honeymoon. I'm sure it would amuse you to see it again."
"Would you like to go?" asked Edward.
"I'm sure it would amuse you," she replied. Next day, while Bertha was shopping with her husband, Gerald and Miss Ley sat alone. "Are you very disconsolate without Bertha?" she asked. "Utterly miserable." "That's very rude to me, dear boy." "I'm awfully sorry, but I can never be polite to more than one person at a time, and I've been using up all my good manners on Mr. Craddock." "I'm glad you like him," replied Miss Ley, smiling. "I don't. He's a very worthy man. If I hadn't seen Bertha for 6 months, I shouldn't take her off at once to see bugs." "Perhaps it was Bertha's suggestion." "She must find Mr. Craddock precious dull if she prefers black beetles and stuffed kangaroos." "You shouldn't draw such rapid conclusions, my friend." "Do you think she's fond of him?" "My dear Gerald, what a question! Is it not her duty to love, honour, and obey him?" "If I were a woman, I could never honour a man who was bald." "His locks are somewhat scanty, but he has a strong sense of duty." "I know that," shouted Gerald. "It oozes out of him whenever he gets hot, just like gum." "He's a county councillor, and he makes speeches about the Union Jack, and he's virtuous." "I know that too. He simply reeks of the 10 Commandments. They stick out all over him like almonds in a tipsy cake." "My dear Gerald, Edward is a model. He is the typical Englishman as he flourishes in the country, upright and honest, healthy, dogmatic, moral, rather stupid. I esteem him enormously, and I ought to like him much better than you, who are a disgraceful scamp." "I wonder why you don't." "Because I'm a wicked old woman, and I've learnt by long experience that people generally keep their vices to themselves, but insist on throwing their virtues in your face. And if you don't happen to have any of your own, you get the worst of the encounter. I think that's what's so comfortable in you, Aunt Polly, that you're not obstreperously good. You're charity itself." "My dear Gerald," said Miss Ley, putting up an admonishing forefinger, "women are by nature spiteful and intolerant. When you find one who exercises charity, it proves that she wants it very badly herself." Miss Ley was glad that Edward could not stay more than 2 days, for she was always afraid of surprising him. Nothing is more tedious than to talk with persons who treat your most obvious remarks as startling paradoxes, and Edward suffered likewise from that passion for argument which is the bad talker's substitute for conversation. People who cannot talk are always proud of their dialectic. They want to modify your tritest observations, and, even if you suggest that the day is fine, insist on arguing it out. Bertha, in her husband's presence, had suffered singular discomfort. It had been such a constraint that she found it an effort to talk with him, and she had to rack her brain for subjects of conversation. Her heart was perceptibly lightened when she returned from Victoria after seeing him off, and it gave her a thrill of pleasure to hear Gerald jump up when she came in. He ran towards her with glowing eyes. "Oh, I'm so glad. I've hardly had a chance of speaking to you these last 2 days. We have the whole afternoon before us. Let's go for a walk, shall we?" Bertha agreed, and like two schoolfellows they sallied out. The day was sunny and warm, and they wandered by the river. The banks of the Thames about Chelsea have a pleasing trimness, a levity which is infinitely grateful after the sedateness of the rest of London. The embankments, in spite of their novelty, recall the days when the huge city was a great straggling village, when the sedan chair was a means of locomotion, and ladies wore patches and hoops, when epigram was the fashion, and propriety was not. Presently, as they watched the gleaming water, a penny steamboat approached the adjoining stage and gave Bertha an idea. "Would you like to take me to Greenwich?" she cried. "Aunt Polly's dining out. We can have dinner at the Ship and come back by train." "By Jove, it will be ripping!" They bolted down the gangway and took their tickets. The boat started, and Bertha, panting, sank on a seat. She felt a little reckless, pleased with herself, and amused to see Gerald's unmeasured delight. "I feel as if we were eloping," she said with a laugh. "I'm sure Aunt Polly will be dreadfully shocked." The boat went on, stopping every now and then to take in passengers. They came to the tottering wharves of Millbank, and then to the footstool turrets of St. John's, the 8 red blocks of St. Thomas's Hospital, and the Houses of Parliament. They passed Westminster Bridge and the massive strength of New Scotland Yard, the hotels and public buildings which line the Victoria Embankment, the Temple Gardens. And opposite this grandeur, on the Surrey side, were the dingy warehouses and factories of Lambeth. At London Bridge Bertha found new interest in the varying scene. She stood in the bows with Gerald by her side, not speaking. They were happy in being near one another. The traffic became denser and the boat more crowded, with artisans, clerks, noisy girls, going eastwards to Rotherhithe and Deptford. Great merchantmen lay by the riverside, or slowly made their way downstream under the Tower Bridge. And then the broad waters were crowded with every imaginable craft, with lazy barges as picturesque with their red sails as the fishing boats of Venice, with little tugs puffing and blowing, with ocean tramps and with huge packets. And as they passed in the penny steamer, they had swift pictures of groups of naked boys wallowing in the Thames mud or diving from the side of an anchored coal barge. A new atmosphere enveloped them now. Grey warehouses which lined the river, and the factories, announced the commerce of a mighty nation, and the spirit of Charles Dickens gave to the passing scenes a fresh delight. How could they be prosaic when the great master had described them? An amiable stranger put names to the various places. "Look, there's Wapping Old Stairs," and the words thrilled Bertha like poetry. They passed innumerable wharves and docks: London Dock, John Cooper's Wharves, and William Gibbs' Wharves. Who are John Cooper and William Gibbs? Limehouse Basin and West India Dock. Then with a great turn of the river they entered Limehouse Reach, and soon the noble lines of the hospital, the immortal monument of Inigo Jones, came into view, and they landed at Greenwich Pier. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. They stood for a while on a terrace overlooking the river by the side of the hospital. Immediately below, a crowd of boys were bathing, animated and noisy, chasing and ducking one another, running to and fro with many cries, and splashing in the mud. The river was stretched more widely before them. The sun played on its yellow wavelets, so that they shone with a glitter of gold. A tug grunted past with a long tail of barges, and a huge East Indiaman glided noiselessly by. In the late afternoon there was over the scene an old-time air of ease and spaciousness. The stately flood carried the mind away. so that the onlooker followed it in thought, and went down as it broadened, with its crowd of traffic, till presently a sea smell reached the nostrils, and the river, ever majestic, flowed into the sea. And the ships went east and west and south, bearing their merchandise to the uttermost parts of the earth, to southern summer lands of palm trees and dark-skinned peoples, bearing the name and wealth of England. The Thames became an emblem of the power of the mighty empire, and those who watched felt stronger in its strength, and proud of their name and of the undiminished glory of their race. But Gerald looked sadly. "In a very little while it must take me away from you, Bertha." "But think of the freedom and the vastness. Sometimes in England one seems oppressed by the lack of room. One can hardly breathe." "It's the thought of leaving you." She put her hand on his arm caressingly, and then, to take him from his sadness, suggested that they should walk. Greenwich is half London, half country town, and the unexpected union gives it a peculiar fascination. If the wharves and docks of London still preserve the spirit of Charles Dickens, here it is the happy breeziness of Captain Marryat which fills the imagination. Those tales of a freer life and of the sea breezes come back amid the grey streets, still peopled with the vivid characters of Poor Jack. In the park, by the side of the labourers, navvies from the neighbouring docks, asleep on the grass, or watching the boys play a primitive cricket, may be seen fantastic old persons who would have delighted the grotesque pen of the seaman novelist. Bertha and Gerald sat beneath the trees, looking at the people till it grew late, and then wandered back to the Ship for dinner. It amused them immensely to sit in the old coffee room and be waited on by a black waiter who extolled absurdly the various dishes. "We won't be economical to day," cried Bertha. "I feel utterly reckless." "It takes all the fun away if one counts the cost." "Well, for once let's be foolish and forget the morrow." And they drank champagne, which to women and boys is the acme of dissipation and magnificence. Presently Gerald's green eyes flashed more brightly, and Bertha reddened before their ardent gaze. "I shall never forget to day, Bertha," said Gerald. "As long as I live I shall look back upon it with regret." "Oh, don't think that it must come to an end, or we shall both be miserable." "You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." Bertha laughed, showing her exquisite teeth, and was glad that her own knowledge told her she looked her best. "But come on the terrace again and smoke there. We'll watch the sunset." They sat alone, and the sun was already sinking. The heavy western clouds were a rich and vivid red, and over the river the bricks and mortar stood out in ink-black masses. It was a sunset that singularly fitted the scene, combining in audacious colour with the river's strength. The murky wavelets danced like little flames of fire. Bertha and the youth sat silently, very happy, but with the regret gnawing at their hearts that their hour of joy would have no morrow. The night fell, and one by one the stars shone out. The river flowed noiselessly, restfully, and around them twinkled the lights of the riverside towns. They did not speak, but Bertha knew the boy thought of her, and desired to hear him say so. "What are you thinking of, Gerald?" "What should I be thinking of but you, and that I must leave you?" Bertha could not help the exquisite pleasure that his words gave. It was so delicious to be really loved, and she knew his love was real. She turned her face so that he saw her dark eyes, darker in the night. "I wish I hadn't made a fool of myself before," he whispered. "I feel it was all horrible. You've made me so ashamed." "Oh, Gerald, you're not remembering what I said the other day? I didn't mean to hurt you. I've been so sorry ever since." "I wish you loved me. Oh, Bertha, don't stop me now. I've kept it in so long, and I can't any more. I don't want to go away without telling you." "Oh, my dear Gerald, don't," said Bertha, her voice almost breaking. "It's no good, and we shall both be dreadfully unhappy. My dear, you don't even know how much older I am than you. Even if I wasn't married, it would be impossible for us to love one another. But I love you with all my heart." He seized her hands and pressed them, and she made no effort to resist. "Don't you love me at all?" he asked. Bertha did not answer, and he bent nearer to look into her eyes. Then, leaving her hands, he flung his arms about her and pressed her to his heart. "Bertha, Bertha!" He kissed her passionately. "Oh, Bertha, say you love me. It would make me so happy." "My dearest," she whispered, and taking his head in her hand, she kissed him. But the kiss that she had received fired her blood, and she could not resist now from doing as she had wished. She kissed him on the lips and on the eyes, and she kissed his curly hair. But at last she tore herself away and sprang to her feet. "What fools we are! Let's go to the station, Gerald. It's growing late." "Oh, Bertha, don't go yet." "We must. I daren't stay." He tried to take her in his arms, begging her eagerly to remain. "Please don't, Gerald," she said. "Don't ask me. You make me too unhappy. Don't you see how hopeless it is? What is the use of our loving one another? You're going away in a week, and we shall never meet again. And even if you were staying, I'm married, and I'm 26, and you're only 19. My dearest, we should only make ourselves ridiculous." "But I can't go away. What do I care if you're older than I? And it's nothing if you're married. You don't care for your husband, and he doesn't care two straws for you." "How do you know?" "Oh, I saw it. I felt so sorry for you." "You dear boy," murmured Bertha, almost crying. "I've been dreadfully unhappy. It's true Edward never loved me, and he didn't treat me very well. Oh, I can't understand how I ever cared for him." "I'm glad." "I would never allow myself to fall in love again. I suffered too much." "But I love you with all my heart, Bertha. Don't you see it? Oh, this isn't like what I've felt before. It's something quite new and different. I can't live without you, Bertha. Oh, let me stay." "It's impossible. Come away now, dearest. We've been here too long." "Kiss me again." Bertha, half smiling, half in tears, put her arms round his neck and kissed the soft, boyish lips. "You are good to me," he whispered. Then they walked to the station in silence, and eventually reached Chelsea. At the flat door, Bertha held out her hand, and Gerald looked at her with a sadness that almost broke her heart. Then he just touched her fingers and turned away. But when Bertha was alone in her room, she threw herself down and burst into tears, for she knew at last that she loved him. Gerald's kisses still burned on her lips, and the touch of his hands was tremulous on her arms. Suddenly she knew that she had deceived herself. It was more than friendship that held her heart, as in a vice. It was more than affection. It was eager, vehement love. For a moment she was overjoyed, but quickly remembered that she was married, that she was years older than he. To a boy 19, a woman of 26 must appear almost middle-aged. She seized a glass and looked at herself. She took it to the light so that the test might be more searching, and scrutinized her face for wrinkles and for crow's feet, the signs of departing youth. "It's absurd," she said. "I'm making an utter fool of myself." Gerald only thought he loved her. In a week he would be enamoured of some girl he met on the steamer. But thinking of his love, Bertha could not doubt that now at all events it was real. She knew better than any one what love was. She exulted to think that his was the real love, and compared it with her husband's pallid flame. Gerald loved her with all his heart, with all his soul. He trembled with desire at her touch, and his passion was an agony that blanched his cheek. She could not mistake the eager longing of his eyes. Ah, that was the love she wanted, the love that kills, the love that engenders. How could she regret that he loved her? She stood up, stretching out her arms in triumph, and in the empty room her lips formed the words, "Come, my beloved, come, for I love you." But the morning brought an intolerable depression. Bertha saw then the utter futility of her love. Her marriage, his departure, made it impossible. The disparity of age made it even grotesque. But she could not dull the aching of her heart, she could not stop her tears. Gerald arrived at midday and found her alone. He approached almost timidly. "You've been crying, Bertha." "I've been very unhappy," she said. "Oh, please, Gerald, forget our idiocy of yesterday. Don't say anything to me that I mustn't hear." "I can't help loving you." "Don't you see that it's all utter madness?" She was angry with herself for loving him, angry with Gerald because he had aroused in her a passion that made her despise herself. It seemed horrible and unnatural that she should be willing to throw herself into the arms of a dissolute boy, and it lowered her in her own estimation. He caught the expression of her eyes and something of its meaning. "Oh, don't look at me like that, Bertha. You look as if you almost hated me." She answered gravely, "I love you with all my heart, Gerald, and I'm ashamed." "How can you?" he cried, with such pain in his voice that Bertha could not bear it. "The whole thing is awful," she groaned. "For God's sake, let us try to forget it. I've only succeeded in making you entirely wretched. The only remedy is to part quickly." "I can't leave you, Bertha." "Let me stay." "It's impossible. You must go, now more than ever." They were interrupted by the appearance of Miss Ley, who began to talk. But to her surprise neither Bertha nor Gerald showed their usual vivacity. "What is the matter with you both to day?" she asked. "You're unusually attentive to my observations." "I'm rather tired," said Bertha, "and I have a headache." Miss Ley looked at Bertha more closely, and fancied that she had been crying. Gerald also seemed profoundly miserable. Surely then the truth dawned upon her, and she could hardly repress her astonishment. "Good heavens," she thought, "I must have been blind. How lucky he's going in a week." Miss Ley now remembered a dozen occurrences which had escaped her notice, and was absolutely confounded. "Upon my word," she thought, "I don't believe you can put a woman of 70 for 5 minutes in company of a boy of 14 without their getting into mischief." The week, to Gerald and to Bertha, passed with terrible quickness. They scarcely had a moment alone, for Miss Ley, under pretence of making much of her nephew, arranged little pleasure parties, so that all three might be continually together. "We must spoil you a little before you go, and the harm it does you will be put right by the rocking of the boat." And though Bertha was in a torment, she had strength to avoid any further encounter with Gerald. She dared not see him alone, and was grateful to Miss Ley for putting obstacles in the way. She knew that her love was impossible, but also that it was beyond control. It made her completely despise herself. Bertha had been a little proud of her uprightness, of her liberty from any degrading emotion, and that other love to her husband had been such an intolerable slavery that when it died away the sense of freedom seemed the most delicious thing in life. She had vowed that never under any circumstance would she expose herself to the suffering that she had once endured. But this new passion had taken her unawares, and before she knew the danger, Bertha found herself bound and imprisoned. She tried to reason away the infatuation, but without advantage. Gerald was never absent from her thoughts. Love had come upon her like the sudden madness with which the gods of old afflicted those that had incensed them. It was an insane fire in the blood, irresistible for all the horror it aroused, as that passion which distracted Phaedra for Theseus' son. The temptation came to bid Gerald stay. If he remained in England, they might give rein to their passion and let it die of itself, and that might be the only way to kill it. Yet Bertha dared not. And it was terrible to think that he loved her, and she must continually distress him. She looked into his eyes, fancying she saw there the grief of a breaking heart, and his sorrow was more than she could bear. Then a greater temptation beset her. There is one way in which a woman can bind a man to her forever. There is one tie that is indissoluble. Her very flesh cried out, and she trembled at the thought that she could give Gerald the inestimable gift of her person. Then he might go, but that would have passed between them which could not be undone. They might be separated by 10,000 miles, but they would always be joined together. How else could she prove to him her wonderful love? How else could she show her immeasurable gratitude? The temptation was mighty, incessantly recurring, and she was very weak. It assailed her with all the violence of her fervid imagination. She drove it away with anger. She loathed it with all her heart, but she could not stifle the appalling hope that it might prove too strong. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. At last Gerald had but one day more. A long-standing engagement of Bertha and Miss Ley forced him to take leave of them early, for he started from London at 7 in the morning.
"I'm dreadfully sorry that you can't spend your last evening with us," said Miss Ley, "but the Trevor Jones will never forgive us if we don't go to their dinner party."
"Of course it was my fault for not finding out before, when I sailed."
"What are you going to do with yourself this evening, you wretch?"
"Oh, I'm going to have one last unholy bust."
"I'm afraid you're very glad that for one night we can't look after you."
In a little while Miss Ley, looking at her watch, told Bertha that it was time to dress. Gerald got up and, kissing Miss Ley, thanked her for her kindness.
"My dear boy, please don't sentimentalize. And you're not going forever. You're sure to make a mess of things and come back. The Leys always do."
Then Gerald turned to Bertha and held out his hand.
"You've been awfully good to me," he said, smiling.
But there was in his eyes a steadfast look which seemed trying to make her understand something.
"We've had some ripping times together. I hope you won't forget me entirely. We've certainly kept you out of mischief."
Miss Ley watched them, admiring their composure. She thought they took the parting very well.
"I dare say it was nothing but a little flirtation and not very serious. Bertha's so much older than he, and so sensible that she's most unlikely to have made a fool of herself."
But she had to fetch the gift which she had prepared for Gerald.
"Wait just one moment, Gerald," she said. "I want to get something."
She left the room, and immediately the boy bent forward.
"Don't go out to-night, Bertha. I must see you again."
Before Bertha could reply, Miss Ley called from the hall.
"Good-bye," said Gerald aloud. "Good-bye. I hope you'll have a nice journey." "Here's a little present for you, Gerald," said Miss Ley, when he was outside. "You're dreadfully extravagant, and as that's the only virtue you have, I feel I ought to encourage it. And if you want money at any time, I can always scrape together a few guineas, you know."
She put into his hand 2 50-pound notes, and then, as if she were ashamed of herself, bundled him out of doors. She went to her room, and having rather seriously inconvenienced herself for the next 6 months for an entirely unworthy object, she began to feel remarkably pleased. In an hour Miss Ley returned to the drawing room to wait for Bertha, who presently came in dressed, but ghastly pale.
"Oh, Aunt Polly, I simply can't come to-night. I've got a racking headache. I can scarcely see. You must tell them that I'm sorry, but I'm too ill."
She sank on a chair, put her hand to her forehead, groaning with pain. Miss Ley lifted her eyebrows. The affair was evidently more serious than she thought. However, the danger now was over. It would ease Bertha to stay at home and cry it out. She thought it brave of her even to have dressed. "You'll get no dinner," she said. "There's nothing in the place." "Oh, I want nothing to eat." Miss Ley expressed her concern, and, promising to make the excuses, went away. Bertha started up when she heard the door close and went to the window. She looked round for Gerald, fearing he might be already there. He was incautious and eager, but if Miss Ley saw him it would be fatal. The hansom drove away, and Bertha breathed more freely. She could not help it. She, too, felt that she must see him. If they had to part, it could not be under Miss Ley's cold eyes. She waited at the window, but he did not come. Why did he delay? He was wasting their few precious minutes. It was already past 8. She walked up and down the room and looked again, but still he was not in sight. She fancied that while she watched he would not come, and forced herself to read. But how could she? Again she looked out of window, and this time Gerald was there. He stood in the porch of the opposite house looking up, and immediately he saw her cross the street. She went to the door and opened it gently as he came upstairs. He slipped in as if he were a thief, and on tiptoe they entered the drawing room. "Oh, it's so good of you," he said. "I couldn't leave you like that. I knew you'd stay. Why have you been so long? I thought you were never coming." "I dared not risk it before. I was afraid something might happen to stop Aunt Polly." "I said I had a headache. I dressed so that she might suspect nothing." The night was falling, and they sat together in the dimness. Gerald took her hands and kissed them. "This week has been awful. I've never had the chance of saying a word to you. My heart has been breaking. My dearest, I wondered if you were sorry I was going." She looked at him and tried to smile. Already she could not trust herself to speak. "Every day I thought you would tell me to stop, and you never did. And now it's too late. Oh, Bertha, if you loved me, you wouldn't send me away." "I think I love you too much. Don't you see it's better that we should part?" "I daren't think of tomorrow." "You are so young. In a little while you'll fall in love with some one else. Don't you see that I'm old? But I love you. I wish I could make you believe me. Bertha, Bertha, I can't leave you. I love you too much. For God's sake, don't talk like that. It's hard enough to bear already. Don't make it harder." The night had fallen, and through the open window the summer breeze came in, and the softness of the air was like a kiss. They sat side by side in silence, the boy holding Bertha's hand. They could not speak, for words were powerless to express what was in their hearts. But presently a strange intoxication seized them, and the mystery of passion wrapped them about invisibly. Bertha felt the trembling of Gerald's hand, and it passed to hers. She shuddered and tried to withdraw, but he would not let it go. The silence now became suddenly intolerable. Bertha tried to speak, but her throat was dry and she could utter no word. A weakness came to her limbs, and her heart beat painfully. Her eye crossed with Gerald's, and they both looked instantly aside as if caught in some crime. Bertha began to breathe more quickly. Gerald's intense desire burned itself into her soul. She dared not move. She tried to implore God's help, but she could not. The temptation which all week had terrified her returned with double force, the temptation which she abhorred, but to which she had a horrible longing not to resist. And now she asked what it mattered. Her strength was dwindling, and Gerald had but to say a word. And now she wished him to say the word. He loved her, and she loved him passionately. She gave way. She no longer wished to resist. She turned her face to Gerald. She leant towards him with parted lips. "Bertha," he whispered, and they were nearly in one another's arms. But a fine sound pierced the silence. They started back and listened. They heard a key put into the front door, and the door was opened. "Take care," whispered Bertha, and pushed Gerald away. "It's Aunt Polly." Bertha pointed to the electric switch, and understanding, Gerald turned on the light. He looked round instinctively for some way of escape, but Bertha, with a woman's quick invention, sprang to the door and flung it open. "Is that you, Aunt Polly?" she cried. "How fortunate you came back. Gerald is here to bid us definitely good bye." "He makes as many farewells as a prima donna," said Miss Ley. She came in somewhat breathless, with 2 spots of red upon her cheeks. "I thought you wouldn't mind if I came here to wait till you returned," said Gerald, "and I've found Bertha." "How funny that our thoughts should have been identical," said Miss Ley. "It occurred to me that you might come, and so I hurried home as quickly as I could." "You're quite out of breath," said Bertha. Miss Ley sank on a chair, exhausted. As she was eating her fish and talking to a neighbour, it suddenly dawned upon her that Bertha's indisposition was assumed. "Oh, what a fool I am! They've hoodwinked me as if I were a child. Good heavens, what are they doing now?" The dinner seemed interminable, but immediately afterwards she took leave of her astonished hostess and gave the cabman orders to drive furiously. She arrived, inveighing against the deceitfulness of the human race. She had never run up the stairs so quickly. "How is your headache, Bertha?" "Thanks, it's much better. Gerald has driven it away." This time Miss Ley's good bye to the precocious youth was rather chilly. She was devoutly thankful that his boat sailed next morning. "I'll show you out, Gerald," said Bertha. "Don't trouble, Aunt Polly, you must be dreadfully tired." They went into the hall and Gerald put on his coat. He stretched out his hand to Bertha without speaking, but she, with a glance at the drawing room, beckoned to him to follow her, and slid out of the front door. There was no one on the stairs. She flung her arms round his neck and pressed her lips to his. She did not try to hide her passion now. She clasped him to her heart, and their very souls flew to their lips and mingled. Their kiss was rapture, madness. It was an ecstasy beyond description. Their senses were powerless to contain their pleasure. Bertha felt herself about to die. In the bliss, in the agony, her spirit failed and she tottered. Gerald pressed her more closely to him. But there was a sound of some one climbing the stairs. She tore herself away. "Good bye for ever," she whispered, and slipping in, closed the door between them. She sank down half fainting, but in fear struggled to her feet and dragged herself to her room. Her cheeks were glowing and her limbs trembled. The kiss still thrilled her whole being. Oh, now it was too late for prudence. What did she care for her marriage? What did she care that Gerald was younger than she? She loved him insanely. The present was there with its infinite joy, and if the future brought misery, it was worth suffering. She could not let him go. He was hers. She stretched out her arms to take him in her embrace. She would surrender everything. She would bid him stay. She would follow him to the end of the earth. It was too late now for reason. She walked up and down her room excitedly. She looked at the door. She had a mad desire to go to him now, to abandon everything for his sake. Her honour, her happiness, her station were only precious because she could sacrifice them for him. He was her life and her love. He was her body and her soul. She listened at the door. Miss Ley would be watching, and she dared not go. "I'll wait," said Bertha. She tried to sleep, but could not. The thought of Gerald distracted her. She dozed, and his presence became more distinct. He seemed to be in the room, and she cried, "At last, my dearest, at last!" She awoke and stretched out her hands to him. She could not realise that she had dreamed, that nothing was there. Then the day came, dim and grey at first, but brightening with the brilliant summer morning. The sun shone in her window and the sunbeams danced in the room. Now the moments were very few. She must make up her mind quickly, and the sunbeams spoke of life and happiness and the glory of the unknown. Oh, what a fool she was to waste her life, to throw away her chance of happiness. How weak not to grasp the love thrown in her way. She thought of Gerald packing his things, getting off, of the train speeding through the summer country. Her love was irresistible. She sprang up and bathed and dressed. It was past 6 when she slipped out of the room and made her way downstairs. The street was empty as in the night, but the sky was blue and the air fresh and sweet. She took a long breath and felt curiously elated. She walked till she found a cab, and told the driver to go quickly to Euston. The cab crawled along, and she was in an agony of impatience. Supposing she arrived too late! She told the man to hurry. The Liverpool train was fairly full, but Bertha, walking up the crowded platform, quickly saw Gerald. He sprang towards her. "Bertha, you've come. I felt certain you wouldn't let me go without seeing you." He took her hands and looked at her with eyes full of love. "I'm so glad you've come," he said at last. I want to beg your pardon." "What do you mean?" whispered Bertha, and suddenly she felt a dreadful fear which gripped her heart with unendurable pain. "I've been thinking of you all night, and I'm dreadfully ashamed of myself. I must tell you how sorry I am that I caused you unhappiness. I was selfish and brutal. I only thought of myself. I forgot how much you had to lose. Please forgive me, Bertha." "Oh, Gerald, Gerald." "I shall always be grateful to you, Bertha. I know I've been a beast, but now I'm going to turn over a new leaf. You see, you have reformed me after all." He tried to smile in his old light-hearted manner, but it was a very poor attempt. Bertha looked at him. She wished to say that she loved him with all her heart, and was ready to accompany him to the world's end, but the words stuck in her throat. "I don't know what has happened to me," he said, "but I seem to see everything now so differently. Of course it is much better that I'm going away, but it's dreadfully hard." An inspector came to look at the tickets. "Is the lady going?" "No," said Gerald, and then, when the man had passed, "You won't forget me, Bertha, will you? You won't think badly of me? I lost my head. I didn't realize till last night that I wanted to do you the most frightful wrong. I didn't understand that I should have ruined you and your whole life." At last Bertha forced herself to speak. The time was flying, and she could not understand what was passing in Gerald's mind. "If you only knew how much I love you!" she cried. He had but to ask her to go, and she would go. But he did not ask. Was he repenting already? Was his love already on the wane? Bertha tried to make herself speak again, but could not. Why did he not repeat that he could not live without her? "Take your seats, please. Take your seats, please." A guard ran along the platform. "Jump in, sir. Right behind." "Good bye," said Gerald. "May I write to you?" She shook her head. It was too late now. "Jump in, sir. Jump in." Gerald kissed her quickly and got into the carriage. "Right away." The guard blew his whistle and waved a flag, and the train puffed slowly out of the station. End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. Miss Ley was much alarmed when she got up and found that Bertha had flown. "Upon my word, I think that Providence is behaving scandalously. Am I not a harmless middle-aged woman who mind my own business? What have I done to deserve these shocks?" She suspected that her niece had gone to the station, but the train started at 7 and it was 10 o'clock. She positively jumped when it occurred to her that Bertha might have eloped, and like a swarm of abominable little demons came thoughts of the scene she must undergo if such were the case, the writing of the news to Edward, his consternation, the comfort which she must administer, the fury of Gerald's father, the hysterics of his mother. "She can't have done anything so stupid," she cried in distraction. "But if women can make fools of themselves, they always do." Miss Ley was extraordinarily relieved when at last she heard Bertha come in and go to her room. Bertha for a long time had stood motionless on the platform, staring haggardly before her, stupefied. The excitement of the previous hours was followed by utter blankness. Gerald was speeding to Liverpool, and she was still in London. She walked out of the station and turned towards Chelsea. The streets were endless, and she was already tired. Almost fainting, she dragged herself along. She did not know the way, and wandered hopelessly, barely conscious. In Hyde Park she sat down to rest, feeling utterly exhausted. But the weariness of her body relieved the terrible aching of her heart. She walked on after a while. It never occurred to her to take a cab, and eventually she came to Eliot Mansions. The sun had grown hot, and burned the crown of her head with ghastly torture. Bertha crawled upstairs to her room, and throwing herself on the bed, burst into tears of bitter anguish. She wept desperately, and clenched her hands. "Oh," she cried at last, "I dare say he was as worthless as the other." Miss Ley sent to inquire if she would eat, but Bertha now really had a bad headache, and could touch nothing. All day she spent in agony, hardly able to think, despairing. Sometimes she reproached herself for denying Gerald when he asked her to let him stay. She had wilfully lost the happiness that was within her reach, and then, with a revulsion of feeling, she repeated that he was worthless. The dreary hours passed, and when night came, Bertha scarcely had strength to undress, and not till morning did she get rest. But the early post brought a letter from Edward, repeating his wish that she should return to Court Leys. She read it listlessly. "Perhaps it's the best thing to do," she groaned. She hated London now, and the flat. The rooms must be horribly bare without the joyous presence of Gerald. To return to Court Leys seemed the only course left to her, and there at least she would have quiet and solitude. She thought almost with longing of the desolate shore, the marshes and the dreary sea. She wanted rest and silence. But if she went, she had better go at once. To stay in London was only to prolong her woe. Bertha rose and dressed and went to Miss Ley. Her face was deathly pale, and her eyes heavy and red with weeping. In exhaustion she made no attempt to hide her condition. "I'm going down to Court Leys to day, Aunt Polly. I think it's the best thing I can do." "Edward will be very pleased to see you." "I think he will." Miss Ley hesitated, looking at Bertha. "You know, Bertha," she said, after a pause, "in this world it's very difficult to know what to do. One struggles to know good from evil, but really they're often so very much alike. I always think those people fortunate who are content to stand without question by the 10 Commandments, knowing exactly how to conduct themselves, and propped up by the hope of paradise on the one hand, and by the fear of a cloven-footed devil with pincers on the other. But we who answer why to the crude 'thou shalt not' are like sailors on a wintry sea without a compass. Reason and instinct say one thing, and convention says another. But the worst of it is that one's conscience has been reared on the Decalogue, and fostered on hell fire, and one's conscience has the last word. I dare say it's cowardly, but it's certainly discreet, to take it into consideration. It's like lobster salad. It's not actually immoral to eat it, but it will very likely give you indigestion. One has to be very sure of oneself to go against the ordinary view of things. And if one isn't, perhaps it's better not to run any risks, but just to walk along the same secure old road as the common herd. It's not exhilarating, it's not brave, and it's rather dull, but it's eminently safe." Bertha sighed, but did not answer. "You'd better tell Jane to pack your boxes," said Miss Ley. "Shall I wire to Edward?" When Bertha had at last started, Miss Ley began to think.
"I wonder if I've done right," she murmured, uncertain as ever. She was sitting on the piano stool, and as she meditated her fingers passed idly over the keys. Presently her ear detected the beginning of a well-known melody, and almost unconsciously she began to play the air of Rigoletto. La donna immobile, qual piuma al vento. Miss Ley smiled. "The fact is that few women can be happy with only one husband. I believe that the only solution of the marriage question is legalized polyandry." In the train at Victoria, Bertha remembered with relief that the cattle market was held at Tercanbury that day, and Edward would not come home till the evening. She would have opportunity to settle herself in Court Leys without fuss or bother. Full of her painful thoughts, the journey passed quickly, and Bertha was surprised to find herself at Blackstable. She got out wondering whether Edward would have sent a trap to meet her, but to her extreme surprise Edward himself was on the platform, and running up helped her out of the carriage. "Here you are at last," he cried. "I didn't expect you," said Bertha. "I thought you'd be at Tercanbury." "I got your wire, fortunately, just as I was starting, so of course I didn't go." "I'm sorry I prevented you." "Why? I'm jolly glad. You didn't think I was going to the cattle market when my missus was coming home?" She looked at him with astonishment. His honest red face glowed with the satisfaction he felt at seeing her. "By Jove, this is ripping," he said, as they drove away. "I'm tired of being a grass widower, I can tell you." They came to Courtstall Hill, and he walked the horse. "Just look behind you," he said, in an undertone. "Notice anything?" "What?" "Look at Park's hat." Park was the footman. Bertha, looking again, observed a cockade. "What do you think of that, eh?" Edward was almost exploding with laughter. "I was elected chairman of the Urban District Council yesterday. That means I'm ex officio J.P. So as soon as I heard you were coming, I bolted off and got a cockade." When they reached Court Leys he helped Bertha out of the trap quite tenderly. She was taken aback to find the tea ready, flowers in the drawing room, and everything possible done to make her comfortable. "Are you tired?" asked Edward. "Lie down on the sofa and I'll give you your tea." He waited on her and pressed her to eat, and was in fact unceasing in his attentions. "By Jove, I am glad to see you here again." His pleasure was obvious, and Bertha was somewhat touched. "Are you too tired to come for a little walk in the garden? I want to show you what I've done for you, and just now the place is looking its best." He put a shawl round her shoulders so that the evening air might not hurt her, and insisted on giving her his arm. "Now, look here. I've planted rose trees outside the drawing room window. I thought you'd like to see them when you sat in your favourite place, reading." He took her farther, to a place which offered a fine prospect of the sea. "I've put a bench here between those two trees, so that you might sit down sometimes and look at the view." "It's very kind of you to be so thoughtful. Shall we sit there now?" "Oh, I think you'd better not. There's a good deal of dew, and I don't want you to catch cold." For dinner Edward had ordered the dishes which he knew Bertha preferred, and he laughed joyously as she expressed her pleasure. Afterwards, when she lay on the sofa, he arranged the cushions so as to make her quite easy. "Ah, my dear," she thought, "if you'd been half as kind 3 years ago, you might have kept my love." She wondered whether absence had increased his affection, or whether it was she who had altered. Was he not unchanging as the rocks, and she knew herself unstable as water, mutable as the summer winds? Had he always been kind and considerate, and had she, demanding a passion which it was not in him to feel,
been blind to his deep tenderness. Expecting nothing from him now, she was astonished to find he had so much to offer. But she felt sorry if he loved her, for she could give nothing in return but complete indifference. She was even surprised to find herself so utterly callous. At bedtime she bade him good night and kissed his cheek.
"I've had the red room arranged for me," she said.
There was no change in Blackstable. Bertha's friends still lived, for the death rate of that fortunate place was their pride, and they could do nothing to increase it. Arthur Branderton had married a pretty fair-haired girl, nicely bred, and properly insignificant. But the only result of that was to give his mother a new topic of conversation. Bertha, resuming her old habits, had difficulty in realizing that she had been long away. She set herself to forget Gerald, and was pleased to find the recollection of him not too importunate. A sentimentalist turned cynic has observed that a woman is only passionately devoted to her first lover, for afterwards it is love itself of which she is enamoured. And certainly the wounds of later attachments heal easily. Bertha was devoutly grateful to Miss Ley for her opportune return on Gerald's last night, and shuddered to think of what might otherwise have happened.
"It would have been too awful,"
she cried. She could not understand what sudden madness had seized her, and the thought of the danger she had run made Bertha's cheeks tingle. Her heart turned sick at the mere remembrance. She was thoroughly ashamed of that insane excursion to Euston, intent upon the most dreadful courses. She felt like a person who, from the top of a tower, has been so horribly tempted to throw himself down that only the restraining hand of a bystander has saved him, and then afterwards from below shivers and sweats at the idea of his peril. But worse than the shame was the dread of ridicule, for the whole affair had been excessively undignified. She had run after a hobbledehoy years younger than herself, and had even fallen seriously in love with him. It was too grotesque. Bertha imagined the joy it must cause Miss Ley. She could not forgive Gerald that, on his account, she had made herself absurd. She saw that he was a fickle boy, prepared to philander with every woman he met, and at last told herself scornfully that she had never really cared for him. But in a little while Bertha received a letter from America, forwarded by Miss Ley. She turned white as she recognized the handwriting. The old emotions came surging back, and she thought of Gerald's green eyes and of his boyish lips, and she felt sick with love. She looked at the superscription, at the postmark, and then put the letter down.
"I told him not to write," she murmured.
A feeling of anger seized her that the sight of a letter from Gerald should bring her such pain. She almost hated him now, and yet with all her heart she wished to kiss the paper and every word that was written upon it. But the sheer violence of her emotions made her set her teeth, as it were, against giving way.
"I won't read it," she said.
She wanted to prove to herself that she had strength, and this temptation at least she was determined to resist. Bertha lit a candle and took the letter in her hand to burn it, but then put it down again. That would settle the matter too quickly, and she wanted rather to prolong the trial so as to receive full assurance of her fortitude, with a strange pleasure at the pain she was preparing for herself. Bertha placed the letter on the chimney piece of her room, prominently, so that whenever she went in or out she could not fail to see it. Wishing to punish herself, her desire was to make the temptation as distressing as possible. She watched the unopened envelope for a month, and sometimes the craving to open it was almost irresistible. Sometimes she awoke in the middle of the night, thinking of Gerald, and told herself she must know what he said. Ah, how well she could imagine it!
He vowed he loved her, and he spoke of the kiss she had given him on that last day, and he said it was dreadfully hard to be without her. Bertha looked at the letter, clenching her hands so as not to seize it and tear it open. She had to hold herself forcibly back from covering it with kisses. But at last she conquered all desire. She was able to look at the handwriting indifferently. She scrutinized her heart and found no trace of emotion. The trial was complete. "Now it can go," she said. Again she lit a candle and held the letter to the flame till it was all consumed. And she gathered up the ashes, putting them in her hand, and blew them out of the window. She felt that by that act she had finished with the whole thing, and Gerald was definitely gone out of her life. But rest did not yet come to Bertha's troubled soul. At first she found her life fairly tolerable, but she had now no emotions to distract her, and the routine of her day was unvarying. The weeks passed, and the months. The winter came upon her more dreary than she had ever known it. The country became insufferably dull. The days were gray and cold, and the clouds so low that she could almost touch them. The broad fields, which once had afforded such inspiring thoughts, were now merely tedious, and all the rural sights sank into her mind with a pitiless monotony. Day after day, month after month, she saw the same things. She was bored to death. Sometimes Bertha wandered to the seashore and looked across the desolate waste of water. She longed to travel as her eyes and her mind travelled, south, south to the azure skies, to the lands of beauty and of sunshine beyond the grayness. Fortunately, she did not know that she was looking almost directly north, and that if she really went on and on as she desired, would reach no southern lands of pleasure, but merely the North Pole. She walked along the beach among the countless shells, and not content with present disquietude, tortured herself with anticipation of the future. She could only imagine that it would bring an increase of this frightful ennui, and her head ached as she looked forward to the dull monotony of her life. She went home and groaned as she entered the house, thinking of the tiresome evening. Invariably after dinner they played piquet. Edward liked to conduct his life on the most mechanical lines, and regularly, as the clock struck 9, he said, "Shall we have a little game?" Bertha fetched the cards while he arranged the chairs. They played 6 hands. Edward added up the score and chuckled when he won. Bertha put the cards away. Her husband replaced the chairs. And so it went on night after night, automatically. Bertha was seized with the intense restlessness of utter boredom. She would walk up and down her room in a fever of almost physical agony. She would sit at the piano and cease playing after a dozen bars. Music seemed as futile as everything else. She had done everything so often. She tried to read, but could hardly bring herself to begin a new volume, and the very sight of the printed pages was distasteful. The works of information told her things she did not want to know. The novels related deeds of persons in whom she took no interest. She read a few pages and threw down the book in disgust. Then she went out again. Anything seemed preferable to what she actually was doing. She walked rapidly, but the motion, the country, the very atmosphere about her were wearisome, and almost immediately she returned. Bertha was forced to take the same walks day after day, and the deserted roads, the trees, the hedges, the fields, impressed themselves on her mind with a dismal insistency. Then she was driven to go out merely for exercise, and walked a certain number of miles, trying to get them done quickly. The winds of the early year blew that season
more persistently than ever, and they impeded her steps and chilled her to the bone. Sometimes Bertha paid visits, and the restraint she had to put upon herself relieved her for the moment. But no sooner was the door closed behind her than she felt more desperately bored than ever. Yearning suddenly for society, she would send out invitations for some function, then felt it inexpressibly irksome to make preparations, and she loathed and abhorred the guests. For a long time she refused to see any one, protesting her feeble health, and sometimes in the solitude she thought she would go mad. She turned to prayer as the only refuge of those who cannot act. But she only half believed, and therefore found no comfort. She accompanied Miss Glover on her district visiting, but she disliked the poor, and their chatter seemed hopelessly inane. The ennui made her head ache, and she put her hand to her temples, pressing them painfully. She felt she could take great wisps of her hair and tear it out. She threw herself on her bed and wept in the agony of boredom. Edward once found her thus, and asked what was the matter. "Oh, my head aches so that I feel I could kill myself." He sent for Ramsay, but Bertha knew the doctor's remedies were absurd and useless. She imagined that there was no remedy for her ill, not even time, no remedy but death. She knew the terrible distress of waking in the morning with the thought that still another day must be gone through. She knew the relief of bedtime with the thought that she would enjoy a few hours of unconsciousness. She was racked with the imagination of the future's frightful monotony. Night would follow day, and day would follow night, the months passing one by one, and the years slowly. They say that life is short. To those who look back, perhaps it is. But to those who look forward, it is long, horribly long, endless. Sometimes Bertha felt it impossible to endure. She prayed that she might fall asleep at night and never awake. How happy must be the lives of those who can look forward to eternity. To Bertha the idea was merely ghastly. She desired nothing but the long rest, the rest of an endless sleep, the dissolution into nothing. Once in desperation she wished to kill herself, but was afraid. People say that suicide requires no courage. Fools! They cannot realize the horror of the needful preparation, the anticipation of the pain, the terrible fear that one may regret when it is too late, when life is ebbing away. And there is the dread of the unknown, and there is the dread of hell fire, absurd and revolting, yet so ingrained that no effort is able entirely to destroy it. Notwithstanding reason and argument, there is still the numbing fear that the ghastly fables of our childhood may, after all, be true, the fear of a jealous God who will doom his wretched creatures to unending torture. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. But if the human soul, or the heart, or the mind, call it what you will, is an instrument upon which countless melodies may be played, it is capable of responding for very long to no single one. Time dulls the most exquisite emotions, softens the most heart-rending grief. The story is old of the philosopher who sought to console a woman in distress by the account of tribulations akin to hers, and upon losing his only son, was sent by her a list of all kings similarly bereaved. He read it, acknowledged its correctness, but wept none the less. 3 months later the philosopher and the lady were surprised to find one another quite gay, and erected a fine monument to Time with the inscription, "À celui qui console," When Bertha vowed that life had lost all savor, that her ennui was unending, she exaggerated as usual and almost grew angry on discovering that existence could be more supportable than she supposed. One gets used to all things. It is only very misanthropic persons who pretend that they cannot accustom themselves to the stupidity of their fellows. For after a while one gets hardened to the most desperate bores, and monotony even ceases to be quite monotonous. Accommodating herself to circumstances, Bertha found life less tedious. It was a calm river, and presently she came to the conclusion that it ran more easily without the cascades and waterfalls, the eddies, whirlpools and rocks which had disturbed its course. The man who can still dupe himself with illusions has a future not lacking in brightness. The summer brought a certain variety, and Bertha found amusement in things which before had never interested her. She went to sheltered parts to see if favorite wild flowers had begun to blow. Her love of liberty made her prefer the hedge roses to the pompous blooms of the garden, the buttercups and daisies of the field to the prim geranium and the calceolaria. Time fled, and she was surprised to find the year pass imperceptibly. She began to read with greater zest, and in her favorite seat, on the sofa by the window, spent long hours of pleasure. She read as fancy prompted her, without a plan, because she wished, and not because she ought. How can they say that England is decadent when its young ladies are so strenuous? She obtained pleasure by contrasting different writers, gaining emotions from the gravity of one and the frivolity of the next. She went from the latest novel to the Orlando Furioso, from the Euphues of John Lyly, most entertaining and whimsical of books, to the passionate corruption of Verlaine. With a lifetime before her, the length of books was no hindrance, and she started boldly upon the 8 volumes of the Decline and Fall, upon the many tomes of Saint-Simon, and she never hesitated to put them aside after 100 pages. Bertha found reality tolerable when it was merely a background, a foil to the fantastic happenings of old books. She looked at the green trees, and the song of birds mingled agreeably with her thoughts, still occupied, perhaps, with the dolorous night of La Mancha, with Manon Lescaut, or with the joyous band that wanders through the Decameron. With greater knowledge came greater curiosity, and she forsook the broad highroads of literature for the mountain pathways of some obscure poet, for the bridle tracks of the Spanish picaroon. She found unexpected satisfaction in the half-forgotten masterpieces of the past, in poets not quite divine whom fashion had left on one side, in the playwrights and novelists and essayists whose remembrance lives only with the bookworm. It is a relief sometimes to look away from the bright sun of perfect achievement, and the writers who appealed to their age and not to posterity have by contrast a subtle charm. Undazzled by their splendor, one may discern more easily their individualities and the spirit of their time. They have pleasant qualities not always found among their betters, and there is even a certain pathos in their incomplete success. In music also Bertha developed a taste for the half known, the half archaic. It suited the Georgian drawing room, with its old pictures, with its Chippendale and chintz, to play the simple melodies of Couperin and Rameau, the rondos, the gavottes, the sonatinas in powder and patch, which delighted the rococo lords and ladies of a past century. Living away from the present, in an artificial paradise, Bertha was almost completely happy. She found indifference to the whole world a trusty armor. Life was easy without love or hate, hope or despair. without ambition, desire of change, or tumultuous passion. So bloom the flowers, unconscious, uncaring. The bud bursts from the enclosing leaf and opens to the sunshine, squanders its perfume to the breeze, and there is none to see its beauty, and then it dies. Bertha found it possible to look back upon the past years with something like amusement. It seemed now melodramatic to have loved the simple Edward with such violence, and she was able even to smile at the contrast between her vivid expectations and the flat reality. Gerald was a pleasantly sentimental memory. She did not wish to see him again, but thought of him often, idealizing him till he became unsubstantial as a character in a favorite book. Her winter in Italy also formed the motive of some of her most delightful thoughts, and she determined never to spoil the impression by another visit. She had advanced a good deal in the art of life when she realized that pleasure came by surprise, that happiness was a spirit which descended unawares, and seldom when it was sought. Edward had fallen into a life of such activity that his time was entirely taken up. He had added largely to the lay estate, and, with the second-rate man's belief that you must do a thing yourself to have it well done, kept the farms under his immediate supervision. He was an important member of all the rural bodies. He was on the school board, on the board of guardians, on the county council. He was chairman of the urban district council, president of the Leanham Cricket Club, president of the Faversley Football Club, patron of the Blackstable Regatta. He was on the committee of the Tercanbury Dog Show, and an enthusiastic supporter of the Mid Kent Agricultural Exhibition. He was a pillar of the Blackstable Conservative Association, a magistrate, and a churchwarden. Finally, he was an ardent Freemason, and flew over Kent to attend the meetings of the half-dozen lodges of which he was a member. But the amount of work did not disturb him. "Lord bless you," he said, "I love work. You can't give me too much. If there's anything to be done, come to me, and I'll do it, and say thank you for giving me the chance." Edward had always been even-tempered, but now his good nature was quite angelic. It became a byword. His success was according to his deserts, and to have him concerned in a matter was an excellent insurance. He was always jovial and gay, contented with himself and with the world at large. He was a model squire, landlord, farmer, conservative man, Englishman. He did everything thoroughly, and his energy was such that he made a point of putting into every concern twice as much work as it really needed. He was busy from morning till night, as a rule quite unnecessarily, and he gloried in it. "It shows I'm an excellent woman," said Bertha to Miss Glover, "to support his virtues with equanimity." "My dear, I think you ought to be very proud and happy. He's an example to the whole country. If he were my husband, I should be grateful to God." "I have much to be thankful for," murmured Bertha. Since he let her go her own way, and she was only too pleased that he should go his, there was really no possibility of difference, and Edward, wise man, came to the conclusion that he had effectually tamed his wife. He thought, with good-humoured scorn, that he had been quite right when he likened women to chickens, animals which, to be happy, required no more than a good run, well fenced in, where they could scratch about to their heart's content. Feed 'em regularly and let 'em cackle, and there you are. It is always satisfactory when experience verifies the hypothesis of your youth. One year, remembering by accident their wedding day, Edward gave his wife a bracelet, and feeling benevolent in consequence, and having dined well, he patted her hand and remarked,
Time does fly, doesn't it?"
"I have heard people say so," she replied, smiling.
"Well, who'd have thought we'd been married 8 years? It doesn't seem above 18 months to me. And we've got on very well, haven't we?"
"My dear Edward, you are such a model husband. It quite embarrasses me sometimes."
"Ha, ha! That's a good one. But I can say this for myself. I do try to do my duty. Of course, at first we had our little tiffs. People have to get used to one another, and one can't expect to have all plain sailing just at once. But for years now, well, ever since you went to Italy, I think, we've been as happy as the day is long, haven't we?"
"Yes, dear."
When I look back at the little rumpuses we used to have, upon my word, I wonder what they were all about.
"So do I." And this Bertha said quite truthfully.
"I suppose it was just the weather."
"I dare say."
"Ah, well, all's well that ends well."
"My dear Edward, you're a philosopher."
"I don't know about that, but I think I'm a politician. Which reminds me that I've not read about the new men of war in today's paper. What I've been agitating about for years is more ships and more guns. I'm glad to see the government have taken my advice at last."
"It's very satisfactory, isn't it? It will encourage you to persevere. And of course it's nice to know that the Cabinet read your speeches in the Blackstable Times."
"I think it would be a good sight better for the country if those in power paid more attention to provincial opinion. It's men like me who really know the feeling of the nation. You might get me the paper, will you? It's in the dining room."
It seemed quite natural to Edward that Bertha should wait upon him. It was the duty of a wife. She handed him the Standard, and he began to read. He yawned once or twice.
"Lord, I am sleepy."
Presently he could not keep his eyes open. The paper dropped from his hand, and he sank back in his chair with legs outstretched, his hands resting comfortably on his stomach. His head lolled to one side, and his jaw dropped, and he began to snore. Bertha read. After a while he woke with a start.
"Bless me, I do believe I've been asleep," he cried. "Well, I'm dead tired. I think I shall go to bed. I suppose you won't come up yet?"
"Not just yet."
"Well, don't stay up too late, there's a good girl. It's not good for you. And put the lights out properly when you come."
She turned to him her cheek, which he kissed, stifling a yawn. Then he rolled upstairs. "There's one advantage in Edward," murmured Bertha. "No one could accuse him of being uxorious. Mariage à la mode." Bertha's solitary walk was to the sea. The shore between Blackstable and the Medway was extraordinarily wild. At distant intervals were the long, low buildings of the coast guard stations, and the clean pink walls, the neat railings, the well kept gravel, contrasted rather surprisingly with the surrounding desolation. One could walk for miles without meeting a soul, and the country spread out from the sea, low and flat and marshy. The beach was of countless shells of every possible variety, which crumbled underfoot, while here and there were great banks of seaweed and bits of wood or rope, the jetsam of 1,000 tides. In one spot, a few yards out, but high and dry at low water, were the remains of an old hulk, whose wooden ribs stood out weirdly like the skeleton of some huge sea beast. And then all round was the lonely sea, with never a ship nor a fishing smack in sight. In winter it was as if a spirit of solitude, like a mystic shroud, had descended upon the shore and upon the desert waters. Then, in the melancholy, in the dreariness, Bertha found a subtle fascination. The sky was a threatening heavy cloud, low down, and the wind tore along shouting. screaming and whistling. There was panic in the turbulent sea, murky and yellow, and the waves leaped up, one at the other's heels, and beat down on the beach with an angry roar. It was desolate, desolate. The sea was so merciless that the very sight appalled one. It was a wrathful power, beating forwards, ever wrathfully beating forwards, roaring with pain when the chains that bound it wrenched it back. And after each desperate effort it shrank with a yell of anguish. And the seagulls swayed above the waves in their melancholy flight, rising and falling with the wind. Bertha loved also the calm of winter, when the sea mist and the mist of heaven were one, when the sea was silent and heavy, and the solitary gull flew screeching over the grey waters, screeching mournfully. She loved the calm of summer, when the sky was cloudless and infinite. Then she spent long hours lying at the water's edge, delighted with the solitude and with her absolute peace. The sea, placid as a lake, unmoved by the lightest ripple, was a looking glass reflecting the glory of heaven, and it turned to fire when the sun sank in the west. It was a sea of molten copper, red, brilliant, so that the eyes were dazzled. A troop of seagulls slept on the water, and there were hundreds of them, motionless and silent. One arose now and then, and flew for a moment with heavy wing, and sank down, and all was still. Once the coolness was so tempting that Bertha could not resist it. Timidly, rapidly, she slipped off her clothes, and looking round to see that there was really no one in sight, stepped in. The wavelets about her feet made her shiver a little, and then with a splash, stretching out her arms, she ran forward, and half fell, half dived into the water. Now it was delightful. She rejoiced in the freedom of her limbs, for it was an unknown pleasure to swim unhampered by costume. It gave a fine sense of power, and the salt water lapping round her was wonderfully exhilarating. She wanted to sing aloud in the joy of her heart. Diving below the surface, she came up with a shake of the head and a little cry of delight. Then her hair was loosened, and with a motion it all came tumbling about her shoulders and trailed out in its ringlets over the water. She swam out, a fearless swimmer, and it gave her a feeling of strength and independence to have the deep waters all about her, the deep calm sea of summer. She turned on her back and floated, trying to look the sun in the face. The sea glimmered with the sunbeams and the sky was dazzling. Then returning, Bertha floated again, quite near the shore. It amused her to lie on her back, rocked by the tiny waves, and to sink her ears, so that she could hear the shingle rub together curiously with the ebb and flow of the tide. She shook out her long hair, and it stretched about her like an aureole. She exulted in her youth. In her youth, Bertha felt no older than when she was 18, and yet she was 30. The thought made her wince, for she had never realized the passage of the years. She had never imagined that her youth was waning. Did people think her already old? The sickening fear came to her that she resembled Miss Hancock, attempting by archness and by an assumption of frivolity to persuade her neighbours that she was juvenile. Bertha asked herself whether she was ridiculous when she rolled in the water like a young girl. You cannot act the mermaid, with crow's feet about your eyes, with wrinkles round your mouth. In a panic she dressed herself, and going home, flew to a looking glass. She scrutinized her features as she had never done before, searching anxiously for the sign she feared to see. She looked at her neck and at her eyes. Her skin was as smooth as ever, her teeth as perfect. She gave a sigh of relief. I see no difference. Then, doubly to reassure herself, a fantastic idea seized Bertha to dress as though she were going to a great ball. She wished to see herself to all advantage. She chose the most splendid gown she had, and took out her jewels.
The Leys had sold every vestige of their old magnificence, but their diamonds, with characteristic obstinacy, they had invariably declined to part with, and they lay aside year after year unused, the stones in their old settings, dulled with dust and neglect. The moisture still in Bertha's hair was an excuse to do it capriciously, and she placed in it the beautiful tiara which her grandmother had worn in the Regency. On her shoulders she wore two ornaments exquisitely set in gold work, purloined by a great uncle in the Peninsular War from the saint of a Spanish church. She slipped a string of pearls round her neck, bracelets on her arms, and fastened a glistening row of stars to her bosom. Knowing she had beautiful hands, Bertha disdained to wear rings, but now she covered her fingers with diamonds and emeralds and sapphires. Finally she stood before the looking glass and gave a laugh of pleasure. She was not old yet. But when she sailed into the drawing room, Edward jumped up in surprise.
"Good Lord!" he cried. "What on earth's up? Have we got people coming to dinner?"
"My dear, if we had I should not have dressed like this."
"You got up as if the Prince of Wales were coming, and I'm only in knickerbockers. It's not a wedding day."
"No."
"Then I should like to know why you've dressed yourself up like that."
"I thought it would please you," she said, smiling.
"I wish you'd told me. I'd have dressed too. Are you sure no one's coming?"
"Quite sure."
"Well, I think I ought to dress. It would look so queer if someone turned up."
"If any one does, I promise you I'll fly." They went in to dinner, Edward feeling very uncomfortable and keeping his ear alert for the front door bell. They ate their soup, and then were set on the table the remains of a cold leg of mutton and mashed potatoes. Bertha looked for a moment blankly, and then, leaning back, burst into peal upon peal of laughter.
"Good Lord, what's the matter now?" asked Edward.
Nothing is more annoying than to have people violently hilarious over a joke that you cannot see. Bertha held her sides and tried to speak. "I've just remembered that I told the servants they might go out tonight. There's a circus at Blackstable, and I said we'd just eat up the odds and ends."
"I don't see any joke in that."
And really there was none, but Bertha laughed again immoderately.
"I suppose there are some pickles," said Edward.
Bertha repressed her gaiety and began to eat. "That is my whole life," she murmured under her breath, "to eat cold mutton and mashed potatoes in a ball dress and all my diamonds." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. But in the winter of that very year, Edward, while hunting, had an accident. For years he had made a practice of riding unmanageable horses, and he never heard of a vicious beast without wishing to try it. He knew that he was a fine rider, and since he was never shy of parading his powers, nor loath to taunt others on the score of inferior skill or courage, he preferred difficult animals. It gratified him to see people point to him and say, "There's a good rider," and his best joke with some person on a horse that pulled or refused was to cry, "You don't seem friends with your gee. Would you like to try mine?" And then, touching its sides with his spurs, he set it prancing. He was merciless with the cautious hunters who looked for low parts of a hedge, or tried to get through a gate instead of over it, and when any one said a jump was dangerous, Edward, with a laugh, promptly went for it, shouting as he did so, "I wouldn't try it if I were you. You might fall off." He had just bought a roan for a mere song, because it jumped uncertainly, and had a trick of swinging a foreleg as it rose. He took it out on the earliest opportunity,
and the first two hedges and a ditch the horse cleared easily. Edward thought that once again he had got for almost nothing a hunter that merely wanted riding properly to behave like a lamb. They rode on, and came to a post and rail fence.
"Now, my beauty, this'll show what you're made of."
He took the horse up in a canter and pressed his legs. The horse did not rise, but swerved round suddenly.
"No, you don't,"
said Edward, taking him back. He dug his spurs in, and the horse cantered up, and refused again. This time Edward grew angry. Arthur Branderton came flying by, and having many old scores to pay, laughed loudly. "Why don't you get down and walk over?" he shouted, as he passed Edward and took the jump.
"I'll either get over or break my neck," said Edward, setting his teeth.
But he did neither. He set the roan at the jump for the fourth time, hitting him with his crop. The beast rose, and then, letting the forelegs swing, came down with a crash. Edward fell heavily, and for a minute was stunned. When he recovered consciousness, he found some one pouring brandy down his neck.
"Is the horse hurt?"
he asked, not thinking of himself. "No, he's all right. How do you feel?" A young surgeon was in the field and rode up. "What's the matter? Anyone injured?"
"No,"
said Edward, struggling to his feet, somewhat annoyed at the exhibition he thought he was making of himself.
"One would think none of you fellows had ever seen a man come down before. I've seen most of you come off often enough."
He walked up to the horse and put his foot in the stirrup. "You'd better go home, Craddock," said the surgeon. "I expect you're a bit shaken up."
"Go home be damned! Confound!"
As he tried to mount, Edward felt a pain at the top of his chest.
"I believe I've broken something."
The surgeon went up and helped him off with his coat. He twisted Edward's arm. "Does that hurt?"
"A bit."
"You've broken your collarbone," said the surgeon, after a moment's examination.
"I thought I'd smashed something. How long will it take to mend?"
"Only 3 weeks. You needn't be alarmed."
"I'm not alarmed, but I suppose I shall have to give up hunting for at least a month."
Edward was driven to Dr. Ramsay, who bandaged him and sent him back to Court Leys. Bertha was surprised to see him in a dog cart. Edward by now had recovered his good temper, and explained the occurrence, laughing.
"It's nothing to make a fuss about, only I'm bandaged up so that I feel like a mummy, and I don't know how I'm going to get a bath. That's what worries me."
Next day Arthur Branderton came to see him. "You've found your match at last, Craddock."
"Me? Not much. I shall be all right in a month, and then out I go again."
"I wouldn't ride him again, if I were you. It's not worth it. With that trick of his of swinging his leg, you'll break your neck."
"Bah!" said Edward scornfully. "The horse hasn't been built that I can't ride."
"You're a good weight now, and your bones aren't as supple as when you were 20. The next fall you have will be a bad one."
"Rot, man. One would think I was 80. I've never funked a horse yet, and I'm not going to begin now."
Branderton shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more at the time, but afterwards spoke to Bertha privately. "You know, I think if I were you, I'd persuade Edward to get rid of that horse. I don't think he ought to ride it again. It's not safe. However well he rides, it won't save him if the beast has got a bad trick." Bertha had, in this particular, great faith in her husband's skill. Whatever he could not do, he was certainly one of the finest riders in the county, but she spoke to him notwithstanding.
"Pooh, that's all rot," he said. "I tell you what, on the 11th of next month we go over pretty well the same ground, and I'm going out, and I swear he's going over that post and rail in Coulter's field."
"You're very incautious."
"No, I'm not. I know exactly what a horse can do, and I know that horse can jump if he wants to, and by George, I'll make him. Why, if I funked it now, I could never ride again. When a chap gets to be near 40 and has a bad fall, the only thing is to go for it again at once, or he'll lose his nerve and never get it back. I've seen that over and over again." Miss Glover, later on, when Edward's bandages were removed and he was fairly well, begged Bertha to use her influence with him.
"I've heard he's a most dangerous horse, Bertha. I think it would be madness for Edward to ride him." "I've begged him to sell it, but he merely laughs at me," said Bertha. "He's extremely obstinate and I have very little power over him." "Aren't you dreadfully frightened?" Bertha laughed. "No, I'm really not. You know he always has ridden dangerous horses and he's never come to any harm. When we were first married I used to go through agonies. Every time he hunted I used to think he'd be brought home dead on a stretcher, but he never was, and I calmed down by degrees." "I wonder you could." "My dear, no one can keep on being frightfully agitated for 10 years. People who live on volcanoes forget all about it, and you'd soon get used to sitting on barrels of gunpowder if you had no armchair." "Never," said Miss Glover, with conviction, seeing a vivid picture of herself in such a position. Miss Glover was unaltered. Time passed over her head powerlessly. She still looked anything between 25 and 40. Her hair was no more washed out. Her figure in its armour of black cloth was as juvenile as ever, and not a new idea nor a thought had entered her mind. She was like Alice's queen, who ran at the top of her speed and remained in the same place. But with Miss Glover the process was reversed. The world moved on, apparently faster and faster as the century drew near its end, but she remained fixed, an incarnation of the 1880s. The day before the 11th arrived. The hounds were to meet at the Share and Coulter, as when Edward had been thrown. He sent for Dr. Ramsay to assure Bertha that he was quite fit, and after the examination brought him into the drawing room.
"Dr. Ramsay says my collarbone is stronger than ever, but I don't think he ought to ride the roan notwithstanding. Can't you persuade Edward not to, Bertha?"
Bertha looked from the doctor to Edward, smiling.
"I've done my best."
"Bertha knows better than to bother," said Edward. "She don't think much of me as a churchwarden, but when a horse is concerned, she does trust me. Don't you, dear?"
"I really do."
"There," said Edward, much pleased. "That's what I call a good wife."
Next day the horse was brought round and Bertha filled Edward's flask.
"You'll bury me nicely if I break my neck, won't you?" he said, laughing. "You'll order a handsome tombstone?"
"My dear, you'll never come to a violent end. I feel certain you will die in your bed when you're 102, with a crowd of descendants weeping round you. You're just that sort of man."
"Ha ha!" he laughed. "I don't know where the descendants are coming in."
"I have a presentiment that I am doomed to make way for Fanny Glover. I'm sure there is a fatality about it. I've felt for years that you will eventually marry her, and it's horrid of me to have kept you waiting so long, especially as she pines for you, poor thing."
Edward laughed again. "Well, good-bye."
"Good-bye. Remember me to Mrs. Arthur." She stood at the window to see him mount, and as he flourished his crop at her, she waved her hand. The winter day closed in, and Bertha, interested in the novel she was reading, was surprised to hear the clock strike 5. She wondered that Edward had not yet come in, and ringing for tea and the lamps, had the curtains drawn. He could not now be long. "I wonder if he's had another fall," she said with a smile. "He really ought to give up hunting. He's getting too fat." She decided to wait no longer, but poured out her tea and arranged herself so that she could get at the scones and see comfortably to read. Then she heard a carriage drive up. Who could it be? "What bores these people are to call at this time!" As the bell was rung, Bertha put down her book to receive the visitor, but no one was shown in. There was a confused sound of voices without. Could something have happened to Edward after all? She sprang to her feet and walked half across the room. She heard an unknown voice in the hall. "Where shall we take it?" It. What was it? A corpse? Bertha felt a coldness travel through all her body. She put her hand on a chair so that she might steady herself if she felt faint. The door was opened slowly by Arthur Branderton, and he closed it quickly behind him. "I'm awfully sorry, but there's been an accident. Edward is rather hurt." She looked at him, growing pale, but found nothing to answer. "You must nerve yourself, Bertha. I'm afraid he's very bad. You'd better sit down." He hesitated, and she turned to him with sudden anger. "If he's dead, why don't you tell me?" "I'm awfully sorry. We did all we could. He fell at the same post and rail fence as the other day. I think he must have lost his nerve. I was close by him. I saw him rush at it blindly, and then pull just as the horse was rising. They came down with a crash." "Is he dead?" "Yes." Bertha did not feel faint. She was a little horrified at the clearness with which she was able to understand Arthur Branderton. She seemed to feel nothing at all. The young man looked at her as if he expected that she would weep or swoon. "Would you like me to send my wife to you?" "No, thanks." Bertha understood quite well that her husband was dead, but the news seemed to make no impression upon her. She heard it unmoved, as though it referred to a stranger. She found herself wondering what young Branderton thought of her unconcern. "Won't you sit down?" he said, taking her arm and leading her to a chair. "Shall I get you some brandy?" "I'm all right, thanks. You need not trouble about me. Where is he?" "I told them to take him upstairs. Shall I send Ramsay's assistant to you? He's here." "No," she said in a low voice. "I want nothing. Have they taken him up already?" "Yes, but I don't think you ought to go to him. It will upset you dreadfully." "I'll go to my room. Do you mind if I leave you? I should prefer to be alone." Branderton held the door open and Bertha walked out, her face very pale, but showing not the least trace of emotion. Branderton walked to Leanham Vicarage to send Miss Glover to Court Leys, and then home, where he told his wife that the wretched widow was stunned by the shock. Bertha locked herself in her room. She heard the hum of voices in the house. Dr. Ramsay came to her door, but she refused to open. Then all was quite still. She was aghast at the blankness of her heart. The tranquillity was so inhuman that she wondered if she was going mad. She felt no emotion whatever. Bertha repeated to herself that Edward was killed. He was lying quite near at hand, dead, and she felt no grief. She remembered her anguish years before when she thought of his death, and now that it had taken place she did not faint, she did not weep, she was untroubled. Bertha had hidden herself to conceal her tears from strange eyes, and the tears came not. After her sudden suspicion was confirmed, she had experienced no emotion whatever. She was horrified that the tragic death affected her so little. She walked to the window and looked out, trying to gather her thoughts, trying to make herself care, but she was almost indifferent. "I must be frightfully cruel," she muttered. Then the idea came of what her friends would say when they saw her calm self-possession. She tried to weep, but her eyes remained dry. There was a knock at the door, and Miss Glover's voice, broken with tears. "Bertha, Bertha, won't you let me in? It's me, Fanny." Bertha sprang to her feet, but did not answer. Miss Glover called again, and her voice was choked with sobs. Why could Fanny Glover weep for Edward's death, who was a stranger, when she, Bertha, remained insensible? "Bertha!" "Yes." "Open the door for me. Oh, I'm so sorry for you. Please let me in." Bertha looked wildly at the door. She dared not let Miss Glover come. "I can see no one now," she cried hoarsely. "Don't ask me." "I think I could comfort you. I want to be alone." Miss Glover was silent for a minute, crying audibly. "Shall I wait downstairs? You can ring if you want me. Perhaps you'll see me later." Bertha wished to tell her to go away, but dared not. "Do as you like," she said. There was silence again, an unearthly silence more trying than hideous din. It was a silence that tightened the nerves and made them horribly sensitive. One dared not breathe for fear of breaking it. And one thought came to Bertha, assailing her like a devil tormenting. She cried out in horror, for this was more odious than anything. It was simply intolerable. She threw herself on her bed and buried her face in her pillow to drive it away. For shame, she put her hands to her ears, so as not to hear the invisible fiends that whispered it silently. She was free. She quailed before the thought, but could not crush it. "Has it come to this?" she murmured. And then came back the recollection of the beginnings of her love. She recalled the passion that had thrown her blindly into Edward's arms, her bitter humiliation when she realized that he could not respond to her ardour. Her love was a fire playing ineffectually upon a rock of basalt. She recalled the hatred which followed the disillusion, and finally the indifference. It was the same indifference that chilled her heart now. Her life seemed all wasted when she compared her mad desire for happiness with the misery she had actually endured. Bertha's many hopes stood out like phantoms, and she looked at them despairingly. She had expected so much and secured so little. She felt a terrible pain at her heart as she considered all she had gone through. Her strength fell away, and overcome by her own self-pity, she sank to her knees and burst into tears. "Oh God," she cried, "what have I done that I should have been so unhappy?" She sobbed aloud, not caring to restrain her grief. Miss Glover, good soul, was waiting outside the room in case Bertha wanted her, crying silently. She knocked again when she heard the impetuous sobs within. "Oh, Bertha, do let me in. You're tormenting yourself so much more because you won't see anybody." Bertha dragged herself to her feet and undid the door. Miss Glover entered, and throwing off all reserve in her overwhelming sympathy, clasped Bertha to her heart. "Oh, my dear, it's utterly dreadful. I'm so sorry for you. I don't know what to say. I can only pray." Bertha sobbed unrestrainedly. "Not because Edward was dead." "All you have now is God," said Miss Glover. At last Bertha tore herself away and dried her eyes. "Don't try to be too brave, Bertha," compassionately said the Vicar's sister. "It will do you good to cry. He was such a good, kind man, and he loved you so devotedly." Bertha looked at her in silence. "I must be horribly cruel," she thought. "Do you mind if I stay here to night, dear?" added Miss Glover. "I've sent word to Charles." "Oh no, please don't. If you care for me, Fanny, let me be alone. I don't want to be unkind, but I can't bear to see any one." Miss Glover was deeply pained. "I don't want to be in the way. If you really wish me to go, I'll go. I feel if I can't be alone, I shall go mad." "Would you like to see Charles?" "No, dear, don't be angry. Don't think me unkind or ungrateful, but I want nothing but to be left entirely by myself." Chapter 36. of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, recording by Tony Oliva. Alone in her room once more, memories of the past crowded upon her. The last years fled from her mind, and Bertha saw vividly again the first days of her love, the visit to Edward at his farm, the night at the gate of Court Leys when he asked her to marry him. She recalled the rapture with which she had flung herself into his arms. Forgetting the real Edward who had just died, she remembered the tall, strong youth who had made her faint with love, and her passion returned, overwhelming. On the chimney piece stood a photograph of Edward as he was then. It had been before her for years, but she had never noticed it. She took it and pressed it to her heart and kissed it. 1,000 things came back, and she saw him again standing before her as he was, manly, strong, so that she felt his love a protection against all the world. But what was the use now? "I should be mad if I began to love him again when it is too late." Bertha was appalled by the regret which she felt rising within her, a devil that wrung her heart in an iron grip. Oh, she could not risk the possibility of grief. She had suffered too much and she must kill in herself the springs of pain. She dared not leave things which in future years might be the foundations of a new idolatry. Her only chance of peace was to destroy everything that might recall him. She seized the photograph and without daring to look again withdrew it from the frame and rapidly tore it in pieces. She looked round the room. "I mustn't leave anything," she muttered. She saw on a table an album containing pictures of Edward at all ages: the child with long curls, the urchin in knickerbockers, the schoolboy, the lover of her heart. She had persuaded him to be photographed in London during their honeymoon, and he was there in half a dozen different positions. Bertha thought her heart would break as she destroyed them one by one, and it needed all the strength she had to prevent her from covering them with passionate kisses. Her fingers ached with the tearing, but in a little while they were all in fragments in the fireplace. Then desperately she added the letters Edward had written to her, and applied a match. She watched them curl and frizzle and burn, and presently they were ashes. She sank on a chair, exhausted by the effort, but quickly roused herself. She drank some water, nerving herself for a more terrible ordeal, for she knew that on the next few hours depended her future peace. By now the night was late, a stormy night with the wind howling through the leafless trees. Bertha started when it beat against the windows, with a scream that was nearly human. A fear seized her of what she was about to do, but she was driven by a greater fear. She took a candle, and opening the door, listened. There was no one. The wind roared with its long, monotonous voice, and the branches of a tree beating against a window in the passage gave a ghastly tap tap as if unseen spirits were near. The living, in the presence of death, feel that the whole air is full of something new and terrible. A greater sensitiveness perceives an inexplicable feeling of something present, or of some horrible thing happening invisibly. Bertha walked to her husband's room, and for a while dared not enter. At last she opened the door. She lit the candles on the chimney piece and on the dressing table, then went to the bed. Edward was lying on his back, with a handkerchief bound round his jaw to hold it up, his hands crossed in front. Bertha stood in front of the corpse and looked. The impression of the young man passed away, and she saw him as in truth he was, stout, red-faced, with the venules of his cheeks standing out distinctly in a purple network. The sides of his face were prominent, as of late years they had become. He had little side whiskers. His skin was lined already and rough. The hair over the front of his head was scanty, and the scalp was visible, shiny and white. The hands, which once had delighted her by their strength, so that she compared them with the porphyry hands of an unfinished statue, now were repellent in their coarseness. For a long time their touch had a little disgusted her. This was the image Bertha wished to impress upon her mind. It was a stranger lying dead before her, a man to whom she was indifferent. At last, turning away, she went out and returned to her own room. 3 days later was the funeral. All the morning wreaths and crosses of beautiful flowers had poured in, and now there was a crowd in the drive in front of Court Leys. The Blackstable Freemasons, lodge number 31,899, of which Edward at his death was worshipful master, had signified their intention of attending, and lined the road 2 and 2 in white gloves and aprons. There were likewise representatives of the Tercanbury Lodge, 4169, of the Provincial Grand Lodge, the Mark Masons, and the Knights Templars. The Blackstable Unionist Association sent 100 Conservatives, who walked 2 and 2 after the Freemasons. There were a few words as to precedence between Brother G.W. Hancock, P.W.M., who led the Blackstable Lodge, 31,899, and Mr. Athill Backett, who marched at the head of the politicians. But it was finally settled in favour of the lodge as the older established body. Then came the members of the local district council, of which Edward had been chairman, and after these the carriages of the gentry. Mrs. Mayston Ryle sent a landau and pair, but Mrs. Branderton, the Molsons, and the rest only sent broughams. It needed a prodigious amount of generalship to marshal these forces, and Arthur Branderton lost his temper because the Conservatives would start before they were wanted to. "Ah," said Brother A.W. Rogers, the landlord of the Pig and Whistle, "they want Craddock here now. He was the best organizer I've ever seen. He'd have got the procession into working order and the funeral over by this time." The last carriage disappeared, and Bertha, alone at length, lay down by the window on the sofa. She was devoutly grateful to the old convention which prevented the widow's attendance at the funeral. She looked with tired and listless eyes at the long avenue of elm trees, bare of leaf. The sky was grey and the clouds heavy and low. Bertha now was a pale woman of 30, still beautiful, with curling, abundant hair, but her dark eyes had under them still darker lines, and their fire was half gone. Between her brows was a little vertical line, and her lips had lost the joyousness of youth. The corners of her mouth turned down with a melancholy expression. The face was thin and extremely pale, but what chiefly struck one was that she seemed so utterly weary. Her features remained singularly immobile, and there was in her eyes an apathy that was very painful. Her eyes said that she had loved and found love wanting, that she had been a mother and that her child had died, and that now she desired nothing very strongly but to be left in peace. Bertha was indeed tired out in body and mind, tired of love and hate, tired with friendship and knowledge, tired with the passing years. Her thought wandered to the future, and she decided to leave Blackstable and let Court Leys, so that in no moment of weakness might she be tempted to return. And first she intended to travel, wishing to live in places where she was unknown, so as more easily to forget the past. Bertha's memory brought back Italy, the land of those who suffer in unfulfilled desire, the Lotus Land. She would go there, and she would go farther, ever towards the sun. For now she had no ties on earth, and at last she was free. The melancholy day closed in the great clouds hanging overhead, darkened with approaching night. Bertha remembered how ready in her girlhood she had been to pour herself out to the world. Feeling intense fellowship with all human beings, she wished to throw herself into their arms, thinking that they would be outstretched to receive her. Her life seemed to overflow into the lives of others, becoming one with theirs as the water of rivers becomes one with the sea. But very soon the power she had felt of doing all this departed. She recognized a barrier between herself and humankind, and felt that they were strangers. Hardly understanding the impossibility of what she desired, she placed all her love, all her faculty of expansion, on one person, on Edward, making a final effort, as it were, to break the barrier of consciousness and unite her soul with his. She drew him towards her with all her might, Edward the man, seeking to know him in the depths of his heart, yearning to lose herself in him. But at last she saw that what she had striven for was unattainable. I myself stand on one side and the rest of the world on the other. There is an abyss between, that no power can cross, a strange barrier more insuperable than a mountain of fire. Not even the most devoted lovers know the essentials of one another's selves. However ardent their passion, however intimate their union, they are always strangers, scarcely more to one another than chance acquaintance. And when she discovered this, with many tears and after bitter heartache, Bertha retired into herself. But soon she found solace. In her silence she built a world of her own, and kept it from the eyes of every living soul, knowing that none could understand it. And then all ties were irksome, all earthly attachments unnecessary. Confusedly thinking these things, Bertha's thoughts reverted to Edward.
If I had been keeping a diary of my emotions, I should close it today with the words, "My husband has broken his neck."
But she was pained at her own callousness.
"Poor fellow," she murmured. "He was honest and kind and forbearing. He did all he could, and tried always to act like a gentleman. He was very useful in the world, and in his own way he was fond of me. His only fault was that I loved him and ceased to love him."
By her side lay a book she had read while waiting for Edward when he was hunting. Bertha had put it on the table open, face downwards, when she rose from the sofa to receive the expected visitor, and it had remained as she left it. She was tired of thinking, and taking it now, began to read quietly. End of Chapter 36. End of Mrs. Craddock by William Somerset Maugham. January 2015.